Chapter 626. It's us. A bone-piercing cold voice rang out. 3 young men and women rushed out from the forest. It was Feng Hua and the twin sisters. The 4 one-star battle ancestors who had escaped earlier also followed behind the 3 of them, their eyes filled with hatred. Oh? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The auras emitted by Feng Hua and the twin sisters were much stronger than before. It was obvious that they had broken through a small realm like Feng Wuxia. Feng Hua was a 2-star battle ancestor. The twin sisters were both 3-star battle ancestors. Xuening looked at Wolf King, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You damn pervert, today I will definitely dig out your eyeballs and feed them to the dogs." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Are you that confident?" Feng Wuxia laughed. "On our side there are 2 3-star battle ancestors, 2 2-star battle ancestors, and 4 1-star battle ancestors. What do you have to fight us?" "Is that so? Then I'll get rid of those small fries first." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward and headed straight for the 4 1-star battle ancestors. "Don't even think about it." Xuening and Shui Rua shouted coldly at the same time and blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. Their pale golden hair was like a waterfall, their clothes fluttered, and their eyes were incomparably sharp. "Little Qinzi, leave these 2 girls to me." Wolf King roared and instantly turned into a muscular wolf that was more than 10 meters tall. His millstone-sized eyes were filled with a terrifying ferocious light. "No need." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Because he wanted to see how strong he was after breaking through to 1-star battle ancestor. Arrogant. Arrogant. Damn pervert. Originally, when the sisters heard that Wolf King was going to make a move, they were rather nervous. This was because Wolf King's methods were somewhat unfathomable, especially his battle soul. But they never thought that Qin Feiyang would reject Wolf King's help. It seemed like this was a good thing. He no longer had to worry about Wolf King's battle soul. However, looking at it from another angle, Qin Feiyang's behavior was simply naked contempt for them. Therefore they were very angry. "I'll say it one last time. I didn't peek at you guys bathing." Qin Feiyang frowned impatiently. He raised both his hands and slammed them down. "You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it. You are not a man." The 2 sisters firmly believed that Qin Feiyang was a peeping Tom. The aura of a 3-star war master completely erupted as they extended their jade-like hands towards Qin Feiyang without showing any signs of weakness. Boom. However, on the eve of their meeting, a golden character appeared on Qin Feiyang's palms. Return formula. The 4 palms collided, and the 2 sisters were sent flying. Blood gushed out of their mouths, and their faces were deathly pale. Xuening Xuerua. Feng Wuxia and Feng Hua roared as they activated their battle arts and charged towards Qin Feiyang angrily. "Even they can't stop me, let alone you guys. I'll kill those 4 in 3 breaths." Qin Feiyang pointed at the 4 1-star war masters with a sharp gaze. "Run." Feng Hua's pupils contracted as he shouted at the 4. The 4 of them turned back because they saw the sisters coming. They thought that with the sisters' strength, Feng Hua and Feng Wuxia, they would definitely be able to kill Qin Feiyang and avenge their humiliation. However, they never expected that in just 1 round, the sisters would be sent flying by Qin Feiyang. Seeing this scene, they were already panicking. Now that they heard Feng Hua's cold shout, they didn't dare to hesitate and turned to run. But just as they were running away, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and golden light burst out. Boom. Feng Wuxia and Feng Wuxia's battle arts changed sides and attacked the 2 of them. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly dodged to the side. The 2 battle arts blasted onto the ground, causing dust and dirt to fly everywhere, forming a huge crater. Although Feng Wuxia and Feng Wuxia had dodged, they were still sent flying by the shockwave. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and raised his hand. Ultimate destruction. But the target was not Feng Wuxia and Feng Hua, but the 4 1-star war masters. An invisible force roared out, exuding the power to destroy the world. Feeling the terrifying killing move approaching quickly, the 4 of them turned pale with fear, wishing that they could grow a few pairs of wings. Spread out. Seeing this, Feng Wuxia and Feng Wuxia were also extremely anxious, but it was too late to save them now. So, instead of being wiped out by Qin Feiyang, it was better to let them spread out. Maybe 1 or 2 could be saved. Hearing this, the 4 of them didn't dare to hesitate and immediately spread out. In the blink of an eye, boom, the invisible force arrived, causing the earth to collapse and the ancient trees to shatter. This area was directly razed to the ground. The 4 of them were also instantly drowned by the terrifying shockwave, and their screams resounded through the clouds. "Are they dead?" Feng Hua and Feng Wuxia looked at that place anxiously. Xuening and her sister also ran over, their faces full of worry and anger. Brother, come and take a look too. Are they dead? Wolf King chuckled and waved his claws. A gust of wind appeared out of thin air, sweeping up the dust and ashes in the sky and rushing into the distance. Everything was clear in front of their eyes. They saw the 4 one-star war masters lying quietly in a pool of blood, their bodies a mess of flesh and blood. And they could no longer sense any signs of life. Obviously they were dead. This is impossible. Looking at the 4 corpses, Feng Wuxia and the other 3 clenched their hands tightly, their faces full of disbelief. They clearly didn't hit them head-on, how could they die? Wolf King said contemptuously, for little Qin Zi who has mastered 3 perfect battle arts, isn't it easy to kill them? 3 perfect battle arts. The 4 of them trembled. Who was this Qin Feiyang? Not only did Fatso beside him have perfect battle arts, but he also mastered 3. Oh my god. How could they live like this? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, okay, the hindrance has been eliminated, now it's your turn. Shui Ruo suddenly turned to stare at Qin Feiyang and hissed, you're a madman, a demon. Yes, I'm a madman. Do you remember what I said to you last time? The show has just begun. Now it's time for you to pay the price for everything you've done. None of you should think about living. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a red sword energy appeared. Clang. 10 sword shadows appeared out of thin air. Guiyuan sword technique. Each sword shadow had the power of a perfect battle art. Let's see how many of them you can block. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a sword shadow with a monstrous sharpness slashed towards the 4 of them. Don't be complacent too early. Feng Hua pushed Feng Wuxia and the other 2 aside and took a step forward, his entire body emitting a bright golden light. Golden body technique. With a low roar, his skin, eyes, and long hair all turned golden, as if they were plated with a layer of gold leaf. Following that, he raised his fist and actually punched the sword shadow with his bare hands. Clang. The sword shadow and fist collided, and an ear-splitting metallic sound exploded. Feng Hua's current body was as if it was cast from divine iron, causing Qin Feiyang to be rather surprised. The first sword shadow dissipated. On Feng Hua's fist, there was only a small scratch, which showed how astonishing his defense was. Of course, this was all thanks to Feng Hua's cultivation. Although the golden body technique was only a high-grade battle art, his 2-star war master cultivation made up for his shortcomings. Although the Guiyuan sword technique was a perfect battle art, Qin Feiyang was only a 1-star war master. The 2 of them could be said to be about the same. However, to Qin Feiyang, Feng Hua's strength did not pose much of a threat to him. This was because the number of Guiyuan sword techniques would increase as one's cultivation increased. War Master Realm could condense 10 sword shadows. War Emperor Realm, 20 sword shadows. Now that he had broken through to the War Master Realm, he could condense 30 sword shadows. These 30 sword shadows were equivalent to 30 great killing moves. Could Feng Hua withstand them? The second sword shadow descended. Feng Hua relied on the powerful defense of his body to shatter the sword shadow, but the wound on his fist became bigger and bigger. By the 4th sword shadow, his wound was so deep that his bones could be seen and blood was flowing out. Moreover, his entire arm was lacerated. I'll take your life now. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly, and the remaining 5 sword shadows all descended in an instant. A sense of fear rose in Feng Hua's heart. He did not dare to take it head-on. This was because these 5 sword shadows were enough to break through his golden body's defense and shatter his bones. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. At this moment, Feng Wuxia moved. He landed beside Feng Hua in one step and shouted at him, attack! Fire Beacon City. Wind Shock Slash. The 2 great 2-star war sect experts joined forces and did not hold back at all. High up in the sky, the sea of fire churned and waves of fire surged. 2 huge cities stood tall and majestic, emitting a vast might. Below, a huge golden sword was lying horizontally in the air. It was more than 100 feet long and released tens of thousands of sword chi. Its sharpness was oppressive. Qin Feiyang, let us tell you now, in front of our Kong state, you do not have the capital to be arrogant. Kill. The 2 of them shouted. The 2 cities, the huge golden sword immediately smashed towards the 5 sword shadows. Boom. Crack. It was as if comets had collided, erupting with boundless light. The destructive aura was earth-shattering. The nearby mountains continued to collapse, and the flowers and trees were turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of meters of land was like a land of death, not a single blade of grass was left. At the same time, two screams rang out. Feng Hua and Feng Hua flew out like meteors. Their bodies were covered in blood and dyed the sky red. Qin Feiyang was also constantly retreating. His face was pale and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But compared to Feng Hua and Feng Wuxia, his injuries were nothing. Bang! He stepped on the ground and stabilized his body. He no longer paid attention to Feng Wuxia and Feng Hua and shifted his gaze to Xuening and Feng Hua. The two sisters were also filled with anger. You are both 3-star war sect experts, don't disappoint me. Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body shook and a red sword chi broke out from his body and rushed into the sky. Clang! In the blink of an eye, 20 sword shadows were formed. Each sword shadow released a terrifying sharpness. For a moment, the world seemed to be filled with countless invisible blades. The sisters' skin was aching. The two girls could not help but feel apprehensive. Although their cultivation surpassed Qin Feiyang's by 2 small realms, the methods that Qin Feiyang displayed at this moment were truly too shocking, causing them to involuntarily feel panic. But Qin Feiyang's contemptuous gaze and disdainful tone made them extremely angry. Qin Feiyang, don't look down on us women. Frost arts. The two girls' gazes turned cold. As they waved their hands, a cold wind blew and the temperature plummeted. Even the sky was fluttering with heavy snow. In the blink of an eye, the place had turned into a snowy glacier. The cold current was bone-chilling. Oh? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with astonishment as he asked, both of you have grasped the same battle art? Yes. Although the frost arts is only a high-grade battle art, the effect of the two of us combined is infinitely close to a perfect battle art. The tone of the two sisters was like the temperature at the moment. It carried a bone-chilling coldness. Nothing is too strange in this world. Qin Feiyang mumbled. However, with the cultivation of a 3-star battle ancestor and the frost arts infinitely close to a perfect battle art, this pair of sisters might really be a tough nut to crack. Clang! With a wave of his hand, 20 sword shadows whizzed out and locked onto the two sisters. Frost arts, freeze. The two girls looked at each other and shouted coldly at the same time. The snowflakes floating in the air rushed towards the 20 sword shadows. In less than 3 breaths, the 20 sword shadows turned into 20 icicles and were frozen in the air. Bang! After freezing the sword shadows, the two girls shouted coldly again. Crack! Words were law. The 20 icicles shattered and turned into countless pieces of ice that fell from the sky. Qin Feiyang was stunned. They dissolved his Guiyuan sword art just like that? It seemed that these two girls were even harder to crack than he had imagined. Xuening said, if we weren't together we might not be your match. But now that we've teamed up, you have no chance of winning. Is that so? I wonder if you can freeze invisible things? Qin Feiyang raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. An invisible force surged out. The pupils of the two sisters contracted. In a trance, they seemed to see a beast hiding in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards them. Frost arts, condense. The two girls didn't dare to be negligent and waved their hands. Immediately, the snowflakes that filled the sky gathered together and condensed into a thick ice wall in the air in front of them. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the invisible force smashed onto the ice wall. However, only a few cracks appeared on the ice wall. Seeing this, the two sisters let out a sigh of relief and a trace of contempt appeared in their eyes. Right now, our strength is comparable to that of a 6-star battle ancestor. And you, although you have a perfect battle art, you're only a 1-star battle ancestor. The battle strength you can display is at most a 5-star battle ancestor. Tell us, where did your chances of winning come from? I was originally a bit worried, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. If you don't want to die without a complete corpse, then immediately commit suicide to apologize. The two girls shouted. Commit suicide to apologize? It seems that you've all become arrogant. Qin Feiyang laughed. Chapter 627. Fight. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. Boom. A monstrous battle intent rushed out of his body and into the sky. At the same time, his long hair and eyes quickly turned blood red as if they were dyed in blood. Feeling the battle intent rushing towards them, the sisters couldn't help but tremble. In a trance, they seemed to have seen the return of an invincible god of war. Qin Feiyang looked at them and said calmly, what other tricks do you have? Show me everything or you won't have another chance. Damn pervert, how arrogant. Snowstorm. The two girls were furious. They waved their hands and a violent wind suddenly appeared. The snowflakes that filled the sky danced with the wind and condensed into a giant snow-white tornado that roared towards Qin Feiyang. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a step forward and went up to meet him with a palm strike. Golden light burst out. The snowstorm immediately stopped in the void and then whistled toward the sisters. What kind of battle technique is he using? The two girls' eyes were full of shock and they quickly condensed an ice wall in the void in front of them. Boom! The snowstorm fiercely blasted towards the ice wall. The two girls' delicate bodies trembled and they immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Giving you a taste of your own medicine, this is the ability of my battle technique. Qin Feiyang said calmly and took another step forward, instantly closing the distance between him and the two girls. His long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, and his aura was like a rainbow. The sisters' hearts sank. From Qin Feiyang, they felt that he would kill any god or demon that stood in his way. They deeply realized that today, between the spiritual state and the Kong state, it would be either you die or I die. They made a prompt decision. The two girls used their strongest battle technique. Dance of Death. The snowflakes floating in the void suddenly danced. At first glance, it looked like a group of beautiful girls wearing white dresses dancing in the air, dazzling the eyes. But at this moment, each snowflake emitted a shocking sharpness, like an indestructible sharp blade. Damn pervert, it's over. The two women's gazes were cold and piercing. With a wave of their jade-like hands, the dancing snowflakes suddenly turned into a torrent, filling the sky and surging towards Qin Feiyang. His aura firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. I should be the one saying that. Qin Feiyang's eyes were overflowing with bloody light, as if there was a sea of blood in his eye sockets. He pushed his hands forward and two golden lights suddenly appeared. As soon as the golden light appeared, it was like a raging wave in a vast ocean, fiercely rushing forward. Boom! Crack! The moment the two met, there was a stalemate in the void. The golden light was like a shield. Snowflakes crazily crashed into it, but they were all bounced back by the golden light and collided with the snowflakes behind them. Immediately, this place glowed brightly. The destructive shockwave was earth-shattering, destroying everything in the vicinity. Qin Feiyang's face gradually turned pale. Although the ability of the return formula could be said to be heaven-defying, the cultivation of the two sisters was two small realms higher than him. Moreover, the Dance of Death was also their trump card. For a moment he couldn't do anything to the two girls. But at the same time, the two sisters' faces were even paler than Qin Feiyang's. In his heart, waves were surging. One had to know. Qin Feiyang was only a one-star war master. Facing the combined forces of two three-star war masters, he was actually able to steadily gain the upper hand? If he were to break through to a two-star war master or a three-star war master, who would be his match in the entire 9 provinces? They really couldn't figure it out. Qin Feiyang's battle art of returning the favor to himself, what level did it belong to? Could it be that it had already surpassed the perfect battle art? But in this world, wasn't the perfect battle art already the top battle art? Well, 5 breaths later. The two girls couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, their faces deathly pale. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang. Although there were injuries, he didn't look weak at all. His spirit was hale and hearty. When the two sisters noticed this, they once again fell into deep disbelief. Could it be that this damn pervert was an unkillable cockroach? 10 breaths later. The two sisters' bodies began to tremble violently. The blood that flowed out of their mouths had already dyed their clothes red. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with killing intent as he said, "It's time to send you on your way." Boom. His arms shook, and a terrifying battle intent soared into the clouds. At the same time, an even more majestic golden light gushed out from his palms. The remaining snowflakes were all bounced back in an instant. The snowflakes were like blades, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound as they shot towards the two sisters. Seeing this scene, the two women's faces were ashen. Their entire bodies were cold, and a sense of despair that could not be dissolved rose in their hearts. The god of death had descended. His life was in danger. Boom. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A resplendent beam of light, carrying an astonishing aura, shot out from the forest beside them. Boom. The snowflakes were instantly crushed. Boom. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, he turned to look at the forest beside him, and immediately saw a black shadow that turned and fled into the distance. How dare you ruin my plans? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with a trace of hostility, and he shouted without turning his head, "White-eyed wolf." Understood. Wolf King immediately used the void escape step and chased after the black shadow. Immediately, Qin Feiyang turned back to look at the Shui sisters, his eyes filled with killing intent. But the place where the sisters were before was already empty. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. He looked up and saw that 300 meters away, the two sisters were carrying a person each, quickly escaping. The two sisters were carrying Feng Wuxia and Feng Hua. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed and he chased after the four of them. Because the two sisters were heading towards the place where Fatso and Wanqiu were fighting, obviously to help Wanqiu escape. Boom. More than 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion in front of them. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts. Following closely, Fatso's angry voice sounded. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's heart turned cold, and he did not continue to chase after them. Because Wanqiu had grasped the perfect support technique and was also a 3-star war master with his current speed, it was impossible for him to catch up. Not long later, Qin Feiyang saw Fatso rushing towards him. As soon as Fatso arrived in front of Qin Feiyang, he frowned. "Boss, what are you doing? Why did you let those two little girls run away?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Originally they were all going to die, but at the critical moment, someone secretly helped them. Oh. Fatso was surprised. Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I didn't see it clearly either, but I told the white-eyed wolf to chase after them. Let's go and meet up with Lu Xingqian first." Fatso nodded. However, when the two came to the swamp, they found that Lu Xingqian was gone, and only the black dragon snake and the crocodile king were there. Qin Feiyang looked at the black dragon snake and the crocodile king and asked, "Where is Lu Xingqian?" The two beasts were slightly stunned. They looked around with confusion in their eyes. Fatso said angrily, "Speak." The black dragon snake shook its head and said, "Our attention was on Qin Feiyang just now, and we didn't notice when he left." Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other with a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Lu Xingqian disappeared and the mysterious man appeared. Was this a coincidence? A sound of breaking air came from the left side of the forest, and Wolf King landed in front of Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang asked, "How is it?" Wolf King said, "That man's speed was very fast. I couldn't catch up with him and I didn't see his face clearly." What? Even Wolf King couldn't catch up with him? Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other. Didn't that mean that the mysterious man's cultivation was stronger than Wolf King's? Was there such a person in the other 8 states? Wolf King was suddenly stunned. He looked around and asked doubtfully, "Where is Lu Xingqian?" "I was about to ask you. When you went to chase the mysterious man, was Lu Xingqian here?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. The crocodile king was subdued by Lu Xingqian, so there were some things that couldn't be said face to face. Wolf King thought carefully and replied secretly, "I didn't pay attention to him at that time, so I didn't know." "What? Are you suspecting Lu Xingqian?" "Impossible, he is just a 7-star combat emperor. He doesn't have the strength." Qin Feiyang frowned. He was indeed suspecting Lu Xingqian, because Lu Xingqian's departure was too coincidental. But Wolf King's words were not without reason. Lu Xingqian didn't have the ability to do so. But what was going on? Why did Lu Xingqian leave without saying anything? Whoosh. At this moment, another air-piercing sound came from the forest on the right. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw a white figure rushing over. Who else could it be but Lu Xingqian? Seeing Qin Feiyang and the others gathered together, Lu Xingqian was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "Have you killed Wanqiu and the others?" "No, they were rescued by a mysterious man." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What?" Lu Xingqian's face froze and he said in surprise, "Who is this man who can rescue them from your hands?" Qin Feiyang said, "We don't know. We didn't see his face clearly. By the way, where did you go just now?" After being asked by Qin Feiyang, Lu Xingqian suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "Let's not talk about the mysterious man later. I'll take you to a place first." When he spoke, he looked a little excited. "Where is it?" Qin Feiyang and the others were suspicious. "You'll know when we get there." Lu Xingqian smiled mysteriously and turned to lead Qin Feiyang and the others to the forest on the right. About 50 breaths passed. They came to a valley. The valley covered an area of hundreds of feet and was surrounded by mountains on all sides. There was no entrance or exit. Fatso glanced at the valley and asked, "What is this place?" "You'll know when you get there." Lu Xingqian led the others to climb to the top of the mountain on the left. The mountain was only 100 feet high. They soon reached the top of the mountain. Lu Xingqian gestured for them to be quiet and walked to the edge. At the edge they stood in the grass and looked into the valley. Immediately, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, Wolf King, Black Dragon Snake, and King Crocodile couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. They saw that there were countless bones piled up in the valley. The white scene was like a hell. There were bones of both beasts and humans. Fatso said in surprise, "What the hell is this place? There are so many bones?" Lu Xingchen pointed to a place and said, "The bones are not important. The flower is the key." Flower? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They looked in the direction Lu Xingchen pointed at for a while, and their gazes suddenly locked onto a skull. That skull was the skull of a ferocious beast. And in the middle of the skull, there was a blooming flower. This flower was rooted on the skull and was the size of a baby's fist. Its shape was similar to a snow lotus. It was white as if it was carved out of bones. However, it was different from the snow lotus. It only had 3 leaves, which flickered with an eerie white luster, giving people a gloomy feeling. Fatso looked at it for a while and asked, "Is this a snow lotus? How can a snow lotus grow on a skeleton?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. However, this flower did look somewhat familiar. Lu Xingchen said, "This is the flower of death." Flower of death? Why haven't I heard of it? Fatso was surprised. Wolf King, King Crocodile and Black Dragon Snake were also surprised. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. After Lu Xingchen's reminder, he finally remembered the relevant records of the flower of death. Fatso noticed Qin Feiyang's strange expression and was stunned. He said, "Boss, there's something wrong with your eyes. Could it be some kind of treasure? But why does the name Flower of Death sound like an ominous item?" Qin Feiyang said, "In a sense, the Flower of Death is indeed an ominous item." "What do you mean? Is there another meaning?" Fatso was puzzled. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked up at Lu Xingchen. "Since you know that it's the Flower of Death, you must know the use of the Flower of Death. Explain it to everyone." Lu Xingchen said, "I only heard about it from hearsay. I don't know the details. It's better for you to explain." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, "We're all smart people. Why bother pretending?" Lu Xingchen was stunned, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Brother Qin, can't you be more tactful with your words? At least leave me some face." Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and said, "I've always been this straightforward. If Brother Lu is not used to it, I'll try to correct it in the future." "That's not necessary. I like to deal with straightforward people like you. Okay, I'll talk about the Flower of Death. The Flower of Death itself carries a strong poison that can kill instantly. It's no exaggeration to say that even a combat master would die if touched. Moreover, except for a special flower called the Jade Crystal Flower, nothing can detoxify it, including antidote pills. Of course, the legendary divine pills and miraculous medicines are a different matter." Lu Xingchen said. "Is that scary?" Hearing this, when they looked at the Flower of Death again, Fatso, Wolf King, Black Dragon Snake, and King Crocodile's eyes were filled with fear. "It's indeed very scary. However, it has another name, the Flower of Immortality," Lu Xingchen said. Flower of Death, Flower of Immortality? Why are these two names so contradictory? Fatso was a little puzzled and asked, "Do you mean that the Flower of Death will never wither and will never die?" "No. The Flower of Death will wither. What I mean by immortality is that it can be refined into a magical elixir that can save lives," Lu Xingchen said. Black Dragon Snake said, "That's not right. Didn't you just say that the Flower of Death carries a strong poison? Shouldn't it be refined into a fatal poison pill?" "You're right, but I also said that there's a special flower called the Jade Crystal Flower that can detoxify the Flower of Death. As long as the Flower of Death and the Jade Crystal Flower are combined, the poison can be neutralized and become a life-saving elixir." Lu Xingchen smiled. "What kind of elixir can be refined into these two special flowers? What magical effects do they have?" Fatso asked. Chapter 628. Essence Soul Pill. This pill has the magical effect of cultivating the Sea of Consciousness. Lu Xingchen said. "Repair the Sea of Consciousness." Upon hearing this, Fatso, Wolf King, King Crocodile and Black Dragon Snake's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, Dong Xingyang and the others in the castle were also full of desire. Especially Dong Fangwuhan and Murong Xiong, their eyes were full of greed. How is it? Tempting, right? But it's not that easy to refine the Essence Soul Pill. First, the pill recipe. The pill recipe of the Essence Soul Pill is probably only available in the capital of the entire Great Qin Empire. Second, this Jade Crystal Flower is as rare as the Death Flower. As far as I know, it has never appeared in the spiritual state. Secondly, the other herbs. Although these herbs are not as precious as the Jade Crystal Flower and the Death Flower, they are definitely very rare," Lu Xingchen said. Fatso, Wolf King and the other beasts looked at each other. According to this, refining the essence soul pill was really not easy. However, Qin Feiyang lowered his head and seemed to be deep in thought. He felt like he had seen the jade crystal flower somewhere before. Let's not talk about this first. This death flower will definitely die if it touches it. How can I get it? Fatso lowered his head and stared at the death flower, almost drooling. Lu Xingqian shook his head and laughed. Don't show a covetous look. The death flower is a treasure to us, but to you, it has no value at all. What? Fatso frowned. Lu Xingqian said, because you have fused with the fire of life. If the sea of consciousness is broken, the energy of the fire of life can repair it. Yes. Fat Lord is now immortal. How can you ordinary people compare to him? Fatso said with a look of realization, his face full of pride. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He raised his head and rolled his eyes at Fatso. To pick the death flower, you must first find the jade crystal flower. Yeah. If I didn't have the jade crystal flower to purify the poison, I'm afraid that I would end up like the owner of those bones. Lu Xingqian sighed. Although the treasure was right in front of him, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to get his hands on it. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, how did you find this place? This is all thanks to the fire beacon and the twin sisters. When I saw Wan Qiu and Feng Wuxia appear, I wondered why Feng Hua and the twin sisters didn't appear. Later, when I saw them appear, I wondered if they were bound by something. After thinking about it again and again, I've decided to look around. Who knows, I might find something shocking. As expected, I found the flower of death here. On the opposite mountain peak, I also discovered some footprints. I'm guessing they were left behind by Feng Hua and the others. Lu Xingqian said. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. He didn't expect that Lu Xingqian wouldn't even let go of these details. Now he was really terrifying. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang said, take us to see those footprints. Follow me. Lu Xingqian said. The group followed behind Lu Xingqian and arrived at the other side of the mountain after a long time. At the edge of the mountain peak, the soil was a little soft, and there were indeed many footprints left on it. Qin Feiyang glanced around and said, Fatso, go and take a closer look. Fatso nodded, walked to a few footprints, squatted on the ground and carefully observed them. After a while, he stood up, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Boss, it should have been left behind by Feng Hua and the others because there are 2 footprints and they are much smaller than the others. If I'm not wrong, they belong to the twin sisters. Qin Feiyang nodded. In this case, Lu Xingqian didn't lie. In other words, Lu Xingqian had nothing to do with the mysterious man. But who on earth was the mysterious man? Could it be them? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought of 2 people. They were the brother and sister that Feng Wuxia had mentioned. The brother and sister could predict his location, so they must have extraordinary abilities. Fatso glanced at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Boss, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and put the matter of the mysterious man aside for the time being. Because these questions couldn't be figured out. They could only find out in the future. He glanced at the death flower in the valley and whispered, go around and see if there are any other footprints. Lu Xingqian said, do you mean that Wan Qiu and the others may still be hiding nearby? If it were you, would you give up the death flower so easily? Qin Feiyang asked back. No. Lu Xingqian shook his head and said, but I have to give it up because I don't have the ability to get it. Qin Feiyang said, so you've given up? What else can I do? I can't risk my life to pick it up. Lu Xingqian smiled bitterly. Fat Lord is not willing to give up just like that. Fatso looked at the death flower, his eyes full of reluctance. Although it was useless to him, there was still Qin Feiyang and the others, right? Of course. Now that they had a cluster of fire of life, they basically didn't need the essence soul elixir, but they could keep it for emergencies. At the very least, they could take it to the auction. If the essence soul elixir was taken to the auction, it would definitely be sold at an unprecedented price. Lu Xingqian shook his head and said with a smile, you can only look at it if you don't want to, unless you have the jade crystal flower. Yes. Some things can't be obtained just because you want them. We've already wasted a lot of time. We can't waste any more time here. Let's go and look. When Fire Beacon and the others aren't here, we'll leave immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian said, I'll add that we'll split into 3 groups. Crocodile King and I will be in one group, Fatso and the Black Dragon Snake Clan, and Brother Qin and Wolf King will be in the other group. Be careful. Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, Lu Xingqian turned around with Crocodile King and searched along the right side of the mountain peak. Black Dragon Snake and Fatso searched along the left side of the mountain peak. Wolf King lay on Qin Feiyang's body and looked at Lu Xingqian's back. He asked telepathically, "Little Qin Zi, is there really no other way?" "Yes," Qin Feiyang said to himself. The Wolf King was bewildered. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "Do you still remember the strange flower I got from the lake?" Wolf King nodded. "At that time, I felt that the strange flower was a little familiar, but I couldn't remember it. Later, because I was in seclusion to break through the War Master realm, I didn't think too much about it. It wasn't until just now when Lu Xingqian mentioned the jade crystal flower that I suddenly remembered that it was the jade crystal flower," Qin Feiyang said. "Really?" Wolf King was surprised. "Really?" Qin Feiyang replied. "Ha. So you deliberately sent Lu Xingqian and Crocodile King away to take the flower of death for yourself. You are indeed a cunning old fox." Wolf King laughed secretly and despised him. "What are you talking about? I plan to take the flower of death for myself, but I want to get rid of Wan Qiu and the others more. Because if we don't get rid of these people, they will bring us trouble sooner or later. There's another factor. Since the mysterious man is helping Wan Qiu and the others, does he also know about the flower of death? If he knows, will he find a way to take it? Although this is just my guess, it's worth suspecting," Qin Feiyang said to himself. Wolf King said telepathically, "You mean we should hide here and monitor?" "Yes. But before monitoring, I have to set up a trap first." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he turned around and walked towards the foot of the mountain, pretending to look for Feng Hua and the others. He entered a small forest and saw that there was no one around. With a wave of his hand, Dong Xingyang appeared out of thin air. Dong Xingyang was about to ask, but Qin Feiyang hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet. Dong Xingyang was stunned and understood. He said telepathically, "Why are you being so mysterious?" Qin Feiyang said secretly, "I need your cooperation." "Oh?" Dong Xingyang asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Pretend to be me and take Lu Xingqian and Fatso out of here later." "What about you?" Dong Xingyang frowned. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "I'm going to stay here and wait for the mysterious man to show up." "Wait for the mysterious man?" "Qin Feiyang, don't treat me as an idiot like Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong. If I'm not wrong, you should have a way to pick the flower of death. Your biggest purpose is to take the flower of death for yourself. Finding the mysterious man is just secondary. It's not right for you to do this." Dong Xingyang sneered secretly. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other, and there was a trace of deep helplessness in their eyes. Dong Xingyang was not so easy to fool. "I can cooperate with you, but you have to give me a soul elixir. This request is not too much, is it?" Dong Xingyang telepathically said. "It was a clear price." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and agreed without hesitation. Because both the flower of death and the jade crystal flower had 3 leaves, he could refine 3 soul elixirs. In fact, he had the biggest share. Straightforward. Dong Xingyang smiled secretly, took out a phantom elixir and threw it into his mouth. Soon he turned into Qin Feiyang. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Where is Wolf King?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he looked at Wolf King and said, "You leave with Dong Xingyang, but if there is a battle here, you must come to support me immediately." Even the white-eyed wolf could not catch up with the mysterious man, which showed how strong the mysterious man was. Therefore, before they really met, he dared not to take it lightly. Wolf King nodded, jumped on Dong Xingyang's shoulder, jumped a few times and said with a smile, "Dong Xingyang, it's quite comfortable to stay on your shoulder. Why don't you be my human pet? I promise I'll take good care of you." "Get lost." Dong Xingyang's face darkened and he wanted to slap him. "Humph, I'm the reincarnation of the peerless wolf. It's your honor to be my human pet. Don't be so ungrateful. If you don't agree now, I won't care if you beg to be my human pet in the future." Wolf King snickered. Crack. Dong Xingyang clenched his hands, making a cracking sound. He gritted his teeth and transmitted a voice, "Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen. No one can be sure about the future, so don't boast too early," Wolf King said meaningfully. Dong Xingyang immediately looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. "It's like this. Forgive it, forgive it." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically, glared at Wolf King and transmitted a voice, "Lu Xingqian and Fatso will be back soon. Let's go up." Dong Xingyang took a deep breath, walked out of the woods with Wolf King, and climbed up to the top of the mountain. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, Fatso and Lu Xingqian had already returned. Fatso immediately asked, "Boss, did you find anything?" "No." Dong Xingyang shook his head and said, "What about you guys?" Fatso said, "Nothing either. Dong Xingyang glanced at the flower of death and said, "Then let's not waste time. Let's go." But as he spoke, his eyes flashed and he turned and rushed into the depths. Fatso also looked at the flower of death and sighed, "What a pity. No matter how important the flower of death is, it's not as important as life. There's nothing to feel pity about." Lu Xingchen patted Fatso's shoulder and chased after Dong Xingyang. Fatso really couldn't bear to leave, but he had no choice but to follow. After they left, Qin Feiyang quietly slipped up to the top of the mountain and lay in a bush. He hid his aura and concealed his figure, carefully paying attention to the movements around him. Time passed breath by breath. This place was silent. About 300 breaths passed. Boom. An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. Qin Feiyang instinctively became alert. But then he found that the valley and the vicinity of the valley were still deathly silent. As for that loud sound, it came from a place several thousand meters away. He looked up, a trace of suspicion creeping up his face. Who was fighting over there? Suddenly, his expression changed and he suddenly stood up, his eyes full of worry. Because he suddenly remembered that the direction of the loud sound was the direction Fatso and the others went. Moreover, judging from the time Fatso and the others left in the distance, it was most likely that Fatso and the others were in trouble. What should I do? Qin Feiyang struggled in his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and continued to lie in the bush, monitoring the situation in the valley. With Fatso and Wolf King's power, even if they encountered a crisis they could deal with it. Taking a step back, even if they couldn't deal with it, it should be no problem to escape. Time passed quietly. Qin Feiyang gradually began to become anxious. Because there was nothing strange in the valley, and the mysterious person didn't appear, but the sound of battle could be heard incessantly. If Fatso and Wolf King teamed up, even a 4-star war ancestor would suffer a great loss, but they actually fought until now? Without a doubt, they must have encountered a troublesome enemy. I can't delay any longer. Qin Feiyang muttered, got up and was about to rush down the valley. But just as he stood up, he quivered again and quickly lay down, his gaze firmly locked on the opposite mountain peak. He saw a black figure suddenly appear on the opposite mountain peak. You're finally here? I'd like to see who you are. Qin Feiyang muttered as he stared fixedly at the black figure. In fact, the distance between the two mountain peaks wasn't far, but the blood mist in the air made it impossible to see the person's true face. The black figure was also very vigilant. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked at the flower of death below, but he didn't immediately go down. Instead he looked around. Seeing that there was no movement, the black figure jumped down and landed at the bottom of the valley. Qin Feiyang finally saw the person's appearance, but he was extremely disappointed. This person was wearing a pitch-black robe that wrapped his body tightly, looking very mysterious. Moreover, his face was also black and he could only roughly judge that he was a man from his body shape. Qin Feiyang frowned, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, he took out the Chang Shui, which was like a beautiful jade carving with a charming luster. The black-robed man didn't notice Qin Feiyang. He stepped on the piles of bones and walked straight toward the flower of death. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. When he was 2 meters away from the flower of death, the black-robed man waved his hand, and a palm-sized strange flower appeared out of thin air. This flower had a total of 3 leaves, which were like crystals, gushing out rays of light. Jade crystal flower. Qin Feiyang's eyes were shining. In his heart, there was a trace of disbelief. He even had a jade crystal flower. Who was this person? At the same time, the black-robed man grabbed the jade crystal flower, then stepped in front of the flower of death and stretched out his arm to grab the flower of death. Whoosh! It was also at this time. Qin Feiyang, like the incarnation of a cheetah, suddenly jumped out of the bushes and then, with the help of the gravity in the air, swooped down toward the black-robed man like lightning. Sir, I've been waiting for you for a long time. At the same time, he said coldly. The black-robed man was shocked and looked up. When he saw that it was Qin Feiyang, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. This look, when Qin Feiyang's eyes met the black-robed man's, his eyes trembled. Swish! Under the pressure of gravity, he swooped down very fast, and in almost 2 breaths, he landed in front of the black-robed man. Then, he firmly grasped Chang Shui and stabbed toward the black-robed man's lower abdomen. Seeing Pale Snow's attack, a trace of fear crept into the black-robed man's eyes. He quickly bent his waist and arched his body. At the same time, he took a step back and narrowly dodged Pale Snow's attack. But when the black-robed man retreated, Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his arm upward, and Chang Shui's blade immediately slashed across the black-robed man's mask. In fact, the previous attack was just a pretense. Qin Feiyang's real purpose was the mask. Crack. The black mask was split into two on the spot, and streaks of blood flowed down from the black-robed man's face. Obviously, this cut left a wound on his face. But when the mask fell off, the black-robed man quickly turned around and fled this place without looking back. I already know who you are. Don't you think that you should kill me to silence me? Qin Feiyang did not chase after him. Looking at the black-robed man's back, he said lightly. Because even Wolf King could not catch up with him, let alone him. And he was not bluffing the black-robed man. Although he did not see the man's face clearly, he was too familiar with his eyes. The black-robed man stopped, but he did not look back or speak. What was he thinking about? Qin Feiyang sighed. To be honest, I'm very surprised. Why is it you? Ah. The black-robed man suddenly laughed and said, I'm also very surprised. You have already left with everyone. Why are you here? But this sentence was said through voice transmission. After that. Chapter 629. Blood dyed the black-robed man's face red, but Qin Feiyang could recognize him at a glance. It was Lu Xingqian. I don't understand. You're a 7-stars combat emperor, but why is your aura so strong? Even stronger than mine. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and secretly transmitted his voice. Lu Xingqian shook his head and said, There are some things that you'd better not know. Qin Feiyang said, Will it cause trouble? Who knows? Lu Xingqian smiled faintly, as if he wasn't worried that Qin Feiyang would discover his identity. Qin Feiyang said, Then why are you helping Kong Province and Yu Province? Putting aside the grudges between Wan Qiu's group and everyone else, let's just talk about the threat of these people. It could be said that Wan Qiu's group was one of the strongest competitors in this battle of the 9 states. Of course, it could also be said that these people were the obstacles to everyone entering the imperial capital. And Lu Xingqian couldn't have not thought of this. Logically speaking, he should have gotten rid of them at the first moment, but now he was saving them? Why was he doing this? It was absolutely impossible that Lu Xingqian didn't want to enter the imperial capital. Because if he didn't want to go, there was no need for him to participate in the battle of the 9 states, so this matter was very strange. Lu Xingqian was silent for a moment, then took out a healing pill and threw it into his mouth. Then he wiped the blood off his face and smiled secretly. I have my reasons for doing this, but I can't tell you the reason yet. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Are you that fearless? Lu Xingqian gave him the feeling that he wouldn't do anything, let alone expose Lu Xingqian's actions. He couldn't understand where Lu Xingqian found his confidence. Lu Xingqian said, I'm not fearless, but we need each other. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. What did he mean? Lu Xingqian transmitted his voice. Do you need me to tell you everything? Tell me about it. Needless to say, Qin Feiyang really wanted to know. He felt as if Lu Xingqian had something on him. But he didn't seem to have done anything shameful. Lu Xingqian said, Firstly, I am a 3-star war ancestor, and I also have a perfect slaughter and support battle art. Furthermore, I also have a spatial divine item, so you can't kill me. What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and his heart was in turmoil. Lu Xingqian pursed his lips into a smile and continued, Secondly, and most importantly, I know your true identity. You are the son of the emperor of the Great Qin Empire. Boom. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, his head rumbling. He had always been tight-lipped about his true identity. Except for Fatso, Wolf King, the Pangolin, and Lu Hong, even Lin Yi, Luo Chenxue, and Ren Wushuang, the people closest to him, didn't know. But how did Lu Xingqian know? Did someone leak the secret to him? But was that possible? One had to know that whether it was Fatso and Lu Hong, Wolf King, and the Pangolin, they were all people he trusted the most and could trust. It was absolutely impossible for him to leak secrets. Lu Xingqian transmitted his voice with a smile. Are you surprised? To be honest, I have never understood why the son of the emperor would end up in a small town in our spiritual state. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, What else do you know? Lu Xingqian smiled. Except for your identity, I really don't know anything else. If you can solve the doubts in my heart, I am happy to listen. Qin Feiyang said, When did you know? Very early. Lu Xingqian smiled and said vaguely. Qin Feiyang fell silent and his eyes flickered. Don't think about silencing me. You don't have the ability now. Of course, with your talent, you may have it in the future, but you'd better be honest for now. Don't get me wrong. I'm not threatening you. On the contrary, I will help you. Lu Xingqian said. Help me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Lu Xingqian said, Although I don't know why you left the capital, I can guess that there must be some reasons. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said, "Continue. On the day you return to the capital, I expect that an unprecedented storm will be set off in the capital because of your appearance. At that time, as long as you, Qin Feiyang, say the word I, Lu Xingqian, will definitely help you with all my strength. Even if your opponent is the current ruler or even the current emperor, I will not back down even half a step." Lu Xingqian said firmly and decisively. Qin Feiyang's heart was shocked again. Isn't this Lu Xingqian's courage too shocking? He pondered for a while. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't believe that pies will fall from the sky. Tell me your purpose." Lu Xingqian said with a smile, "You will know my purpose in the future, but this is only secondary. I am helping you mainly because I want to repay you." "Repay me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "What's going on?" "Because I owe you a favor, and what I hate the most is to owe others a favor, especially you, Qin Feiyang." Lu Xingqian smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang was confused, really confused. He couldn't keep calm even if he wanted to. Because from the beginning to the end, he and Lu Xingqian only had enmity and resentment between them. Where did the favor come from? "There are some things that you may be confused about now, but when the time comes, you will know everything. Now tell me, what is your choice?" Lu Xingqian said. "I can't panic." Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down. Because he was in a very passive situation. Only when he calmed down and thought about it could he find an opportunity to turn the situation around and seize the initiative. Most importantly, he couldn't tell which of Lu Xingqian's words were true and which were false. Lu Xingqian looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes flashed slightly and he said telepathically, "You may think that I am threatening you now, but it is actually the opposite. I don't mean that at all." After that he added, "To be honest, even if you don't keep it a secret for me, I will not reveal your identity." Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, which were shining, and said, "My identity will be exposed sooner or later. Even if you reveal it now, it will not be a threat to me." He was taking a gamble. He had secrets and so did Lu Xingqian. Now it was a matter of who cared more about these secrets. Lu Xingqian frowned and asked, "Then what will it take for you to choose to reconcile?" Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Xingqian's question was enough to show that Lu Xingqian cared more about his own secrets. And the initiative was back in Qin Feiyang's hands. Sometimes, turning the situation around was that simple as long as you could find the key point. "I will keep my mouth shut about this matter. You don't need to tell me too much. I just want to know one thing. What is your relationship with Xiang Xiaolong?" Qin Feiyang asked telepathically. "Xiang Xiaolong?" Lu Xingqian was taken aback. He thought that Qin Feiyang would ask some sharp questions, but he didn't expect that he would ask such an insignificant person like Xiang Xiaolong. This person's thoughts were indeed hard to guess. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you know what happened to Zhao He back then?" Lu Xingqian said, "Of course I know. He is that mysterious battle master. In order to track him down, you spent a lot of effort, and he also slaughtered countless people in the Dong family. At that time the news was spread like wildfire. It was hard not to know." "That's right. At that time, in order to find out his identity, we really racked our brains. But I remember that one time, in order to lure him out, I set up a trap and waited outside the prison with Yan Nanshan. But at that time, Xiang Xiaolong and his men quarreled with Xiao Jian in the Divine Temple, and Yan Nanshan was sent away. Later I asked around. Someone told me that this dispute was because Xiang Xiaolong was jealous of Xiao Jian for Dongfangyu. Because of this, I went to meet Xiang Xiaolong. In the end, under my coercion, he told me that a woman arranged for him to do this. Later, Zhao He gave himself away and I caught him in the act. I thought the matter was over and didn't pay attention to it anymore. After all, it didn't matter whether I killed such a small character or not. But when I returned from Yunzhou that night, I suddenly found that things were far from as simple as I thought." Qin Feiyang telepathically said. Lu Xingqian's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, "What happened that night?" Qin Feiyang said, "I found that Xiang Xiaolong met with someone at the top of a mountain, and the person they were talking about was me. And the person who met with Xiang Xiaolong was you. How do you explain that?" Lu Xingqian's pupils shrank. He sighed and said, "I didn't expect that I would still be caught red-handed by you even though I was so cautious. Are you now suspecting that Zhao He and I are in cahoots?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't deny it." Lu Xingqian telepathically said, "I can tell you very responsibly that the matter with Xiang Xiaolong had nothing to do with me, Lu Xingqian. Because I was already dead at that time." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. Indeed, the matter with Xiang Xiaolong happened after Lu Xingqian's death. But for some reason he felt that it had something to do with Lu Xingqian. "Actually, my relationship with Xiang Xiaolong is very simple. He is just a chess piece that can do things for me. As for when I asked him to inquire about your situation, I admit that I had selfish motives. Because I know your identity, I have to know your whereabouts at all times. If you were unfortunately killed, wouldn't I have no one to repay my debt to? Lu Xingqian smiled telepathically. So, you are still protecting me? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. What else? Brother Qin, not everything is so complicated. Sometimes you have to think in a simpler way. Why do you have to rack your brains over some unimportant people or things? Lu Xingqian smiled. Qin Feiyang said, you have a hidden meaning in your words. You have to believe me. There really isn't. How about this? As a show of my sincerity, I will give you this jade crystal flower and the flower of death for free. Lu Xingqian was very straightforward. He directly handed the jade crystal flower to Qin Feiyang without any reluctance. I will accept the flower of death, but I don't want the jade crystal flower. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Because as long as he accepted the jade crystal flower, he and Lu Xingqian would be bound together. If Lu Xingqian was an upright person, it wouldn't matter. But the key was that this person had a lot of secrets. He couldn't get too close to him. Lu Xingqian was a little stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Qin Feiyang to refuse the jade crystal flower. One had to know that this was a rare treasure. Others couldn't have it even if they wanted it. After coming back to his senses, he smiled telepathically and said, without this jade crystal flower, how can you get the flower of death? Don't be polite with me. Take it. In this world, you are not the only one who has the jade crystal flower. Qin Feiyang patted his Jianghu bag, and a sparkling and translucent jade crystal flower instantly appeared. Lu Xingqian was surprised. He then shook his head and said, Brother Qin, you are very shrewd. Aren't you the same? You both want to take it for yourself. Why do you have to say such sarcastic words? Qin Feiyang didn't hide his sneer. Then he grabbed the jade crystal flower and the flower of death. He carefully pulled them out. When he grabbed the flower of death, an invisible energy surged into his palm and quickly spread to his limbs. This energy was the poison of the flower of death. However, at the same time, the jade crystal flower also surged with energy. It entered Qin Feiyang's body and removed the poison from the sea of death. Next, Qin Feiyang found a jade box and put the flower of death and the jade crystal flower into it. He sealed it and put it in his Jianghu bag. Boom. The sounds of battle in the distance had not dissipated. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, who ambushed you? Ambush? Lu Xingqian was taken aback, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, no? If that's the case, what's with the sounds of battle over there? Oh, you mean that? Lu Xingqian suddenly understood and said with a smile, we weren't ambushed. Wan Qiu and the others encountered a strong opponent. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I'm not too sure about the details. At that time, I only saw a very average-looking woman stop Wan Qiu and the others. She seemed to be from Fengzhou. Fatso and the others should still be there watching the show. Lu Xingqian said. Qin Feiyang said, did you run back at that time when Fatso and the others were not paying attention? Lu Xingqian shook his head and said with a smile, nothing can escape your eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently and said, let's go and see how strong that woman is. She even dared to stop Wan Qiu and the others. Her strength must be extraordinary, but we'd better not go together. Although we've spoken through voice transmissions and only the two of us know what we're talking about, you did not say those words through voice transmission. Lu Xingqian said. Qin Feiyang nodded. The original sentence was, I already know who you are. Don't you think you should kill me to silence me? Dongfang Wuhan and the others who were staying in the castle must have also heard this sentence. Now they were probably wondering who this mysterious person was. Therefore, if he and Lu Xingqian went together when Dong Xingyang and Fatso saw them, they would definitely ask why he was with Lu Xingqian. At that time, the people in the castle would naturally suspect Lu Xingqian. Since they had temporarily reconciled, of course, they should avoid as much trouble as possible. Well, you go first. If Dong Xingyang and the others want to ask, you can just find an excuse. I believe this won't be difficult for you. Qin Feiyang said. Thank you. Lu Xingqian cupped his hands and thanked him, then turned and quickly left. 3-star battle grandmaster. Perfect battle art. Spatial divine item. How many secrets is this person hiding? Looking at Lu Xingqian's back, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his brows tightly knitted. Before this, he only felt that Lu Xingqian was a little mysterious and did not pose much of a threat, but now he realized that the threat Lu Xingqian posed to him was far greater than the mystery. Sooner or later, I will dig out all your secrets and reveal your true colors. Chapter 630. Dozens of breaths later. Qin Feiyang came to a giant mountain. The mountain was about 5,000 to 6,000 feet tall and was the tallest mountain within a few miles. He flew to the top of the mountain and stood at the edge, overlooking the front. There was a vast plain in front of him. There were no trees on the plain, but there were weeds everywhere. Boom. Crack. The deafening sound of battle was heard continuously, like thunder. The sound came from the center of the plain. There was a fierce battle going on there at the moment. It was a man and a woman fighting, but because they were too far away, their faces could not be seen clearly. However, that man had a head of long red hair. He should be Wanqiu. A few hundred meters away from the battlefield, there were 4 figures standing side by side, watching the battle at the moment. The 4 of them were Feng Hua, Feng Wuxia, and the twin sisters. Qin Feiyang looked for a while and then looked away. Because it was too blurry, he could not see anything at all. It was better to find Fatso and the others first. So, he found Fatso and the others on a small hill not far away. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang leaped onto the roof and vaulted over the wall. Soon he arrived at the foot of the mountain. In another dozen breaths, he arrived at where Fatso and the others were. Who is it? Fatso immediately sensed someone approaching and turned his head, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, his expression suddenly froze. Why are there 2 bosses? Dong Xingyang and Wolf King knew in their hearts and were not surprised at all. However, the Black Dragon Snake and King Crocodile were also looking at the 2 Qin Feiyang in surprise like Fatso. Dong Xingyang was about to explain, but Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at Fatso. You have been with me for 5 to 6 years, so you should know me well. Now who is the real Qin Feiyang? Fatso stared blankly at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang from head to toe. The 2 of them had the same face, the same height, and the same clothes on their bodies. For a moment he really couldn't guess who was the real one. No. A person's appearance could be changed, but it was not so easy to hide one's eyes in nature. Thinking of this, Fatso observed carefully. Especially the look in the eyes of Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang. A moment later, he pointed at Dong Xingyang and said, "You're a fake." Dong Xingyang's expression stiffened. Frowning, he asked, "How do you know?" Because boss's eyes carry the vicissitudes of life as if he has seen through everything in the world. But in your eyes, Fat Lord doesn't notice this. If Fat Lord is right, you should be Dong Xingyang. Fatso chuckled. Dong Xingyang was stunned. Not only could he tell that he was a fake, but he could also directly determine his identity. How did Fatso do it? Could it be that he had a pair of fiery eyes? Dong Xingyang asked curiously, "How did you know that I'm Dong Xingyang?" Fatso said with a sinister smile, "It's your eyes. To be honest, your eyes are very special. There's a trace of darkness in your indifference. This means that your heart is not pure, right?" Your heart is not pure. Dong Xingyang's face twitched. Although he was not a good person, he was at least a reasonable person who knew right from wrong. Was it as bad as Fatso said? Rolling his eyes at Fatso, Dong Xingyang took a facial restoration pill and quickly restored his true appearance. "It's really you. Fatso was just joking just now. Don't take it seriously. Actually, your heart is not impure. It's just a little, yes, dirty, that's all." Fatso laughed sinisterly. "Get lost." Dong Xingyang's veins were bulging. It seemed dirty, but it was more unbearable than impure? The most outrageous thing was that he said that was all? Wasn't this an insult to his character? I was joking. Fat Lord swears in the name of boss that he has no ill intentions. Brother Dong, please don't be angry. Fatso said with an apologetic smile. In my name? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Dong Xingyang was even more furious. When did he become a brother? Top quality. The 2 shook their heads. The helplessness in their hearts could only turn into silent sighs. Qin Feiyang collected his thoughts and walked to Fatso's side. He looked at the battlefield in the center of the plain and asked, "How's the battle going?" Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice, "That woman is very powerful. Even Wanqiu was suppressed by her." What? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Standing at this position, he could clearly see the woman's true appearance. This woman was around 175 meters tall and wore a white dress. Her figure was very good and she was curvy where she should be, but her appearance was very ordinary. She was the kind of woman who wouldn't even look at her if she passed by. However, her temperament was outstanding. Her skin was also very soft. On the clothes on her chest, there was indeed the word Feng embroidered. And after Qin Feiyang's observation, Wanqiu was indeed being suppressed by this woman. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and shook his head. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Fatso and the others were bewildered. Qin Feiyang asked. That woman's Cultivation, is she a 3-star war master? That's right. Fatso nodded. She is a 3-star war master and Wan Xiu is also a 3-star war master. Furthermore, Wan Xiu has grasped a perfect support-type battle art. How could she be a match for Wan Xiu? Qin Feiyang said. Fatso and Dong Xingyang looked at each other. That's right. What was going on? It didn't make sense. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, where did Wan Xiu suffer a loss just now? Battle art. In the beginning they were evenly matched, but when they used their battle arts, Wan Xiu gradually fell into a disadvantage. According to my observation, if he didn't have a perfect support-type battle art, Wan Xiu would have already lost the ability to resist. Wolf King said with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Battle art. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Is this the strength of the number one person in Yuzhou? But suddenly, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that the woman had stopped and was looking at Wan Xiu with a trace of mockery in her black gem-like eyes. Moreover, after such a long battle, there wasn't even a speck of dust on her body. Her white dress was as white as snow. But Wan Xiu, on the other hand, was in a very sorry state. Not only were his clothes tattered, but his body was also covered in wounds and blood. Hearing the woman's words, Wan Xiu's eyebrows furrowed and he said in a low voice, if I remember correctly, this is the first time I've met you, but why did you call me by name? Call me by name? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Wolf King and Fatso in confusion. Wolf King said, when this woman stopped Wan Xiu, she did call Wan Xiu by name, but she never said the reason. That was strange. Wan Xiu was with Feng Hua and the others. Why didn't she call Feng Hua and the others but only Wan Xiu? Qin Feiyang looked up at the woman again, waiting for her answer. At the same time, Feng Hua and the others who were standing at the edge of the battlefield also wanted to know the reason. But the woman didn't answer and just looked at Wan Xiu. But for some reason, there was a trace of anger in her eyes. I don't like you. After a long time, the woman finally said the reason, but this reason made everyone's jaws drop. She attacked Wan Xiu because she didn't like him. Wasn't this woman too unique? Qin Feiyang couldn't help laughing. This woman was a bit interesting. However, Wan Xiu was burning with anger. He thought that this woman might have some hatred for him, but he didn't expect that it was because of such a ridiculous reason. She had gone too far. Most importantly, the number one person in Yuzhou was defeated by a woman, which made him feel ashamed. Boom. Wan Xiu's body shook, and a monstrous aura burst out. Then, he raised his arm and pointed his index finger in the air. His eyes burst with a shocking light and he shouted, Blood Soul Palm. Suddenly, a blood-red light spurted out from his fingertips, and a huge bloody palm appeared out of thin air in an instant. It's coming. This is Wan Xiu's strongest battle skill. That little girl definitely knows how to use a battle art. Quickly watch carefully. Wolf King reminded Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood soul palm, then his eyes firmly locked on the woman, looking forward to it. Still not giving up? The woman frowned, looking a little impatient. Who do you think you are? You think you can make me give up with your little ability? I'm telling you today, either you die or I die. Wan Xiu smiled coldly. The bloody giant hand above suddenly broke through the air, exuding an unparalleled murderous aura. Even the void here was dyed blood red. Ignorant. Seeing this, the woman shook her head and gently waved her hand. Rays of sword chi surged out and hovered around her. Her long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. At this time she was like a sharp blade, exuding a shocking sharpness. Condense. With a low shout, the sword chi around her surged into the sky and condensed into a 3-foot-long sword, shining with a dazzling light. That terrifying sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas, tearing the earth apart. Sacred Sword Judgment. The woman looked straight at Wan Xiu, her eyes shining with a terrifying light. She pressed her finger down, and the 3-foot-long thin sword cut through the sky, carrying thousands of rays of sword chi, and slashed at the bloody giant hand. Boom. The two collided. In the end, under Qin Feiyang's astonished gaze, the battle sword effortlessly cut the blood-colored giant hand into 2 halves, and then it quickly dissipated. This is... Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and his face was full of disbelief. What is this? Wolf King, Fatso, Dong Xingyang, Black Dragon Snake, and King Crocodile looked at him in surprise. A perfect battle technique. Qin Feiyang said word by word. What? Fatso and the others were shocked. What was going on? Were perfect battle techniques really rampant? Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in disbelief. Before entering the netherworld, he thought that only he, Fatso, Wolf King, and Lu Hong had perfect battle techniques in the 9 prefectures. He never expected that not only Wanqiu of Yuzhou, but also the people of Fengzhou had perfect battle techniques. It seemed that winning the battle of the 9 prefectures was more difficult than he thought. Qin Feiyang turned his gaze and looked at Wanqiu. Wanqiu was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest with both hands. Blood kept coming out of his mouth and his hair was disheveled. Obviously, the previous collision had caused fatal injuries to him. However, Chapter 631. Wolf King laughed sinisterly. Wanqiu has already gone crazy. I'm afraid he's going to activate his battle soul. Qin Feiyang said, when he activates his battle soul, you can find a chance to take it away from him. Do I need you to tell me that? Wolf King rolled his eyes at him. In this 9 provinces Great War, Wanqiu could be considered a peak expert with his strength. If his battle soul was taken away, then even if he was a 3-star war master and had a perfect support-type battle art, he would not be a threat. Boom. Wanqiu waved his hand and a bloody light flowed up like a tide, condensing into a sea of blood above his head, emitting a monstrous baleful aura. What kind of battle soul is this? Wolf King was bewildered. Other than the sea of blood, he did not see anything else. Could it be that Wanqiu's battle soul was this sea of blood? Fatso said, this is not a battle soul, it's his battle art. Brr. As soon as he finished, a beast-like roar sounded from the sea of blood. Following closely, a huge creature roared out from the sea of blood. It was a huge beast. Its entire body seemed to be made of rocks and it was dozens of feet tall. It was like a towering mountain lying horizontally in the sky. Its entire body was filled with a ruthless and bloody aura. Fatso explained, this battle art is called the Hellstone Beast. When we went ashore, Fat Lord used this battle art when he fought with him. Its lethality is not bad. Brr. The Hellstone Beast roared and swooped down towards the woman. However, the woman's expression was still calm as if she did not care at all. The Hellstone Beast arrived in an instant, its baleful aura overflowing. Clang. It was also at this moment. The woman suddenly attacked. With a wave of her jade-like hand, sword chi surged and a thin sword instantly condensed. Soul-shattering sword. Next, the woman grabbed the sword hilt and slashed at the air. With a wail, the Hellstone Beast was cut in half. Damn. Fatso's pupils constricted. This is also a perfect battle art. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This woman actually possessed 2 perfect slaughter battle arts. It was too inconceivable, too inconceivable. Wolf King said, Wanqiu will only have a chance of winning if he activates his battle soul. Maybe even if he activates his battle soul, he still won't be a match for that little girl. The strength that the woman had displayed was something that even it was wary of. True enough, Wanqiu had activated his battle soul. Wah! Waves of bloody light surged out from Wanqiu's back and gathered in the air, forming a surging sea of blood. Hell Demon God. Following his furious roar, the sea of blood swiftly gathered and formed 100 zhang tall crimson figure. The blood shadow was in the shape of a human, but it did not have a face. Its body was only an outline, but it was like a true demon that had broken through the world, emitting a monstrous demonic aura. Qin Feiyang frowned as he looked at the Wolf King and said, his fighting soul seems to be somewhat similar to yours. Are you blind? Other than the fact that it doesn't have a face, what do you think is similar? The Wolf King rolled his eyes and continued, but this kind of fighting soul is usually very heaven-defying. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it suspiciously. I've studied it for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. The reason why my battle soul can't manifest its true body is because I'm not strong enough. I think Wanqiu's battle soul is the same. Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang and the others narrowed their eyes. Clang. There was a deafening explosion. Soon after, Qin Feiyang and the others sensed an earth-shattering sharpness surging toward them with earth-shattering momentum. They looked up and saw a flash of sword light rushing out from behind the woman. In the flash of sword light, there was a pocket-sized sword the size of a thumb. It was crystal clear as if it was carved out of crystal. Is this her battle soul? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. No matter how they looked at it, this pocket-sized sword could not be compared to Wanqiu's battle soul. Boom. However, to their surprise, when the 2 battle souls collided, Wanqiu's battle soul was directly suppressed by the pocket-sized sword. Dong Xingyang sighed. This woman is powerful. Wolf King said, Little Qin Zi, she will definitely become a strong opponent. Should we kill them together? Before Qin Feiyang could speak, Fatso said, Nonsense, of course we have to kill them. Brother Wolf, take away their battle souls. Anyone who entered the 9th level of the underworld had only one purpose: to enter the imperial capital. In order to enter the imperial capital, whether it was people from the other major states or their fellow disciples, they were all enemies. Wait a little longer. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Now was not the best time to make a move. In the sky above the plain, due to the fierce collision of the two battle souls, a terrifying destructive force was born. The ground trembled, cracked, and collapsed. After a few breaths, Wan Qiu's battle soul was finally defeated and showed signs of collapsing. This was absolutely not allowed, because once the battle soul disintegrated, it would definitely cause fatal damage to Wan Qiu. Innate divine power, demon god's hand. His face was ferocious as he roared into the sky. The demon god of hell standing in the sky suddenly stretched out his giant hand and slapped at the pocket-sized sword. Demonic power surged and shook all directions. At the same time, the giant hand released an invisible force that surged toward the woman. The moment the invisible force enveloped the woman, her expression changed. Qin Feiyang was surprised. One had to know that from the beginning to the end, this woman had been calm and collected. But now her face had changed. What had happened? Fatso said in a deep voice, "The battle chi in her body has been sealed." Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. What do you mean? Wan Qiu's battle soul's innate divine power has a terrifying power. Anyone who is hit by it will have their battle chi and sea of chi sealed and unable to use it. When Fat Lord fought with him, he did not know beforehand and almost suffered a huge loss. Fatso said. What? Isn't this similar to the effect of the divine gravity metal? Dong Xingyang exclaimed. Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, then how can we break his innate divine power? If she could not use battle chi, she could not perform battle arts. In other words, even if the woman had perfect battle arts, she could not use them now. There's only one way. Destroy his battle soul. Although his innate divine power is terrifying, it has a flaw. It can only seal battle chi, not battle soul. However, you have to have a stronger battle soul than him. Otherwise all your methods will be in vain. Fatso said. Wolf King said, if that's the case, that little girl's battle soul should be able to do it. Who knows? Fatso shrugged. He had personally experienced Wan Qiu's strength, and it was not something ordinary people could compare to. As for that woman, he had not fought her personally, so he could not say for sure. In the blink of an eye, the giant hand of the demon god of hell had already landed above the woman's head. The terrifying demonic power caused the ground here to sink continuously. The woman raised her head and looked at the falling giant hand, her pupils constricting. But suddenly, she retracted her gaze and looked at Wan Qiu, saying, "You're not bad. No wonder you dare to attack the people of the spiritual state repeatedly." Wan Qiu grinned sinisterly. Since you mentioned the spiritual state, let me tell you, soon your Feng state will be the next spiritual state. Is that so? But why do I see that your Yu state and Kong state are fleeing from Qin Feiyang of the spiritual state? The woman smiled mockingly. At the mention of Qin Feiyang's name, Wan Qiu's eyes burst with intense hatred. Feng Hua, Feng Wuxia and the twin sisters were also furious. Dong Xingyang smiled. It seems that they are very dissatisfied with you. Yes. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Suddenly he thought of someone. Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen left before him, but why wasn't he here yet? Was he plotting something in secret? Just as he was deep in thought, the woman on the battlefield made her move. She waved her hand and shouted, "Innate divine power, sword realm." Although the battle aura in her body was sealed, her body was not. Clang. As soon as she said that, the pocket-sized sword in the sky suddenly trembled and emitted a dazzling light. Immediately after, wisps of sword energy appeared and shot out in all directions. In just an instant, a sword chi barrier that was hundreds of meters wide appeared out of nowhere, trapping Wan Qiu and the hell demon god inside. Is there a point to this? Wan Qiu sneered. You'll know soon enough whether it's meaningful or not. The woman glanced at him indifferently and looked into the void. Her eyes gradually turned sharp. Clang. Suddenly, it turned out that countless battle swords had appeared in the empty void. Each of the swords was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. They seemed to be made of cold iron and exuded a sharp aura that could destroy the world. Whoosh. Immediately after, the sea of battle swords turned into streams of light and met the gigantic hand of the demon of hell. Boom. The two collided like comets and shook the world. In terms of power, the battle swords could not compare to the gigantic hand. However, there were many battle swords and they were endless. In less than 5 breaths. With a loud bang, the gigantic hand disintegrated. Immediately after, the densely packed battle swords swarmed towards Wuxia's war soul, the demon of hell. Boom. The demon of hell disintegrated in less than 5 breaths. Wuxia's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What he found most unacceptable was that not a single battle sword in the sword realm was missing. The power of each of these battle swords is comparable to a perfect grade battle art. Even if they shatter, they will reappear with a thought from me. You can understand it this way. As long as the sword realm is not broken and the sword soul is not destroyed, the battle swords will be endless. This is my innate ability, the sword realm. How does it feel? The woman stood proudly on the ground and looked at Wuxia indifferently. That contemptuous gaze and cold and arrogant attitude caused Wuxia to be infuriated to the extreme, and he roared, "Then I'll blast apart the sword domain, shatter the sword soul, and make you die a graveless death." Boom. He was completely mad. 2 streams of battle chi poured out of his body like torrents. One stream of battle chi blasted towards the barrier of the sword realm. The other stream of battle chi blasted towards the small sword floating in the middle of the sword realm. Give up. In here, all attacks are futile unless you have absolute strength. The woman shook her head. The battle swords floating in the air moved together and lunged towards the 2 streams of battle chi. In the end, before the 2 streams of battle chi could get close to the small sword and the barrier of the sword realm, they were completely destroyed. Damn, isn't this little girl a little too fierce? Seeing this scene, Wolf King's eyes almost popped out. Qin Feiyang and the others were also dumbfounded. They had always thought that the Serene Prefecture and Kong Prefecture were their biggest threat. Chapter 632. The woman's strength not only shocked Qin Feiyang and the others, but also shocked Feng Wuxia and the other 3 from the Kong state. After being with Wuxia for so long, they knew Wuxia's strength better than anyone else. Although he wasn't an invincible king, he was one of the top masters in the 9 states tournament. But in front of this woman he couldn't resist at all. She was ridiculously strong. Seeing that Wuxia was in danger, Feng Hua's heart sank and said, "Don't just stand there, go save him." Save him? Feng Wuxia froze and shook his head. "Go if you want, I don't want to get burned." What a joke. Even Wuxia, who had a perfect auxiliary battle art, was no match for this woman, let alone him, a 2-star combat grandmaster. Going there would be humiliating himself. Feng Hua frowned and said, "Don't forget, we have an alliance." Feng Wuxia said, "An alliance depends on the cost." The meaning was obvious. Wuxia was the only one left in the Yuzhou state, and Wuxia couldn't even protect himself, so he didn't have the capital to form an alliance with the Kong state. Feng Hua glanced at Feng Wuxia and then looked up at the crazy Wuxia and said in a low voice, "I still think we should save him." What? Feng Wuxia raised his eyebrows. "Our opponents are very strong now. Let's not talk about this woman, just the people of the spiritual state, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and that rogue wolf are not people we can deal with." Although Wuxia is no match for this woman, he is still a 3-star combat grandmaster and has a perfect battle art. Continuing to form an alliance with him will only benefit us. Feng Hua said in a low voice. Makes sense. Hearing this, the 2 sisters nodded in agreement, but their hearts were filled with emotions. Back then, when they first met the people of the spiritual state, they were nothing in their eyes. But in just a short time, the overall strength of the spiritual state had increased. Now, it was no longer them who chased after the people of the spiritual state, but the people of the spiritual state who chased after them. It could even be said that they could only run away when they saw the people of the spiritual state. Feng Wuxia pondered for a moment and said, "Since you insist on making a move, then make it quick. Don't dawdle." He couldn't touch Tiger's butt. At this moment, this woman was like a tigress. After saving Wuxia, she had to leave immediately. The 3 fire beacon elders nodded. In the blink of an eye, within the sword domain, Wuxia bombarded the sword domain barrier like a madman. The woman's expression did not change. She looked at him quietly with a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Don't waste your energy. With your current state, it's impossible for you to shatter the sword domain. It's getting late. It's time to send you away from this world." The woman raised her head to look at the sky, and a trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in her dark eyes. The densely packed battle swords in the void suddenly turned into a dazzling sword light that surged toward Wuxia. The terrifying sword light was earth-shattering and instantly drowned Wuxia, causing him to feel cold all over. "Why? What?" Wuxia roared. He would never believe that this woman was targeting him just because she didn't like him. There must be other reasons. "Why?" the woman muttered to herself. After a moment of silence, she suddenly sent a voice transmission. You can only blame yourself for being blind and provoking a man you can't afford to provoke. Oh. Wuxia roared. Someone you know very well? The woman abruptly turned her head to the side and saw Feng Wuxia and the other three rushing over. There are so many people who want to die. However, even if you don't come, I won't let you go after I kill this person. The woman whispered. Although it was a whisper, it was clearly heard by Wuxia, causing his mind to be greatly shaken. It turned out that this woman's target was not only him, but also Feng Wuxia and the other three. You're really arrogant. Wuxia stared at the woman and said in a bone-chilling tone. Arrogant? Why don't I think so? Maybe our views are different. In my eyes, the people I'm killing now are just unimportant people. The woman said indifferently, full of contempt. I'm unimportant? Wuxia's eyes turned red when he heard this. Accompanied by a loud bang, a monstrous blood-red light roared out from his body. The battle soul reappeared. Demon God's hand kill. With a roar, the demon god of hell immediately stretched out its giant hand and slapped at the sword light with shocking demonic power. An invisible force spread out and imprisoned the woman's battle chi. Actually, he had already calmed down. After all, how could the strongest person in Yuzhou be so weak? He was purely stalling for time. Because the woman already had the intention to kill, if he did not think of a way to stall for time, he would probably die in the woman's hands before Feng Wuxia and the other three arrived. Boom. The giant hand slammed down fiercely, shattering the swords one by one, but the giant hand was also collapsing. Hurry up. At the same time, Fire Beacon secretly sent a voice transmission to Feng Wuxia and the twin sisters. A few hundred meters was nothing to the battle sect. Before the demon god of hell's giant hand collapsed, they rushed over and stood a dozen meters away from the sword domain. Boom. Without hesitation, the four of them activated their battle souls. Feng Wuxia's battle soul, Fire Phoenix. Fire Beacon's battle soul, Golden God of War. The twin sisters' battle souls were both ice phoenixes. They were dozens of feet tall and seemed to be cast from ice. Their ferocity was unparalleled. When the four battle souls appeared, the demon god of hell's giant hand completely collapsed. Wuxia spat out blood and his internal organs were injured. At this moment he was extremely weak. Fire Beacon roared, Wuxia, hold on for a while longer. Let's attack from the inside and crush the sword domain. Don't worry, I'm tough. No one can kill me. Wuxia laughed sinisterly. Brr. The demon god of hell standing above him suddenly turned around and punched the barrier. Break. Feng Wuxia and the other three roared. The four battle souls moved together with a monstrous might and attacked the sword domain. This is a good opportunity. At the same time, Fatso's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Brother Wolf, this is a godsend opportunity. Hurry up and attack. As long as they took away their battle souls, they would not be a match for them even if they had heaven-defying abilities. Wolf King was also very tempted. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked for Qin Feiyang's opinion. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said without hesitation, attack. The opportunity was fleeting and he could not hesitate. Moreover, this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Wolf King laughed sinisterly. A bright golden light appeared behind him and surged into the sky like a waterfall. In the blink of an eye, the golden beast shadow appeared. The peerlessly terrifying ferocious might was like the raging waves of a vast ocean, surging out in all directions. What's going on? At that moment, the woman, Wuxia and Feng Wuxia all looked over in surprise. Seeing the golden beast shadow, Feng Wuxia's expression changed and he roared, Oh no, it's the battle soul of Ruffian Wolf. Ruffian Wolf. Does that mean Qin Feiyang is here too? They hurriedly looked down at the golden beast shadow. When Qin Feiyang and the others entered their line of sight, a sense of despair rose in their hearts. The woman from Fengzhou was already very difficult to deal with. Now that Qin Feiyang and the others were here, was there any chance of survival? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, We meet again so soon, we are truly fated. To hell with this fate. Their faces darkened and they could not help but curse in their hearts. Suddenly, Feng Wuxia seemed to have thought of something and shouted, Quickly withdraw your battle souls. Deprive. But it was too late. With Wolf King's low roar, the golden beast shadow suddenly opened its mouth. Wuxia and the others and the woman's battle souls immediately flew uncontrollably into the mouth. Haha. We've struck it big this time. Fatso shouted excitedly. Originally, they only planned to deprive the woman and Wuxia of their battle souls. They did not expect Feng Wuxia and the others to also activate their battle souls at this time. Wasn't this a dish delivered to their door? Damn it. Bastard. Beast, I won't forgive you. But Wan Qiu and the others roared again and again. Their faces were pale. However, the woman in Feng Zhou was somewhat unfathomable. She curiously looked at Wolf King, as if she was not worried about her battle soul being deprived. Suddenly, her gaze turned and fell on Qin Feiyang's face. There was a faint smile on her face. Qin Feiyang, we finally meet. The woman muttered to herself and cupped her hands. I hope Brother Qin and Wolf King can be merciful. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and smiled. What's the reason? There is no reason. The woman shook her head. Qin Feiyang said, then there's no other way. You're still the same as before. Cold and ruthless to outsiders. The woman murmured. Not only was she not angry, the smile on her face became even brighter. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. What was this woman smiling about? Boom. But suddenly, a powerful aura emerged from the forest on the left side of the plain. There's someone else? Everyone was shocked and looked in the direction of the sound. They immediately saw a bright beam of light piercing through the air like lightning. Boom. That beam of light carried a great power and instantly destroyed the battle souls of Wan Qiu and the others. Lu Xingqian. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Let's go. At the same time, Feng He roared, turned around and fled into the depths. Feng Wuxia, the sisters, and Wan Qiu also quickly retreated and soon disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Fatso, Dong Xingyang, Black Dragon Snake, go after Wan Qiu and the others. Wolf King roared in exasperation. Then he used the void escape step and rushed to the forest on the left side of the plain. But then, Qin Feiyang said, don't chase. Wolf King and Fatso were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang did not explain and looked up at the woman. Coincidentally, the woman also looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin, you're not going to bully a weak woman like me, are you? Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, do you think you're weak? The woman smiled and said, in front of others my strength is SOSO, but in front of Brother Qin, I really don't have much confidence. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, then why aren't you nervous at all? You're not a man-eating demon, why should I be nervous? The woman asked. Qin Feiyang said, but many people say that I'm a demon. The woman said, that's someone else, not me. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. This woman was indeed a bit interesting. He said, may I know Mrs. name? This? The woman hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, you'll know in the future. Goodbye. Then, the woman turned around, took a mysterious step, and quickly disappeared from the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Looking at the woman's back, the smile on Qin Feiyang's face instantly disappeared, and his pupils contracted tightly. Wolf King also stared at the woman's back and said in a deep voice, Little Qin Zi, you noticed it too, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 633. Auxiliary battle arts and killing battle arts were all at the perfect level. What was the background of this woman? Wolf King suddenly transmitted his voice, Little Qin Zi, are there many perfect battle arts in the capital? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and frowned. Do you suspect that she is from the capital? Then tell me, is there any other explanation? Wolf King asked back. Qin Feiyang said, there are indeed many perfect battle arts in the capital, but we can't judge that she is from the capital. What? Wolf King was puzzled. If she is from the capital, why is she in Feng State and why did she participate in the Battle of the 9 Provinces? Besides, there are no perfect battle arts in the 9 provinces, but it doesn't mean that there are none in other places. For example, places like the Forgotten Land. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Wolf King nodded without leaving a trace. What Qin Feiyang said was indeed reasonable. Whoosh. At this moment, there was a sound of something breaking through the air. Everyone looked over and saw a young man in white galloping out of the jungle on the other side. It was Lu Xingqian. Fatso and the others were surprised. When did Lu Xingqian leave? You are really careless. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at them. The man had just slipped away in front of him, but they didn't react until now. However, it was also because of the carelessness of Fatso and the others that he knew that Lu Xingqian was the mysterious man. So, Lu Xingqian came to them and said with a smile, is it over? What's the result? Qin Feiyang coldly looked at Lu Xingqian and said, in the end, that mysterious person messed things up again. Lu Xingqian looked a little embarrassed and said, it seems that this mysterious man has been secretly watching us. Humph, you'd better not let me catch you. Wolf King coldly snorted and said in a deep voice, Where did you go just now? The mysterious man appeared twice, but you disappeared inexplicably. Is this a coincidence? Earlier, I suddenly saw a figure flash by in the forest here, so I went over to take a look. In the end, I realized that I was seeing things. Lu Xingqian shook his head and smiled. Human shadow? Everyone was bewildered. Fatso frowned. Then why didn't you tell us? Lu Xingqian said, I'm just afraid of alerting the enemy. You are really bold. If there was really an expert hiding there, with your strength as a 7-stars combat emperor, I'm afraid you would have died without a burial place. Wolf King sneered. Even if there is, he wouldn't dare to make a move. After all of you are here. If there is any movement, you will immediately notice it. Lu Xingqian smiled. Fatso and the others were still doubtful. Because it was too much of a coincidence, it was hard to believe. Okay. Cut the crap. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingqian looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully and said with a smile, let the king crocodile carry us. We can also cultivate on the way. Qin Feiyang nodded. The group jumped onto the king crocodile's back one after another. Lu Xingqian ordered, and the king crocodile strode forward and flew into the depths of the forest. Qin Feiyang stood at the front with his hands behind his back, looking into the depths of the forest. His dark eyes were incomparably deep. Lu Xingqian looked at his back and walked to Qin Feiyang. He transmitted his voice, don't you want to ask me something? Qin Feiyang said, if I ask, will you answer? No. Lu Xingqian shook his head. Then do I need to ask? However, just because I didn't ask doesn't mean I don't care. I don't care what you do, but don't do anything to hurt us. Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lu Xingqian nodded. You better know what you're doing. Qin Feiyang looked at him meaningfully, then turned to Fatso and Wolf King. He said, I'm going to the castle. You guys cultivate outside. Okay. The man and beast nodded. They also knew the purpose of Qin Feiyang going to the castle. Alchemy scripture. 6-word formula. Because he had broken through to War Master, Qin Feiyang could open the next page of the alchemy scripture and 6-word formula. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang flashed and disappeared without a trace. The exposed castle also landed on the king crocodile's back and continued to move forward. Inside the castle. Brother Qin, who is that mysterious man? As soon as Qin Feiyang entered, Shenlong and the others surrounded him, their eyes full of surprise. I don't know either. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You don't know? Everyone was stunned. Jianghu was puzzled. Then why did you say that you already know who he is? I did see him, but he was wearing a mask. I said that to scare him, but he didn't fall for it. Qin Feiyang said, looking helpless. He guessed that these people would definitely ask, so he thought of an answer in advance. I see. Everyone suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang looked up at the iron box on the altar, then looked at the crowd and said, now that we've left the swamp and everyone's strength has improved during this period of cultivation, we can't always stay here. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Qin Feiyang was obviously asking them to leave. But the key was that it was too dangerous outside, and many people didn't want to leave. Shenlong said, Brother Qin is right. If we keep hiding here, then what's the point of coming to the 9 Nether Yellow Springs? Wu Yin snorted. You're a 1-star battle master now, so of course you have the right to say that. But we're all war emperors. Su Yang smiled flatteringly. Senior Brother Qin, why don't you do a good deed and help everyone break through to the Battle Master realm? As soon as he said that, those who hadn't broken through to the Battle Master realm couldn't help but have green light in their eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and said, if I don't help you, are you going to stay here and not leave? We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Wu Yen and the others hurriedly waved their hands, their faces full of fear. I think that's what you're thinking. Let me give you a kind advice. Don't be so ungrateful. I've already done my best to bring you here safely. Also, I'm not begging you to leave, I'm throwing you out. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he really threw Wu Yen and the others out. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Hong and the others, Ren Wushuang, Shenlong, Jianghu, and Shen Mei were left in the castle. Sigh. I really feel sorry for these people. Shenlong sighed. There's nothing I can do about it. That's how the human heart is. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and warned, Ren Wushuang has already reached the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he will stay in the castle for now. After you go out, pay more attention to Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong's movements. The three of them nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and after sending the three of them out of the castle, he turned and walked towards the altar. At this moment, Lu Hong opened his eyes and asked, Qin Feiyang, You really don't know who that mysterious person is? Qin Feiyang replied without turning his head, I know, it's Lu Xingqian. It's actually him. Lu Hong's gaze trembled. At the same time, Ren Wushuang, Lin Yi, Luo Qianxue, and the pangolin also opened their eyes. Their hearts were full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, this person is not simple. You have to be extra careful when facing him in the future. They nodded. Then, they didn't ask anything, closed their eyes and continued to cultivate. Qin Feiyang also cut his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, opened the iron box, took out the pill scripture and Chengkuan pouch, and then opened the 6-word divine formula. When he turned to the 3rd page, a terrifying murderous aura surged out like a tide. On the page there was a vigorous and powerful word with murderous aura. At the same time, after separating from Qin Feiyang and the others, the woman from Feng State rushed straight to the south. After a few hundred breaths, she stopped in front of a mountain peak about 1,000 feet high, looked up at the mountain peak and rushed towards the mountain peak. On the edge of a cliff on the top of the mountain, there was a woman in white standing against the wind. Her appearance was not outstanding, but her temperament was very unique. After the woman who fought with Wan Qiu reached the top of the mountain, she ran towards the woman on the cliff and smiled, I'm back. The woman in white turned around and asked with concern, How are you? Are you hurt? How can I be hurt? If it weren't for Qin Feiyang and Wolf King coming to join in the fun, none of the people from Yuzhou and Kong State will leave here alive. The woman said disdainfully, looking quite arrogant. I know you are powerful. The woman in white smiled and asked, Did Qin Feiyang recognize you? No. But he did ask for my name. The woman said. Then how did you answer? The woman in white said. I didn't say anything. Don't worry, I won't show any flaws. What's more, even if I show a flaw, he won't know who I am. After all, so many years have passed. The woman smiled mischievously. The woman in white shook her head and said, It's not that I'm worried, it's that old man. It's better to be careful in the future. After all, Qin Feiyang's insight is terrifying. If there are too many flaws, he will find out sooner or later. All right, I'll try my best to be careful in the future. The woman nodded. At the same time, deep in the forest, Wan Qiu sat cross-legged on a black rock to heal his wounds. Fire Beacon and the other 3 stood by his side to protect him. Suddenly, Fire Beacon frowned and said, Wan Qiu, did that woman tell you why she attacked you? Wan Qiu opened his eyes and said, She didn't attack me, she attacked us. What? The 4 of them were shocked. This is what she told me personally. After killing me, she will kill you guys. The reason is that we provoked a man we can't afford to offend. Wan Qiu said in a deep voice. A man we can't afford to offend? The 4 of them frowned. Wan Qiu said, I'm guessing that this man might be someone from the spirit state. Why do you say that? The 4 of them were puzzled. Wan Qiu said, Because in the netherworld, we can only make enemies with the people of the spirit state. The 4 of them nodded. That was indeed the case, but who was it? Feng Wuxia suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Could it be Qin Feiyang? Fire Beacon shook his head and said, It's hard to tell. After all, Qin Feiyang is not the only man in the spirit state. Don't guess. The truth will be revealed sooner or later. The most important thing now is to think of a way to avoid these people. Xuanning and her sister said. Yeah, from the previous situation, the people of the spirit state really want to kill us. If it was before, it wouldn't matter, but now, at this point, Fire Beacon couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, he was very regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have provoked those people from the spirit state. Wan Qiu and the others also fell silent. The current spirit state was no longer what it used to be. It was no longer something they could shake. Phew. Fire Beacon let out a long sigh and said, How about this? Let's find a place to hide first and let Qin Feiyang and the others walk in front. After they leave, we'll continue on our way. If we encounter them in the future, we'll try to avoid them. Right. Hearing this, Wan Qiu and the others' eyes turned red. This kind of behavior was undoubtedly a great humiliation to proud sons of heaven like them. Chapter 634. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. He had always wanted to cultivate the 3rd divine art. But now, looking at the introduction of the 3rd god art, he couldn't help but frown as if he was hesitating. The 3rd divine art was called the kill art. According to the book, the kill art had the ability to increase one's cultivation. Moreover, it could increase one's cultivation by 1 realm. That's right. It could increase one's cultivation by 1 realm. Speaking of which, Qin Feiyang should be happy to have such an incredible power. Why was he hesitating? The reason was that the kill art was extremely bloody. The essence of the kill art was to absorb the blood of living beings to increase one's cultivation. The more blood one absorbed, the more one's cultivation would increase. In other words, to increase one's cultivation, one had to kill living beings. The book did not record in detail how much blood one had to absorb to increase one's cultivation by one realm. However, he did not expect that the blood of one or two living beings would not be enough. Although Qin Feiyang admitted that he wasn't a good person, he really couldn't do it if he wanted to wantonly slaughter innocent creatures. The kill art was too vicious and murderous. He did not dare to cultivate it. After a while, Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and looked away. He flipped to the 3rd page of the Pill Sutra and read it in detail. There were a total of 28 elixir recipes recorded on it. The dust-forgetting elixir could make one forget everything in the past, which was called amnesia. The dust-forgetting elixir could restore lost memories. The blood coagulation elixir could restore lost blood. It was similar to the life-blood elixir, but its effect was better than the life-blood elixir. The Ghost King elixir could directly destroy a living being's cultivation by one realm. There were also the Essence Soul elixir to repair the Sea of Consciousness and the Spirit Sea elixir to repair the Sea of Qi. In short, all the elixirs that Qin Feiyang had heard of were on it. He also looked at the Essence Soul elixir recipe. A total of 18 herbs were needed. The Jade Crystal Flower and the Death Flower were tied for first place. The other 16 herbs were also extremely precious. He did not have any of them on him at the moment. As he continued to read, his eyes suddenly locked onto the last 2 elixir recipes. He had never heard of these 2 elixirs before. One was the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir, and the other was the Small Creation elixir. Boom. Qin Feiyang was just about to read the annotations of the 2 pills in detail, but at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted. A breakthrough? He hurriedly looked at Ren Wushuang. At this moment, Ren Wushuang's soft and beautiful black hair fluttered in the air, her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, and her tender skin was suffused with strands of hazy radiance, causing her to seem extraordinarily stunning. Whoosh! A dozen breaths later, Ren Wushuang also opened his eyes, and there was a trace of excitement on his face. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Congratulations, sis. Now that I've also opened the door of potential, my cultivation speed will definitely not be any slower than yours." "Congratulations indeed." Ren Wushuang stood up, his face full of smiles. He was very happy. Yes. Sister, your talent is extraordinary and rarely seen in 10,000 years. Who would dare to compare themselves to you? Wouldn't that be asking for a snub? Qin Feiyang chuckled. Cut it out. Ren Wushuang rolled her eyes at him, looked at the pill scripture and asked, "Did you find any more miraculous pills?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He would not hide anything from Ren Wushuang. Let me take a look. Ren Wushuang curiously walked to the front of the pill scripture and looked at all the pill formulas carefully. In the end, his gaze locked onto the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir and the Small Creation elixir. Isn't this the same as the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon pill and the Potential elixir? Suddenly, she said in surprise. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was slightly startled. After taking a closer look, it was indeed the case. The 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir had the miraculous effect of allowing war masters or war saints to break through their cultivation. The Small Creation elixir was specially used to open the door of potential for war masters and war saints. In short, the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir and the Small Creation elixir were the upgraded versions of the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon elixir and the Potential elixir. However, when he saw the success rate of the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir, Qin Feiyang's eyes froze, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, and his joy disappeared. Although the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir could allow one to break through their cultivation, it could not be compared to the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon elixir and the Scarlet Fire-Colored Glass elixir, because the probability was too low. According to the introduction, the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir without elixir veins only had a 5% success rate. The 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir with 1 elixir vein had a 10% success rate. 2 elixir veins had a 20% success rate. 3 elixir veins had a 30% success rate, and so on. In other words, only a divine pill with more than 9 elixir veins and a dragon-shaped elixir qi had a 10% success rate. And now, Qin Feiyang could only refine a pill with 4 elixir veins, which was not even half of the success rate. And even if it was a divine pill, it could only allow one to break through a small realm. As for the Small Creation elixir, it was the same as the 9 Transformation Dragon Blood elixir. It required a Small Creation elixir to open the door to one's potential. Unbelievable. Ren Wushuang was shocked to the extreme. He closed the pill scripture and looked at the signature on the cover. Just who was this Wu Tian, to be able to create so many miraculous pills? But when she turned her head and saw the disappointed Qin Feiyang, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, not to mention the 9 transformation dragon blood elixirs pill formula, even this name no one has ever heard of it, you should be satisfied. Yeah, I should be satisfied. Qin Feiyang nodded, opened the pill scripture again, and read the 9 transformation dragon blood elixirs medicinal ingredients in detail. However, just by seeing the first medicinal ingredient of the 9 transformation dragon blood elixir, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said angrily, how is it possible to find this kind of medicinal ingredient? Ren Wushuang lowered his head to look and nodded, it is indeed harder than ascending to the heavens. Because the first medicinal ingredient was dragon blood. Moreover, it had to be the blood of a true dragon, not even the blood of a flood dragon. One had to know. Dragons had always been legends and no one had ever seen one before. Where could one find dragon blood? Isn't this making things difficult? Qin Feiyang shook his head and continued reading. The 9 transformation dragon blood elixir required a total of 66 medicinal ingredients. Apart from the dragon blood, he had seen the other medicinal ingredients in the Imperial Palace's medicinal treasure vault. But in the 9 prefectures it was extremely rare. It seems that it is impossible to refine the 9 Chu yellow dragon elixir in a short period of time. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, looked at the medicinal ingredients of the small creation pill, and his eyes widened again. The top 3 medicinal ingredients were actually the 10,000-year 9 suns flower, 10,000-year blood ginseng, and 10,000-year snow crystal. Qin Feiyang was no stranger to these 3 medicinal ingredients. Because the 3 main medicinal ingredients of the potential elixir were these, they were not very rare. It was estimated that Fatso had ready-made medicinal ingredients on him now. But the crux of the problem was that refining the small creation pill required 10,000-year 9 suns flower, blood ginseng, and snow crystal. 10,000 years. The Great Qin Empire had only been established for 10,000 years, where could they find these medicinal ingredients? It was simply impossible. Qin Feiyang patiently read it in detail, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the conditions to refine these 2 pills were very harsh, there were still praiseworthy aspects. Take the small creation pill for example. Even if one failed to open the door of potential the first time, they would not explode and die. Moreover, they could continue to take the small creation pill and try to open the door of potential again. In short, as long as one had enough small creation pills, they would be able to open it sooner or later. The main problem now was the medicinal ingredients. But these medicinal ingredients were basically hopeless in the 9 prefectures. The only place that could possibly have them was the imperial capital. However, Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry. It was clearly written that it was also effective for battle saints. And now he was only a 1-star battle ancestor, a full realm away from battle saints. He still had a lot of time to collect these medicinal ingredients. He looked at the bottom of the page. As expected, there was a row of small words. Step into the Battle Emperor realm and you can flip to the next page. Next. He closed the pill scripture and stopped thinking about the problem of medicinal ingredients. His gaze shifted to the 6-word divine arts. In the corner at the bottom of the kill formula, there was also a row of small words. Only after breaking through to the Battle Emperor realm would one be able to flip to the next page and cultivate the 4th divine arts. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang still decided to copy the kill formula. Although the kill formula was too bloody, it could be used as a trump card to help him turn the situation around in a critical moment. Moreover, to Qin Feiyang who yearned for strength, it was a great fortune. However, the amount of battle chi required to copy the kill formula was even greater than that of the return formula and battle formula. Qin Feiyang was still a battle master and possessed 3 types of battle chi. However, in less than an hour the battle chi in his chi si was completely used up. However, it wasn't a big problem. Because he had a lot of battle chi pills and a lot of battle chi pills medicinal ingredients, it was enough for him to copy the kill formula. While Qin Feiyang was copying the kill formula, Fatso and the others were also slowly advancing. Along the way they gradually encountered all kinds of fierce beasts. However, the strength of these fierce beasts was still within the acceptable range of the group. However, as the days passed, the strength of the fierce beasts they encountered became stronger and stronger. At the beginning, with Dong Xingyang, Shenlong and the others taking action, Fatso and Wolf King could still cultivate in peace. But on the 10th day 5 4-star Battlemaster fierce beasts jumped out to block their way, directly injuring Dong Xingyang and the others. As a result, Fatso and Wolf King were unable to cultivate. And with their current strength, the 4-star battlemaster fierce beasts were no longer a threat to them. Just the fatty alone was enough to deal with them easily. Thus, after a month of hurrying, the group finally walked out of the forest without any mishap. In front of the forest there was a vast plain. However, the entire plain was barren and the soil was black as if it was dyed with ink. The blood mist that filled the air was thicker and the visibility was only about 50 meters. Moreover, there was a gloomy and cold aura everywhere as if it was from hell. Fatso and the others jumped down from the king crocodile's back one after another. Looking at the plain in front of them, they did not dare to rashly step into it. Because the plain was too quiet, there was no noise at all. Coupled with the blood mist in the air, it formed a very strange atmosphere that made one's hair stand on end. Everyone be careful. Also don't leave the team. If anything happens, Fat Lord and Brother Wolf will not save you. Fatso said in a deep voice. He, who had always been frivolous, was also incomparably cautious at this moment. Even Wolf King was the same. His eyes were full of vigilance. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Fatso waved his hand. The group maintained their formation and slowly walked into the plain. Their ears were alert and their eyes were looking in all directions, as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the plain was unexpectedly calm. After walking for nearly 20 breaths, there was still no danger. Suddenly, Dong Xingyang, who was walking beside Fatso, pointed to a place in front and exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and a trace of surprise crept into their eyes. About 50 meters away in the blood mist, there was a huge silhouette that looked like a peerless beast lurking there. Be careful. The fatty warned once more before leading the group towards the blurry silhouette. As the distance continued to shrink, the silhouette became clearer. When they walked for more than 20 meters, the group suddenly stopped at the same time as if they had seen something terrifying. Their eyes were full of horror. The silhouette was a huge stone door. The stone door was more than 10 feet tall and 50 to 60 feet wide. It was completely red as if it had been soaked in blood. The gloomy and cold aura came from this stone door. However, this was not what scared them. What really scared them were the 3 words on the crossbeam above the stone door. Chapter 635. How could there be a gate of hell? As everyone knew, the gate of hell was a very ethereal existence. There were legends among the people that there were not only humans in the world but also many ghosts. These ghosts lived in a place called the Netherworld. This was where living creatures went after death. In other words, all living creatures that died would go to the Netherworld, be sent to the 18 levels of hell or be reincarnated. It was rumored that the gate of hell was the first door to the Netherworld. But rumors were just rumors. No one knew if the Netherworld really existed. However, at this moment, the gate of hell appeared in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Did the Netherworld really exist? If they entered the gate of hell, would they enter the Netherworld? The legendary Netherworld was not a good place. The group of people looked at the stone door in horror, not daring to take half a step forward. Once they entered the gate of hell, they would die. What should they do? Wu Yan and the others looked at Fatso and Dong Xingyang. They were all flustered and at a loss. Fatso pondered for a while and shouted, "Boss, we are in big trouble. Come out." After a month of non-stop copying, Qin Feiyang had already copied half of the first stroke of the kill formula. Originally, he wanted to do it in one step and copy it directly. Because this way he could break through to the 2-star Battlemaster realm and catch up with Fatso and Wolf King. However, he could not ignore Fatso's request for help. After retracting his arm, he closed the 6 words divine formula and closed the iron box. He took a battle chi pill and left the castle with Run Wushuang, appearing on the back of the Crocodile King. As soon as the two came out, they frowned. The atmosphere here was not right. Fatso pointed at the gate of hell and said in a deep voice, "Boss, look there." Qin Feiyang raised his head to look, and his pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, Ren Wushuang also turned pale. What was going on? They actually came to the gate of hell? Qin Feiyang jumped down and walked to Fatso's side, looking at the stone door seriously. He hesitated for a moment. Someone said, "Why don't we retreat? Maybe Commander Wang Hong and City Lord Jiang Chenqing are still waiting for us on the plains." He had heard of it. Those who were timid could not help but be moved. Lu Xingchen frowned and said, "I don't want to give up halfway. If you want to go back, go back." "Why are you, a 7 stars combat emperor, pretending?" Someone shouted angrily. Lu Xingchen turned to look at that person. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Shall we go scout first?" "That's inappropriate." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "What?" Lu Xingqian was puzzled. He knew Qin Feiyang well. Qin Feiyang was definitely not afraid. He must be worried about something. Qin Feiyang said, "No one knows what's inside. I think it's better for us to go in together. If we encounter danger, we can help each other." Lu Xingqian nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. But they don't dare to go in." Qin Feiyang glanced at the crowd behind him and said lightly, "Those who want to go in, follow me. Those who want to go back, do it as soon as possible." After saying that, he stepped forward and walked toward the gate of hell. Little Qinzi is right. We don't need useless trash. They won't drag us down. Wolf King smiled disdainfully. He then jumped and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Fatso, Lu Xingqian, Ren Wushuang, Black Dragon Snake, and Dong Xingyang quickly followed. King Crocodile also became palm-sized. It lay on Lu Xingqian's shoulder and looked around vigilantly. What should we do? The rest of Wu Yan and the others were in a mess. They suggested to go back because of Lu Xingqian. Because only King Crocodile with Lu Xingqian could take them safely through the swamp. But now, King Crocodile left with Lu Xingqian. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't plan to go back either. With their strength, it was a problem whether they could walk out of the jungle behind them alive, let alone through the swamp. Because the beasts in the jungle were more terrifying than the dragon crocodiles in the swamp. Taking a step back. Even if they could walk out of the jungle and the swamp alive, there were endless skeletons in the plains first. So, it was impossible for them to return to the starting point with just these people. Su Yang sighed deeply and said sadly, "We have no choice but to move forward." Hearing that, everyone's heart was full of helplessness. If they could have another chance, they wouldn't have come to this damn place even if they were beaten to death. In the end, these people still followed behind Qin Feiyang and the others, walking toward the gate of hell. More than 10 breaths later, the group came to the gate of hell and stopped. Qin Feiyang looked at the stone door and said without turning his head, "No matter what happens later, I hope everyone won't panic and deal with it calmly." Understood. Everyone nodded. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and carefully walked forward, reaching out his hand to press on the stone door. Immediately, a gust of bone-chilling cold air swept over. But this cold current didn't cause any psychological burden to him. Instead, it made him more energetic and calm. Suddenly, with a shake of his arm, a surge of majestic energy surged out like a landslide. Boom. The stone door suddenly opened quickly. At the same time, Qin Feiyang took a step back and stared at the crack of the door. His nerves were also tense. Crash. Just as the stone door opened, a bloody mist surged out from within like waves of blood. It emitted an astonishing baleful aura as well as an ice-cold aura. In an instant, the group of people felt as if they had fallen into an ice valley and their whole body was cold. Boom. A few breaths passed. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the stone door opened completely. Blood mist surged inside and nothing could be seen. But the aura that rushed out of the stone door made them panic from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Fatso, Black Dragon Snake, Ren Wushuang, Shinmei, go to the castle and hide for a while." When the stone door opened, he couldn't help but have an uneasy premonition in his heart. Therefore, for safety they couldn't all stay outside. But before he could finish, the others began to clamor. "Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? You let them go to the castle but not us. Aren't you biased? You can't be so selfish, you know?" The group of people gritted their teeth, filled with righteous indignation as if someone owed them. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso and the rest to the castle. He turned around and glanced at Wu Yan and the others. "Actually, I really wanted to let you go to the castle, but you didn't let me finish my words. As for now, don't even think about it. Not only now but also in the future. Your life and death have nothing to do with me." Qin Feiyang left these words coldly and no longer paid attention to Wu Yan and the others. He took out an ordinary weapon and threw it into the stone door, carefully listening to the movements inside. Looking at Wu Yan and the others, it was too late for regrets. Why were they so anxious? At least listen to what others had to say. Wasn't this cutting off their own path of survival? "Senior Brother Qin, we were wrong. We shouldn't have doubted you. Senior Brother Qin, please be magnanimous and don't argue with us, okay? Really, we will definitely change." The group of people began to plead. But in the end, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Clang. Suddenly, an ear-piercing metallic sound came from the stone door. If there was a sound, it meant that there was solid ground inside. "Let's go." Immediately, Qin Feiyang did not waste any more time. With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and entered the gates of hell. Dong Xingyang and the others followed closely behind. To be honest, Everyone had taken good care of Wu Yan and the others along the way. However, not only did these people not know how to be grateful, they even jumped out to cause trouble time and time again. This was truly unbearable. So, Dong Xingyang and the others were too lazy to care about their lives. Life and death were fated, wealth and honor were up to the heavens, let them fend for themselves. At the same time, looking at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others who did not even turn their heads back, Wu Yan and the others were anxious and angry. Su Yang suddenly roared, "Who was the one who started the commotion?" "It's him." Wu Yan pointed to a tall and sturdy man in white. "Bastard, you're courting death." Su Yang's killing intent immediately rose. He took a step forward and landed in front of the white-clothed man, and actually smashed his head with a punch. Although in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, Su Yang's strength was not great, but in the War Emperor realm he could be considered a top expert. As for that big man, he was only a 7-star War Emperor. He was not prepared in advance, so it was normal for him to be killed instantly. However, Su Yang's actions were somewhat shameful. Because he himself jumped higher than anyone else, but now he was taking his anger out on others. What was going on? However, due to Su Yang's strength, the others did not dare to say anything. Wu Yan, who was in cahoots with Su Yang, also sneered and said, "There's no need to be angry with them. Hurry up and go in. Otherwise, once Qin Feiyang and the others leave, we will have no way to survive." Su Yang nodded, pointed to the big man lying in a pool of blood and coldly snorted, "Whoever dares to cause trouble in the future and offend Qin Feiyang, he will be the one to end up like him." After saying that, the two of them turned around and ran into the stone door without looking back. These two bastards, why didn't I see them being so arrogant in front of Qin Feiyang? Qin Feiyang only needs to wave his hand to turn them into ashes. Do they have the guts to do so? Yeah, it's our fault for being weaker than him. In order to survive, we have to endure it. The group of people sighed deeply and quickly ran into the stone door. After the last person entered the stone door automatically closed with a rumble. Another 5 people came to the gates of hell. It was Wan Qiu and the others. The gates of hell. Like Qin Feiyang and the others, when they saw the stone door, they all felt panic in their hearts. There's a corpse. The 5 of them walked to the big man's corpse. After a moment of careful observation, Feng Hua said, "It's someone from the spirit state. The blood is still warm. He died not long ago." Wan Qiu's eyes flashed coldly. "That means they just went in and there are no traces of fighting here. Before they went in, they must have had an internal conflict." Feng Hua nodded and asked, "Should we wait before going in?" Wan Qiu clenched his fists and nodded, "Wait." This word was practically said through gritted teeth. It was enough to show how sullen he was in his heart. So, at the same time. Chapter 636. Inside the gates of hell. A thick blood fog shrouded everything around. A group of people walked in the blood fog, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, and their faces were extremely solemn. These people were Qin Feiyang and the others. Because the blood fog was too thick, the visibility was only 5 meters, so their speed was very slow. However, it was unexpectedly calm along the way and no accidents happened. Dong Xingyang frowned and said, "Qin Feiyang, do you think we're thinking too much?" "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang muttered. But why was the uneasiness in his heart getting stronger and stronger? Suddenly, Lu Xingqian said, "This place is not simple, don't let your guard down." "What do you mean?" Dong Xingyang was surprised. Lu Xingqian said, "I can't explain it, but I just feel uneasy." Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingqian in surprise. Even Lu Xingqian felt uneasy. It seemed that it was not an illusion. "You have this feeling too?" Seeing Qin Feiyang looking at him, Lu Xingqian frowned and said, Qin Feiyang nodded. Immediately, their hearts sank and they became even more careful. However, as they moved forward, everything was calm and tranquil. They really couldn't figure out why they had such a feeling. Unknowingly, half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, "Maybe we have an illusion at the same time." Yes. Lu Xingqian also smiled bitterly. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang noticed that there was a blood fog in Lu Xingqian's eyes. Swish. He hurriedly looked at Dong Xingyang and the others next to him, and found that there was a faint blood fog in their eyes. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang stopped, his face full of surprise. "What is it?" Seeing Qin Feiyang suddenly stop, Lu Xingqian and the others looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, "Can you see if there's any blood in my eyes?" Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. There was also a bloody mist in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Wolf King's eyes were the same. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. It's too bizarre. Qin Feiyang mumbled. He turned around and walked towards Wu Yan and the others. He wanted to see if everyone was like this. However, when he arrived in front of Wu Yan and Su Yang and saw their eyes, he was instantly shocked and turned pale. Not only were their eyes filled with a bloody mist, even their eyeballs had turned red. He hurriedly checked the eyes of the others and found that the situation was exactly the same as Wu Yan's. Very soon, everyone also noticed this abnormality and couldn't help but panic. Calm down. Lu Xingqian coldly shouted, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We must speed up." Qin Feiyang nodded and shouted, "Full speed ahead, don't leave the team." Everyone nodded. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He then turned around and led everyone forward at a fast speed. The sky was filled with blood mist. They didn't know where the exit was, so they could only move forward. About 50 breaths of time. Suddenly, a pained wail came from behind. Qin Feiyang quickly stopped and turned around, only to see Xiang Xiaolong lying on the ground, holding his head with both hands, screaming hysterically. What's going on? Qin Feiyang walked to Xiang Xiaolong's side and asked Wu Yan. I'm in front of him, I don't know what's going on? Wu Yan shook his head. I'm behind Xiang Xiaolong, I know. A short young man stood up. Qin Feiyang said, hurry up and say it. The short young man said, I saw it with my own eyes just now, he was running and lying on the ground, but I don't know what's going on. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. Let me see. Lu Xingqian pushed Qin Feiyang away and walked to Xiang Xiaolong frowning. Xiang Xiaolong, are you okay? However, Xiang Xiaolong didn't seem to hear it and he stopped screaming, stopped struggling and lay motionless on the ground. Lu Xingqian laughed, it seems that he's fine. Phew. Everyone also let out a long breath. It was really a false alarm. But Qin Feiyang didn't relax and stared at Xiang Xiaolong. He felt that things weren't over. Because if Xiang Xiaolong was really fine he would definitely answer Lu Xingqian. But now not only did Xiang Xiaolong not answer, but he was also lying on the ground. Obviously something was wrong. Seeing that Xiang Xiaolong didn't move, Lu Xingqian smiled faintly. If you're fine, get up quickly, why are you lying there? But Xiang Xiaolong still didn't say a word. What's going on? Everyone was surprised again. Lu Xingqian frowned and reached out to grab Xiang Xiaolong's arm, trying to pull him up. Hee. But at this moment, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out. And the person who let out that sinister laugh was Xiang Xiaolong. Immediately after, Xiang Xiaolong suddenly raised his head and pounced towards Lu Xingqian. And the moment he raised his head, Qin Feiyang and the rest were aghast. Because the current Xiang Xiaolong and the previous Xiang Xiaolong were two completely different people. The current Xiang Xiaolong, not only was his face full of glaring blood vessels, but his eyes were also blood red. Most importantly at this moment, his eyes were ruthless, cold, cruel and bloodthirsty. Lu Xingqian was also shocked by this sudden scene and instinctively struck out with his palm. Boom. Xiang Xiaolong was sent flying on the spot, spitting out blood. Hee. But as if he didn't feel pain, he immediately got up from the ground and pounced on the woman closest to him with a sinister smile. His face was extremely sinister. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. When the woman saw Xiang Xiaolong pouncing towards her, her beautiful face turned pale and she quickly retreated. Dong Xingyang frowned. He seems to have gone mad. Qin Feiyang said, no, he's not mad, he's lost his mind. Wake up. Lu Xingqian roared and went forward to grab Xiang Xiaolong's neck, then slapped Xiang Xiaolong's face. Xiang Xiaolong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his teeth were all shattered. But even so he showed no signs of waking up. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, laughing sinisterly as if he was possessed. How could this be? Qin Feiyang frowned. Logically speaking, Lu Xingqian's slap should be able to wake Xiang Xiaolong up, but why did it have no effect at all? Suddenly, he glanced at the blood mist in the void, his face full of surprise. Could it be that the blood mist was causing trouble? Dong Xingyang shouted, Lu Xingqian, don't waste any more time, go quickly. This place was too strange, he didn't want to stay a moment longer. What about him? Lu Xingqian frowned. This him was naturally referring to Xiang Xiaolong. Dong Xingyang said, up to you as long as you don't drag everyone down. However, before he finished speaking, another painful scream rang out. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw that the person who screamed was the woman who was attacked by Xiang Xiaolong earlier. They saw that the woman, like Xiang Xiaolong before, was half kneeling on the ground, holding her head with both hands, looking extremely painful. Moreover, Her face was also quickly crawling with shocking bloodlines. Seeing this scene, everyone present trembled with fear. Qin Feiyang also looked at the woman, but suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and looked up at the woman's head. Suddenly, his eyes sank and then looked at the other people's heads and said in a deep voice, "It can't be wrong." What? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Their changes are related to this blood mist." Blood mist? Everyone was surprised. This blood mist can drill into our sea of consciousness, erode our rationality and make us crazy. Look at her head, there are traces of blood mist drilling into the top of her head. Now, not only her, our rationality is also being eroded by the blood mist. Qin Feiyang said. Everyone looked at the woman and sure enough, there was blood mist constantly seeping into the top of her head, but it was not very obvious, so they did not notice it before. Shenlong said, "Then won't we also become like them?" "Definitely. It's only because her and Xiang Xiaolong's cultivation are the lowest, so they went crazy before us," Qin Feiyang said. As soon as these words came out, the place immediately fell into chaos and everyone was in danger. "Senior brother Qin, you must help us. I don't want to die. I'll kneel down, I'll kowtow to you." Suddenly, Wu Yan and Su Yang ran in front of Qin Feiyang, knelt on the ground and begged. "Senior brother Qin, we also kneel down to you, we also kowtow to you, we beg you to be merciful and save everyone." Seeing this, except for Dong Xingyang and a few others, the others also knelt down, their faces full of despair. If the exit was right in front of them, they definitely wouldn't beg Qin Feiyang. But now there wasn't even a shadow of the exit. Who knew how long they would have to stay here? And this blood mist was still pouring into their heads, and they would follow in Xiang Xiaolong's footsteps at any time. So, Qin Feiyang was their only hope now. In the blink of an eye, the woman finally stopped screaming and laughed sinisterly. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were blood red. Like a devil from hell, she pounced on the crowd. At the same time, another two people went crazy. After struggling in pain for a while, they pounced on the people next to them like hungry wolves. Damn it. Dong Xingyang cursed and quickly took action, directly ending the lives of the three people. Then, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Although I don't want to help them, they are really pitiful now. Why don't I help them again?" Pitiful people must have something to hate. Wolf King snorted coldly. Dongfang Wuhan sighed, "We are all from the spiritual state, why do you have to be so ruthless?" Ruthless? Wolf King was slightly stunned and suddenly laughed out of anger. Dongfang Wuhan frowned and finally smiled apologetically, "I was talking too much, I'm sorry." Because in the current situation he didn't dare to offend Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. "You think you can just say sorry?" Wolf King sneered. "Then what do you want? Like them kneel down and apologize to you?" Dongfang Wuhan said. Wolf King's eyes flashed fiercely. It looked like it was going to attack directly, but Qin Feiyang stopped it and said, "Don't talk nonsense with him." Then he looked at Wu Yan and the others and said, "I won't let you enter the castle again, but seeing that Dong Xingyang pleaded for you, I can let Wolf King take you there. As for whether you live or die in the end, it will depend on your luck." Dong Xingyang nodded and said, "That's good, Wolf King's speed is fast and your chances of survival are also high." "Is that all?" Wu Yan and the others were disappointed, but even if they had resentment in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. Because Dongfang Wuhan's words had already angered Wolf King and Qin Feiyang. If they dared to say half a word more, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King would definitely not bring them along. At that time there would be no hope at all. Chapter 637. However, Wu Yan and the others didn't know that even if they hid their resentment in their hearts, Wolf King was still unwilling to do so. "Little Qinzi, why are you still helping them? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Wolf King secretly transmitted his voice. He was a little angry. Qin Feiyang said, "We'll talk later. Let's go first." Wolf King raised his eyebrows and jumped down from Qin Feiyang's shoulder. He swept everyone up and used the void escape step to rush forward. As for Xiang Xiaolong, he was also mercilessly killed by Lu Xingchen. After rushing for a while, Wolf King transmitted his voice, "Now tell me, why are you still helping them?" Qin Feiyang secretly said, "I'm doing Dong Xingyang a favor." "What do you mean?" Wolf King was puzzled. "Didn't you hear me? I just said that I'm helping them because Dong Xingyang pleaded for them. In other words, Dong Xingyang now indirectly owes me a favor," Qin Feiyang said. Although Dong Xingyang had a grudge against him, he was upright and upright. He was worthy of a deep friendship. Of course, he might not gain anything by doing this. However, he didn't force it. What would happen in the end would be up to fate. Wolf King glanced at him and didn't complain anymore. He led everyone as fast as lightning. After a dozen breaths, another person went crazy. Dong Xingyang asked, "What should we do?" Wolf King said without turning his head, "Just kill him." Dong Xingyang frowned and smashed that person's head with his palm. As for the corpse, he directly threw it into the blood mist. How far is the exit? If this continues, not only them, but even we will not be able to escape. Shunlong transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang and the others. He was also panicking. As time passed, those combat emperors went crazy one by one. In less than 100 breaths. Other than Qin Feiyang and the other war masters, only Wu Yan and Su Yang remained rational. However, although they hadn't gone mad yet, they were almost driven mad. That was because all those who had lost their minds were directly killed by Dong Xingyang and the others. It could be said that they were merciless. This scared them. This was because the two of them were the weakest among the people who were still alive. They might go crazy in the next moment. And the outcome of going crazy would definitely be the same as the others, obliterated by Dong Xingyang and the others. Where the hell is this damn exit? The two of them were about to go crazy. Jejia. Suddenly, another sinister laugh rang out. Dong Xingyang and the others instinctively looked at Wu Yan and Wu Yan, killing intent flashing in their eyes. They thought that the two of them had gone mad. But in the end, he found that the two of them had not lost their minds. Then the question was, where did this sinister laughter come from? Jejia. Before they could come back to their senses, another burst of sinister laughter rang out. Furthermore, more than one person was laughing sinisterly. There were many of them. These sinister laughter came from the left and right sides. It was like the laughter of the devil making one's scalp tingle. Whoosh. The next moment, white figures rushed out from the blood mist on both sides and pounced on Qin Feiyang and the others. These people's faces were covered with shocking blood vessels. Their blood-red eyes were cruel and bloodthirsty, like a pack of hungry jackals and wolves. Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly glanced and found that there were more than 100 people. And the clothes on the chest were embroidered with different words. They were Feng Yu Kuan Chang and Yi. These 5 words each represented a state. Feng represented Feng state. Yu represented Yu state. In other words, these were people from the 5 states. So many? Seeing these people appear, Wu Yan and Wu Yan's eyes suddenly widened. "Senior brother Qin, I beg you, let us go to the castle. I swear, I won't have any objections to what you say in the future." The line of defense in their hearts completely collapsed, and they begged Qin Feiyang endlessly. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang coldly shouted, looked at Dong Xingyang and the others and said in a deep voice, "Don't entangle with them, let's go." Wolf King didn't care about anything and was only responsible for leading them to escape, while Qin Feiyang and the others were responsible for fighting the enemy. Fortunately, those who lost their minds were not strong and did not have much impact on them. But that group of people chased them crazily. Gradually, even Qin Feiyang became irritated. Because so much time had passed but there was still no trace of the exit. They couldn't help but wonder if there was an exit here. Or did they have to use other methods to make the exit appear? About 100 breaths later, accompanied by a painful howl, Su Yang finally went crazy. "Save me." He held his head and roared hysterically at Qin Feiyang, his face full of despair. Qin Feiyang was silent. Since entering the inner hall, this person had repeatedly schemed against him, and when he came to the 9 nether yellow springs, he repeatedly jumped out to cause trouble. When encountering such a thing, even a kind person would have the intention to kill. What's more, Qin Feiyang was not a kind person. Seeing Qin Feiyang indifferent, Su Yang suddenly despaired to the extreme and roared, "You bastard, I swear, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." "Say it again." Qin Feiyang suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with a bone-piercing cold light. Bastard, your whole family will die a horrible death." Su Yang roared. At this point, what was he afraid of? Anyway, it was a dead end. "Okay, I'll save you." Qin Feiyang stepped forward and directly sent Su Yang into the castle. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong with this person? Su Yang scolded him so viciously, but he still saved him. Could it be that he had masochism? Thinking of this, Wu Yan also cursed at Qin Feiyang. "You bastard, come and kill me if you have the guts." Qin Feiyang said, "Okay, I'll save you too." Wu Yan was stunned and immediately became wild with joy. This guy was indeed a masochist. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have begged him and directly scolded him. Qin Feiyang also did as he said. With a wave of his hand, Wu Yan was also sent to the castle. "What's going on?" Dong Xingyang and the others looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Perhaps of the people present, only the Wolf King knew what Qin Feiyang was planning to do. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything more, turned around and landed beside Wolf King and said, "Continue." The Wolf King chuckled. But before his voice fell, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding blood mist disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's right. It disappeared. And it disappeared into thin air. What's going on? Looking at this scene, their eyes were full of surprise. When all the blood mist disappeared, they looked back and were surprised to find that all the people who had lost their minds in the 5 regions had also disappeared. Was it an illusion? They looked at each other. But suddenly, Wolf King jumped up and slapped Dongfang Wuhan's face with his claws. Dongfang Wuhan was stunned on the spot and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Wolf King asked, "Does it hurt?" Dongfang Wuhan's face darkened and he roared, "Nonsense, do you want me to slap you?" "No need, no need." Wolf King quickly waved his claws and said with a smile, "Since you can feel pain, it means that it's not an illusion." "That's true." Dongfang Wuhan nodded, but then he said angrily, "Don't try to change the topic. I can't let you slap me for nothing." Wolf King jumped onto Qin Feiyang's shoulder, picked his nose and said indifferently, "I didn't slap you for nothing. At least now we know that everything that happened is real." Dongfang Wuhan was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. Wolf King jokingly said, "So unhappy, do you want to slap me back?" Dongfang Wuhan stepped forward, raised his arm and slapped Wolf King. Wolf King cast a sidelong glance at Dongfang Wuhan and said, "I won't fight back, but what are the consequences?" Hearing the word consequences, Dongfang Wuhan's arm suddenly stiffened, and he didn't dare to slap him again. "Why aren't you fighting?" "Hurry up, I'm waiting." Wolf King looked at Dongfang Wuhan indifferently, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. Dongfang Wuhan's face was ashen. He couldn't fight, but he could not fight either. For a moment he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. Is it appropriate to cause internal strife in front of so many of us? At this moment, a clear voice rang out, breaking the deadlock. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a group of people gathered more than 200 meters away. There were a total of 13 people, both men and women, and all of them had extraordinary temperaments. 6 of them had the word Feng embroidered on their chest. The other 7 had the word Yu embroidered on their clothes. They were obviously people from Feng State and Yu State. Furthermore, they were all war masteress. The valiant woman from Feng State was also among them. When the woman saw Qin Feiyang looking over, she smiled and said, "Brother Qin, we meet again." "Yeah. We're quite fated." Qin Feiyang smiled and began to size up the surrounding environment. The place where they were now was also a black plain without a single blade of grass. However, the blood mist was very light, and the visibility could reach more than 500 meters. The woman asked, "Brother Qin, do you know where this place is?" "Where is this place?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled and looked at the woman again. The woman didn't answer. She turned around and retreated to the side. Then, with a wave of her hand, the other 12 people also stepped aside. When the group of people stepped aside, the pupils of Qin Feiyang and the others suddenly shrank. Behind the group of people, there was a stone tablet standing tall. The stone tablet was 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was completely black and emitted a cold aura. On the stone tablet there were 3 words that made people tremble in fear. Bridge of Helplessness. The few of them looked at the stone tablet, their hearts surging. Before, it was the Gate of Hell, and now it was the Bridge of Helplessness. Could it be that the place this road led to was really the underworld? And behind the stone tablet there really was an ancient stone bridge. The stone bridge was more than 2 meters wide. It was like a dark python, winding and winding, extending to the end of the world. There were no railings on both sides of the ancient bridge. The whole thing gave people a cold and mysterious feeling. The woman from Feng province asked, "Brother Qin, this Bridge of Helplessness is a legendary existence. It's mysterious and unpredictable. Do you want to travel with us?" "Travel with us?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a smile, "Traveling with us is fine, but I'm afraid of being plotted against." Brother Qin can rest assured about this. Although we are competitors, we of Feng province and Yu province will never do such a despicable thing as plotting against others. The woman smiled faintly. The others from Feng province and Yu province also had friendly smiles on their faces. Dongfang Wuhan said, "Junior brother Qin, they must be planning something. Don't be fooled by their appearance." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go and take a look first." The group of people stepped forward and walked towards the woman and the others. Chapter 638. After dozens of breaths, the two groups of people met up. Oh. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang noticed a person sitting cross-legged in the crowd on Yu Zhou's side. It was a man. He was handsome, tall, and had long sky-blue hair. His eyes were slightly closed, and the aura around his body was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The woman from Fengzhou explained with a smile, "He's trying to break through to a 3-star battle ancestor. It's precisely because we're waiting for him that we haven't stepped onto the bridge of helplessness." Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. His gaze moved away from the man and scanned everyone from the two provinces. He smiled and said, "You guys are so strong. If we travel with you, wouldn't it be the same as accompanying a wolf?" "Brother Qin, you're wrong. You're the ones with wolves now, not us," a woman from Yuzhou said with a smile. As she spoke, she glanced at Wolf King on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Wolf King chuckled and said, "Little girl, you're wrong too. I'm not an ordinary wolf. I'm an unparalleled and unique divine wolf. Quickly worship me." The woman from Yuzhou immediately covered her mouth and laughed. The others were also amused. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman from Yuzhou. This woman's appearance was also very ordinary, but her aura was almost on par with the woman from Fengzhou. "Brother Qin, there are a total of 5 1-star battle ancestors, 4 2-star battle ancestors, and 3 3-star battle ancestors. Including the blue-haired youth who hasn't broken through yet, there are 4 of them. We can't be careless." Lu Xingqian transmitted his voice. "Yes." Qin Feiyang secretly replied. He looked at the woman from Fengzhou and asked, "Have you seen Wan Qiu and the others?" "No, they should still be behind us." The woman shook her head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "It seems that they are deliberately avoiding us." The woman smiled and said, "With their little strength, do they dare to face us head-on?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wan Qiu and the others were already quite strong, but he didn't expect them to be so weak in the eyes of this woman. But then again, with the overall strength of Feng State, they did have the capital to do so. After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang asked again, "Did you see anyone from He Province and Yun Province?" He had never forgotten Tan Wu, Mo Wushan, and the others. "I didn't see anyone from Cloud State, but I did see someone from He State. But the strange thing is, it seems like there is only one person." The woman frowned. Wolf King sneered, "Of course it's only one person. We've killed all the others." "Killed them all?" The expressions of the woman and the others froze. They originally thought that only one person from He Province had come, or that the others had died under the fangs of the ferocious beasts on the way, but they didn't expect that it was the work of this group of people. This He Province was truly unlucky to have encountered this group of fiends. "Don't talk so much." In the meantime, Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Wolf King and asked the woman, "When did you meet him?" Without a doubt, the person from He Province that the woman and the others met was Tan Wu. 2 days ago, right here, but he has already stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. "What's wrong?" "Brother Qin, are you going to kill them all?" the woman asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang smiled and then walked towards the bridge of helplessness. "Wait." The woman hurriedly stopped him. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Wolf King, Lu Xingqian, and the others were also vigilant. "Don't get me wrong, I don't mean any harm." The woman explained a little, then took out a shabby dagger from her Chengkuan bag and threw it forward. Dong. The dagger fell on the side of the bridge. But when it landed, it splashed up layers of waves. Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. Although we are on land, there is a vast ocean under and around the bridge of helplessness. Because the water in the ocean is black, similar to the black soil under our feet, and the seawater is still, it is difficult to find it if you don't look carefully. And that black water has a terrifying corrosive power. Not to mention our flesh and blood, even if a sharp weapon falls into it, it will melt in the blink of an eye. So I stopped you to remind you to be careful. The woman explained. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Mississippi." The woman smiled and said, "Now, can Brother Qin rest assured and travel with us?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to discuss it with everyone." The woman smiled and said, "Mutual respect should be like this." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and continued to walk towards the stone tablet. Walking closer, besides the words Bridge of Helplessness, there was also a row of small words on the stone tablet. The general content was that as long as you step onto the Bridge of Helplessness, there is no turning back. There is a legend among the people that Meng Po lives on the Bridge of Helplessness. But there is only a bridge here, which shows that this isn't the real hell. The woman walked up to Qin Feiyang and smiled. Who knows if this kind of legend is true or false? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, but have you ever thought about the meaning of the Bridge of Helplessness's existence? The woman answered, I have, but I can't think of anything. Qin Feiyang sighed, I really hope we can cross this bridge and reach the other side. It won't be that easy to reach the other side. According to the legends, at the end of the Bridge of Helplessness, there is a place called the Sea of Bitterness. Only by crossing the Sea of Bitterness can you reach the other side. If the gates of hell is so dangerous, then the Sea of Bitterness and the Bridge of Helplessness are definitely not good places either. The woman said. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned to look at the woman and said, speaking of the gates of hell, I suddenly thought of something. How did you guys get out? The woman thought back for a moment and said, I remember at that time, we were about to lose our minds, but the blood mist suddenly disappeared. Qin Feiyang said, our situation is the same. The woman said, according to our speculation, it should be related to our cultivation. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The woman asked, are all of you war sect members who survived? Qin Feiyang nodded. In that case, our speculation is true. At first, we all suspected that the existence of the gates of hell was to eliminate the weaker ones. But we don't have any evidence, so we can't be sure. Now that I've heard you say that, I can basically conclude that only people above the War Master level can pass through the gates of hell. As for those who have not reached the War Master level, their minds will be corroded by the blood mist and they will forever be buried inside. The woman said. Qin Feiyang was startled and said in surprise, that seems to be the case. At that time, when Su Yang and Wu Yan were here, the blood mist had always been there. But when he sent the two of them into the castle, the blood mist immediately dissipated. There was definitely a connection between the two. To be honest, the Great War of the 9 Provinces is very unfair to those war emperors. Because no matter how hard they work, they won't be able to reach the other side. The woman sighed, somewhat angry. How can there be fairness in this world? Strength is the way of the king. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for not having the awareness. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. There was no way to sympathize with these people. Because no one forced them to come, they came voluntarily. Moreover, before entering the 9U Yellow Springs, the various big shots had repeatedly said that the 9U Yellow Springs was extremely dangerous and that they had to act according to their capabilities. But they just didn't listen. What could they do? So, no matter if they lived or died, they couldn't blame anyone else. This was a path they had chosen. The woman was silent for a moment, then nodded, although what you said is very cruel, it does make sense. Qin Feiyang laughed, turned around and walked in front of Dong Xingyang and the others, and sent a sound transmission. Whether you want to travel with them or not, you decide. The group immediately fell silent. A moment later, Dong Xingyang sent a sound transmission. It's better if we go our own way so that we don't have to be on guard all the time. It's tiring. Lu Xingqian said, I also think it's better to go our own way. Is that what you all think? Qin Feiyang looked at Shenlong and the others. Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei all nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned to look at the woman from Fengzhou and laughed. We've discussed it and feel that it's better not to trouble you. So it's like that. The woman couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment in her eyes. She smiled and said, since that's the case, I won't force you. However, you are all in a bad state right now. I suggest you rest here first and wait until you recover to your peak state before setting off. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked her, then looked at Dong Xingyang and the others. What she said makes sense. You all rest here, I'll go to the castle with Wolf King. They nodded. Be careful. Qin Feiyang secretly warned them, then took Wolf King to the castle. Inside the castle, Wu Yan and Su Yang had already regained their senses, and the blood on their faces had disappeared. At this moment, the two of them were sitting cross-legged in a corner, talking and laughing about something. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the two of them didn't get up, and had a fearless attitude. Wu Yan laughed. Senior brother Qin, I still have to thank you for saving our lives, but I never thought you would have such a special hobby. Su Yang said, yeah, I've seen all kinds of weird people, but this is the first time I've seen a weird hobby like being scolded by others. There was a hint of ridicule in the two's eyes. Little did they know that they were already in trouble. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them faintly and said, are you done talking? Yes. By the way, if you need help in the future, come to us at any time. We are not strong, but we can still scold people. The two of them laughed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, I've seen a lot of stupid people, but it's the first time I've seen someone as stupid as you two. As soon as this remark came out, Fatso, who was watching the show by the side, moved closer to Wu Yan and Su Yang with a wretched smile. Like Wolf King, he knew Qin Feiyang well. He already knew why Qin Feiyang saved Wu Yan and Su Yang. But he didn't pay attention to it before, letting the two of them be arrogant first. Because the more arrogant they were, the more fun it would be to beat them up. At the same time, Lu Hong, Lin Yi, and the pangolin also opened their eyes, looked at Wu Yan and Su Yang sarcastically and shook their heads. Only Luo Qinshue seemed to be unaware of it. After all, she was much older than Lin Yi and others. Her mentality was naturally different. At the same time, Shen Mei looked at the expressions of Qin Feiyang and others, and she also showed a look of realization. She secretly transmitted a voice to Ren Wushuang. Just now Wu Yan and Su Yang were talking so seriously. I almost believe that Qin Feiyang has this kind of weird hobby. How is that possible? Ren Wushuang responded. She couldn't tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. After getting along for so long, how could she not know Qin Feiyang's character? Shen Mei looked at Ren Wushuang with deep meaning and said secretly, "It seems that you don't plan to save them. They asked for it. They deserve it." Chapter 639. At the same time, hearing Qin Feiyang's sarcastic words and looking at Fatso's wretched expression, Wu Yan and Wu Yan felt a strong uneasiness in their hearts. Could it be that they had misunderstood Qin Feiyang's intentions from the beginning? Qin Feiyang did not say anything. He took 2 steps back, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked at the two indifferently. However, the Wolf King, jumped down from his shoulder. Together with Fatty, they circled Wu Yan and her companion from the left and right. "You actually said that boss is masochistic? I have to admit that your imagination is really rich." Fatso shook his head and mocked. Hearing this, the two of them turned pale. There was no doubt that they had misunderstood Qin Feiyang's intentions. Qin Feiyang sent them to the castle not to save them, but to kill them. "Senior brother Qin, we were wrong." Yes, senior brother Qin, we thought we were smart and reaped what we sowed. You can beat us or scold us, but please don't kill us." With a plop, the two of them directly knelt on the ground and begged in panic. Fatso chuckled and said, "Don't worry, we definitely won't kill you. Thank you, senior brother Fatty. We will never forget senior brother Fatty's great kindness." The two of them were overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed to thank him. "You're welcome. Listen to Fat Lord first. We didn't kill you because if we did, it would be too easy for you." Fatso chuckled. Boom. The two of them were like a bolt from the blue rumbling in their heads. The joy from before disappeared in an instant. "Are you desperate now? There's no other way, you're courting death." Fatso's eyes surged with a cold light. He took a step forward and punched the two of them in the left eye. 2 screams like pigs being slaughtered suddenly resounded. The two of them were blasted away on the spot. Their eyeballs also burst and blood spurted out like a column. Fatso smiled sinisterly. "What's the use of keeping him alive if he has eyes but can't see? Master Fatty, I beg you, please spare us. We'll be your slaves and carry your shoes." The two of them hurriedly got up, covered their eyes, endured the pain, and begged. "You think you're fit to carry Fat Lord's shoes?" Fatso smiled disdainfully. He lifted his leg and kicked the two in the stomach. Bang. Bah. The two of them flew out and crashed into the wall behind them. Blood spurted out of their mouths. One had to know. Fatso was now a 2-star war master. How could the two of them, who were mere war emperors, withstand such a kick? His Qi was directly shattered. Once the Qi was shattered, without the Spirit Sea pill to repair the Qi, even if one was lucky enough to survive, they would be a cripple for the rest of their lives. The two of them lay on the ground, covering their eyes and abdomen, howling in pain. In the meantime, all hopes were dashed. This was because there was no spiritual ocean pill to be found in the 9 prefectures. Because there was no pill formula. Not to mention the pill formula, whether or not he could find all the medicinal ingredients was one thing. This was a dead end. For a martial artist, not being able to cultivate was even more painful and despairing than being killed. "Bastard, damn fat pig, if you have the ability, then kill us. If I, Wu Yan, frown, then I'm a grandson of a turtle." The two of them roared hysterically. Right now, the two of them only had one thought in their minds. They wanted to die. Rather than live and suffer, they might as well die happily. However, Fatso had no intention of killing them, slowly torturing and destroying them. He wanted the two of them to taste the feeling of living a life worse than death. Let the two of them die in regret. Mournful screams could be heard incessantly. The castle was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Looking at the miserable state of the two of them, Wolf King couldn't help but shudder. He shook his head and said, "Looks like there's no need for brother to do anything." Then he returned to Qin Feiyang's shoulder, with a ruthless coldness in his eyes. Qin Feiyang, on the other hand, just looked at the two of them from beginning to end. His expression was very calm, without the slightest pity or sympathy. After a full hour, Fatso finally stopped. The two of them could no longer scream. They were lying on the ground like two puddles of mud. Their faces were beyond recognition, and they were only left with their last breath. At this time, Qin Feiyang also finally retracted his gaze, turned to look at Shen Mei and Ren Wushuang and said with a smile, "Do you want to go to the Bridge of Helplessness?" Shen Mei shook her head and said, "Forget it, I just want to leave the 9 underworlds alive." Ren Wushuang pondered for a moment and said, "I want to try." Qin Feiyang and Shen Mei were not surprised by Ren Wushuang's decision, because Ren Wushuang was such a strong-willed woman. Fatso was stunned and said discontentedly, "Boss, why don't you ask Fat Lord?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Fatso and was too lazy to speak. He walked to Wu Yen and Ren Wushuang, grabbed one of them in each hand, and left the castle with Wolf King and Ren Wushuang. Fatso hurriedly said, Hey, Fat Lord also wants to see it." "That's enough. If I really let you go, I'm afraid you'll be so scared that you'll pull up your pants and run." Lu Hong despised him. "Little Hong, Fat Lord doesn't like to hear your words. Fat Lord is handsome, wise and powerful. How can a mere bridge of helplessness scare Fat Lord?" Fatso looked disdainful. "With your face and body you still call yourself handsome?" Lu Hong was really speechless. Although this damn fatty's strength had increased, his skin had also become thicker. No, he didn't know what shame was at all. Outside, Dong Xingyang and the others were sitting cross-legged. Their injuries had almost recovered. Dongfang Wuhan said, "Do you think Qin Feiyang is really masochistic?" Murong Xiong nodded and said, "I think so. Otherwise, why would he save Wu Yan and Ren Wushuang?" Lu Xingchen pondered for a while. As if thinking of something, he raised his head and looked at Dongfang Wuhan and Ren Wushuang with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. At first he couldn't figure it out, but after thinking about it carefully he understood. Swish. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. The pungent smell of blood immediately rushed toward Dong Xingyang and the others. Oh. They were surprised. When they saw Wu Yan and Su Yang, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Lu Xingchen sneered and said, "Now, do you still think he's masochistic?" "Masochistic? I think he's more like a sadist." Dong Xingyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong looked at each other with a trace of fear in their eyes. Fortunately they didn't say anything at that time. Otherwise they might end up like Wu Yan and Ren Wushuang. After Qin Feiyang came out, he didn't say a word and walked toward the Bridge of Helplessness with Wu Yan and Ren Wushuang. What does he want to do? Dong Xingyang and the others, as well as the people of Feng Province and Yu Province, looked at him in puzzlement. Qin Feiyang walked to the head of the bridge and scanned the black ocean below the Bridge of Helplessness. Suddenly, he lifted Wu Yan and Ren Wushuang and threw them hard. Boom. The two of them fell into the ocean, splashing up waves after waves. The corrosive power of the sea was really terrible. The two didn't even have time to scream before they died. Seeing this scene, the hearts of everyone present trembled. On one hand they were shocked by the corrosive power of the sea. On the other hand they were frightened by Qin Feiyang's means. Especially the people of Feng Province and Yu Province. They really couldn't figure out how the two offended Qin Feiyang to make Qin Feiyang be so ruthless. Okay. The hindrances have been dealt with. Have you rested well? So let's go. Qin Feiyang clapped his hands casually and turned to look at Dong Xingyang and the others. Almost. Dong Xingyang got up and said. Lu Xingchen, Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, Shenlong, and Jiang Wei also got up one after another. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the woman from Feng Province and said with a smile, "Miss, see you later." The woman sighed, "Are you really not going with us?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, "This is everyone's decision, sorry." The woman smiled helplessly, "Well, then I wish you a safe journey." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, then turned around and stepped toward the Bridge of Helplessness. Ren Wushuang and the others also quickly walked toward Qin Feiyang. Boom. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst out. Qin Feiyang was surprised and turned his head to look. It turned out that the aura came from the blue-haired young man. Senior brother Ling has broken through. Now the strength of our Yu province has increased a lot. The people around the blue-haired young man immediately exclaimed in surprise. Senior brother Ling? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Wolf King, who was lying on his shoulder, said, is there a problem? No problem. I just suddenly thought of someone, Qin Feiyang said. Oh. Wolf King asked secretly. Swish. Suddenly, the blue-haired young man opened his eyes, and two bright beams of light burst out of his eyes. When he saw this person's eyes, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. This person's eyes were also sky blue. Sky blue hair, sky blue eyes, and this person's surname, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? At the same time, the blue-haired young man got up and cupped his hands to the people around him, saying with a smile, "Thank you for protecting me these days." As he spoke, he quickly restrained his aura. "Why are you so polite to us?" "That's right, if it weren't for senior brother Ling, we wouldn't have been able to come here. We should be the ones thanking you." The people from Yu province laughed. The blue-haired young man smiled and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, "I was breaking through earlier, so I didn't greet you in time. Please forgive me." However, Qin Feiyang acted as if he didn't hear anything. He looked at the blue-haired young man up and down, as if he was thinking about something. The blue-haired young man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I've long heard of Brother Qin's name. Now that I've finally met you, it's truly my honor." But Qin Feiyang still didn't answer. "What's going on?" Ren Wushuang and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion. The people from Feng province and Yu province were also puzzled. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that four of them had unnatural expressions. One of them was the blue-haired young man from Yu province. The other person was also from Yu province. It was the woman who spoke to Qin Feiyang earlier. The remaining two people were from Feng province. One of them was the valiant woman who suppressed Wan Qiu. The other was also a woman. Her appearance was also very ordinary, but the aura she exuded was not inferior to that valiant woman. It was obvious that she was also a three-star war sect. The three-star war sect of the two provinces all had such expressions, which was worth pondering over. Cough. The blue-haired young man coughed and looked at Qin Feiyang again. He asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, is there a problem?" Qin Feiyang finally came back to his senses. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Nothing, it's just that when I saw Brother Ling, I suddenly thought of an old friend." As soon as he said this, the blue-haired young man and the three women's expressions froze, but they quickly returned to normal. The blue-haired young man smiled and said, "It's my honor to make Brother Qin think of an old friend. May I ask who Brother Qin is thinking of?" "A deceased person." Qin Feiyang lowered his head. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Suddenly, he sighed deeply and looked up at the blue-haired young man. He smiled and said, "Let's not talk about it. We'll be leaving first." The blue-haired young man cupped his hands and smiled. "I look forward to meeting Brother Qin next time." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to look at the Bridge of Helplessness. Wolf King glanced at the blue-haired young man and thought, "Little Qin Zi, who did you think of just now?" "Ling Yunfei," Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King's gaze also trembled. He looked at the blue-haired young man again. "Don't talk about it. Except for the appearance, everything else was really similar to Ling Yunfei." However, Ling Yunfei's death was absolutely true. It was impossible for him to appear in front of everyone again. Wolf King patted Qin Feiyang's head and comforted him. "The dead can't be brought back to life. Don't think too much." Qin Feiyang nodded. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness without hesitation. Ren Wushuang walked beside him. Lu Xingqian and the others followed behind them in turn. They walked forward cautiously. The blue-haired young man and the others didn't withdraw their gaze until the group disappeared in the blood fog. The woman from Fengzhou said, "Fortunately, he didn't agree to go with us. Otherwise, our identities might really be exposed by him after a long time." The blue-haired young man said, "So, we have to be more careful when facing him in the future." The three women nodded without leaving a trace. "Let's go too." The blue-haired young man waved his hand, and a group of people rushed onto the Bridge of Helplessness. Time flew by. 3 days passed. On the Bridge of Helplessness there was dead silence. Qin Feiyang and the others didn't know how far they had walked. However, along the way nothing happened, which made them feel rather surprised. They even wondered if this Bridge of Helplessness was the same as the Gates of Hell. They needed to find another way to make the end appear. Another 3 days passed. They finally couldn't help but stop. Dongfang Wuhan frowned. "Isn't this too quiet?" Dong Xingyang said in a deep voice, "There must be a demon when things are abnormal. Maybe unknowingly we have already fallen into a dead end." "You mean we might be going around in circles?" Murong Xiong was surprised. Dong Xingyang said, "We can't rule out this possibility." Suddenly, Ren Wuxuang looked ahead in surprise. What's wrong? Everyone looked at her in confusion. Ren Wuxuang pointed to the front and said, Look, is there something over there? Qin Feiyang and the others were taken aback. They looked over, but other than the blood mist, they didn't see anything. Lu Xingchen laughed. Wuxuang, are you hallucinating? Is that so? Ren Wuxuang stared over there, her brows tightly knitted. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Look, it's here again. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over again, and their eyes were suddenly filled with bewilderment. In the blood mist over there was a blurry shadow. The few of them looked at each other and immediately set off, speeding forward. 10 breaths later, they saw the true face of the shadow. It was a stone door. To be exact, it was just a door frame without a door. The door frame was dark and more than 3 meters high. It was located on the Bridge of Helplessness, emitting a cold and mysterious aura. A moment later. Chapter 640. On the door frame there were no words or carvings. It was as smooth as a mirror. Apart from a cold and mysterious aura, he didn't sense any danger. Behind the door frame, there was still an ancient stone bridge with no end in sight. In other words, this door frame was not the exit of the Bridge of Helplessness. But what was the meaning of this door frame? If the door frame was just to decorate the Bridge of Helplessness, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Because in this kind of place, everything basically had its meaning and value. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Dongfang Wuhan and said with a faint smile, Senior brother Wuhan, I'll have to trouble you to explore the door frame. Me? Dongfang Wuhan pointed to his nose and looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang nodded. I may not be able to. Look, in terms of strength, I'm not as good as Wolf King. In terms of wisdom, I'm not as good as you. So I think it's better for you two to explore the way. Dongfang Wuhan said with a smile. Wolf King said with a smile, Senior brother, you're too polite. I believe that with Senior brother's ability, there's nothing you can't do. I believe so too. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and said, Senior brother, you're not afraid, are you? If so, then I won't force you. Afraid? Humph. In this world, there's nothing I'm afraid of. Dongfang Wuhan snorted and immediately walked towards the door frame. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King looked at each other with a trace of ridicule in their eyes. Sometimes, self-esteem could be the death of a person. Just like now, if Dongfang Wuhan was willing to put down his self-esteem and admit that he was afraid, then Qin Feiyang really couldn't let him explore the way. So, Dongfang Wuhan walked under the door frame and looked at the empty void in front of him, looking quite nervous. Suddenly, he regretted it. Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were echoing each other. In fact, they were trying to provoke him. He also knew that. But why couldn't he remain calm and take this risk? Seeing Dongfang Wuhan not moving for a long time, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said with concern, Senior brother, if you really don't dare, then forget it. Don't force yourself too much. Damn bastard. Dongfang Wuhan cursed inwardly, but there was a smile on his face as he said, Junior brother Qin, you underestimate me too much. Am I the kind of person who gives up halfway? Besides, since you call me senior brother, then I should take up this responsibility and help you solve your problems. Dongfang Wuhan added. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. You're going too far? Since that was the case, he would continue to put on this show. He rubbed his nose and said, Senior brother, you're so benevolent and righteous. How touching. Yet tears are coming out. Wolf King nodded. He blinked his big eyes and actually squeezed out 2 drops of tears. Damn, why don't you become an actor? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but curse in his heart, feeling rather speechless. Hee hee. Wolf King secretly laughed sinisterly, waved his claws at Dongfang Wuhan, and roared sorrowfully, Senior brother, have a safe journey. The faces of Ren Wuxuang and the others at the side were dark. This bastard, can't he be more tactful when cursing others? Do you think others are idiots? How can you not understand such obvious words? Dongfang Wuhan glanced at Wolf King from the corner of his eyes, and there was an astonishing light flashing in the depths of his eyes. But he didn't say anything. He gritted his teeth and stepped through the door frame. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others also held their breaths, firmly staring at Dongfang Wuhan. But as time passed, Dongfang Wuhan actually stood there motionless. Because his back was facing everyone, they couldn't see his expression. What's going on? Shenlong was surprised. Wolf King said, Murong Bear, go take a look. Murong Xiong said angrily, Why? Because I'm stronger than you. Wolf King said proudly. Murong Xiong glared at Wolf King, his hands tightly clenched together. What, you're still not convinced? It seems that you want to swim in the sea. Wolf King sneered, and the threat was no longer concealed. Murong Xiong's pupils shrank as he looked at the black sea below, his eyes full of fear. Damn beast, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. He secretly roared and braced himself to walk toward Dongfang Wuhan. There was no other way. Even if he was unwilling, Wolf King's obscene power was in front of him, so he could only compromise. Everyone's eyes fell on Murong Xiong again. As a result, Murong Xiong was the same as Dongfang Wuhan, standing there motionless. Lu Xingqian said in a deep voice, "There's a problem." Ren Wushuang shouted, "Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, quickly answer me." However, not only did the two not answer, they didn't even turn their heads as if they were imprisoned there. Qin Feiyang glanced at their backs and said, "You guys stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look." "Be careful," Ren Wushuang warned. Among all the people present, there was no one more suitable than Qin Feiyang, because he was cautious enough and had many means. More importantly, he had the castle. If he encountered any danger, he could escape at the first moment. Qin Feiyang nodded and said to Wolf King, "Protect sister." "Don't worry." Wolf King secretly responded and jumped onto Ren Wushuang's shoulder. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Dongfang Wuhan and the other man. The hearts of Ren Wushuang and the rest also rose to their throats. Walking to the door frame, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and directly landed beside Dongfang Wuhan. Then, he turned his head, wanting to see the expressions on their faces. But just as he turned his head, Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong in front of him disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He rubbed his eyes and opened them again. But this time he saw an even more incredible scene. The bridge of helplessness disappeared. The door frame was also gone. Ren Wushuang and the others were also gone. The black ocean also disappeared. It was replaced by a luxurious palace. On the ground there were pieces of snow-white jade, spotless. On the walls on all sides, there were all kinds of jadeite and colored glass inlaid, emitting a hazy glow. In the four corners of the palace, there were 4 thick stone pillars standing tall. On each stone pillar, there was a golden dragon engraved, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, vivid and lifelike. At the front of the palace there was a bed made of gold. Every single pattern on the bed was meticulously carved. This place could be said to be extremely luxurious. And Qin Feiyang was lying on the bed at this moment, covered with a golden quilt. What's going on? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at the magnificent roof of the palace, his eyes full of surprise. Gradually, a different kind of throbbing arose in his heart. This place was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. Immediately, a heart-wrenching pain came from all over his body, and he couldn't help but let out a miserable groan. Duh. Before Qin Feiyang could figure out why his body was in pain, accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, 2 young women dressed in palace attire ran in from outside the door. "Your Highness, you're finally awake." As soon as the 2 women saw Qin Feiyang sitting on the bed, they shouted in surprise. "Your Highness." Hearing this name, Qin Feiyang felt like a bolt from the blue, and his body and mind trembled. He remembered. This was the bedchamber where he used to live. This bedchamber was built by his father, the current emperor of the Great Qin Empire, personally. He remembered that this was a birthday gift from his father on his 8th birthday. Although it was just a place to sleep, it had an extraordinary meaning. On the left side of the bedchamber was the martial arts treasury of the imperial palace. On the right side was the current emperor's bedchamber, which was less than half a mile away. He still remembered the reason why his father gave him this bedchamber. First, it was convenient for him to enter the martial arts treasury and study various martial arts techniques. Because when he was a child, his biggest hobby was to go to the martial arts treasury. Second, it was convenient for the emperor to teach him cultivation. At that time, because of his outstanding talent, the emperor often came to teach him personally. It could be said that when Qin Feiyang was a child, he was doted on by thousands of people. However, he was no longer the 14th prince of the past. Why was he lying here? Qin Feiyang's mind was in a complete mess. The 2 palace maids ran up and said with concern, "Your Highness, you just woke up and your body is still very weak. Lie down and have a good rest." At the same time, the 2 women held Qin Feiyang's shoulders and arms and gently put him on the bed. Qin Feiyang was completely confused and let the 2 palace maids do whatever they wanted. He was also very familiar with these 2 palace maids. One was called Qin Shi and the other was called Qin Yu. They were about 15 or 16 years old and looked quite attractive. There was a rule in the imperial palace that all the palace maids, guards, or eunuchs who entered the imperial palace, no matter what their surname was before, had to change their surname to Qin. As for what name to change, it was decided by the master they served. Therefore, the names of these two palace maids were personally given by Qin Feiyang. After covering Qin Feiyang with the bedding, Qin Shi asked, "Your Highness, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Qin Feiyang had already calmed down, but he still didn't say a word and carefully pondered the ins and outs of this matter. He was still on the bridge of helplessness before, but as soon as he entered the door frame, he returned to the imperial palace. Could it be that the door had a transmission function? But that couldn't be right. If it really had a transmission function, why hadn't Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong been transmitted away? What was going on? Your Highness, please speak quickly. Don't scare us, okay? Seeing Qin Feiyang not saying a word, Qin Shi and Qin Yu's faces were full of anxiety. Qin Feiyang looked at the two women and couldn't help but smile. Although these two palace maids didn't have the bloodline power of the Qin clan, they were the closest people to him besides his mother. Back then in private he had even called the two of them elder sisters. Seeing the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, Qin Shi and Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu said with a smile, "Your Highness, you must be hungry after being unconscious for so long. What do you want to eat? I'll immediately order the imperial kitchen to prepare it." Unconscious? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" The moment he opened his mouth he froze. Why was his voice so immature? It was not his current voice at all. Chapter 641. What was going on? Could it be that he had transmigrated to the past? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly raised his arm. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he was shocked. This arm was too thin. The skin was also very tender. Then, he endured the pain and sat up, lifting the quilt. When he saw his legs he was dumbfounded. These small arms and legs, was it really him? Your Highness, what's wrong with you? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't scare us anymore, okay? Qin Feiyang's series of inexplicable actions frightened Qin Yu and Qin Shi. Did I really transmigrate? Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted together. He suddenly said, "Sister Yu, go get a mirror." Mirror? Qin Yu and Qin Shi looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Hurry up. Qin Feiyang urged. Okay, I'll go right away. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly, turned and ran out of the palace. After a while, she ran back with a bronze mirror and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the bronze mirror and faced his face. When he saw the face on the bronze mirror, he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Inside the bronze mirror, it was actually a handsome young man. Thick black eyebrows, high nose bridge, full lips, smooth and delicate skin. His pitch-black eyes were like two black gems, extremely spirited. Qin Feiyang's face was dull. Wasn't this his face when he was young? Why was it like this? He looked at Qin Yu and Qin Shi and said, Sister Yu, is this the imperial palace?" "Of course it's the imperial palace. Your Highness, why do you ask?" The two women were surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Then tell me, why am I here?" Qin Yu said, "Your Highness, this is your bedroom, where else would you be if not here?" Qin Shi looked at Qin Feiyang with concern and asked, "Your Highness, did you lose your memory?" "Lost my memory?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Yu comforted him, "Your Highness, don't worry. We will inform the imperial physician to examine you." Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped the two women. Everything that was happening now was too strange. It was best not to make a fuss about it before figuring it out. "Your Highness, if you're sick, you have to treat it." "That's right. If anything happens to you, the Emperor and Empress won't let us off easily." The two women said anxiously. "Emperor? Empress?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Waves rose in his heart again, but he quickly regained his calm. He looked at the two women and said helplessly, "I'm not sick. What's there to treat?" But the two girls still wanted to say something. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, All right. If there is an accident, I will take responsibility for it. I won't implicate you. Now tell me, how did I fall unconscious and how long was I unconscious?" "You don't even remember this. Your Highness must have lost your memory." "No, I have to tell the Emperor and Empress." Qin Shi, take good care of His Highness. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she ran outside. "Stop." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "If you continue like this, I will get angry." Qin Yu's delicate body trembled. She turned and walked to the bed. She looked a little flustered and said, "This servant knows her mistake. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Qin Feiyang said, "Speak." "Yes. 3 days ago, Your Highness and the Crown Prince were fighting in the martial arts field. In the end, the Crown Prince lost and injured Your Highness. You have been unconscious until now." Qin Yu said. "Crown Prince?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Naturally, he knew who the first prince was. He was his elder brother from a different mother. However, his relationship with this brother wasn't very good. According to the precedent of the Great Qin Empire, usually the eldest son of the empire would take over the throne. If there was no accident, his eldest brother would be the next emperor. However, an accident happened to him. Because of his amazing talent, the current emperor already had the idea of making him the crown prince. And this matter was basically known to everyone in the imperial palace. The crown prince naturally knew, so he often played some tricks behind his back. But the problem was that 3 days ago he was clearly in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs. How could he have fought with the crown prince in the imperial palace's martial arts field? Oh, suddenly, a cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He remembered. That year, before he was expelled from the imperial capital, he did have a conflict with the crown prince and did have a fight in the martial arts field. Later on, he was indeed knocked unconscious by the crown prince. However, the crown prince didn't lose because he lost, but because he was deliberately ruthless. However, he remembered that he woke up the next morning, and not long after he woke up, his bad luck came. His cultivation was crippled and he was expelled from the imperial palace. But now Qin Yu told him that he was unconscious for 3 days? What was going on? Could it be that in Iron Ox Town, Black Bear City, Yen City, the Sea of Despair, the Land of Ruins, the Forgotten Land, the state capital, the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, everything was just a dream in these 3 days? Could it be that being expelled from the imperial capital and having his cultivation crippled was also just a dream? But more than 10 years of time, more than 10 years of struggle, more than 10 years of hard work, the result was just a dream. Qin Feiyang couldn't accept it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of the ancient castle. Fatso and the others were in the ancient castle at this moment. As long as they were still there, it could prove that what happened and the people he met in the past 10 years were not a dream. His mind moved. But in the end, he didn't enter the ancient castle and was still sitting on the bed. Qin Feiyang was surprised and carefully sensed the ancient castle, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't sense the existence of the ancient castle. The ancient castle was gone? This is impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head forcefully. Then, he circulated the battle character formula and the return character formula. However, the two great divine arts did not appear. I don't believe that what happened in the past 10 years was just a dream. Qin Feiyang roared in his heart as he looked inside his Qi. However, he was shocked to find that his Qi had not been opened yet, and what was flowing in his body was true Qi. Boom. His body shook and a burst of aura broke out of his body. However, this aura was simply weak to the extreme. Qin Feiyang discovered that his current cultivation was actually only a 9-star martial master. It can't be. I'm clearly a 1-star war master. How could I be a 9-star martial master? Qin Feiyang muttered, his face full of disbelief. Qin Yu and Qin Shi looked at each other. How could a 10-year-old youth break through to the 1-star war master? Could it be that His Highness's mind was in a mess? It seemed that the situation was very serious. His Highness the First Prince has arrived. At this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing voice sounded from outside the hall. Qin Feiyang frowned. At the same time, Qin Yu and Qin Shi's expressions changed and they hurriedly ran out, stood at the door and respectfully greeted. This servant greets His Highness the First Prince. In front of the hall was a huge garden. On a winding path, a young man wearing a golden crown and a golden robe was striding towards them. This person was about 1.75 meters tall and was about 18 or 19 years old. He swaggered as he walked, and his expression was full of arrogance. This person was Qin Feiyang's elder brother, the current first prince of the empire. There was also a eunuch following behind the first prince with a flattering smile. Behind the two of them, there were 4 guards in golden armor, exuding a terrifying aura. The first prince walked to the door of the hall, looked at Qin Yu and Qin Shi and said, "Is my 14th brother awake?" The 14th prince has just woken up and his body is still very weak. Your Highness the First Prince, if there's anything, can we talk about it later? Qin Yu lowered her head and said respectfully with a trace of worry in her eyes. Awake? The first prince was stunned and his face suddenly sank. He said angrily, "What do you mean? This prince is his biological elder brother, how could I possibly harm him?" Qin Yu's body trembled and she hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in horror, "This servant didn't mean to offend your highness, please forgive me." A lowly servant dares to block my way, you really don't know what's good for you, scram? The first prince shouted, his eyes full of contempt. Jianghu didn't move, still kneeling there, and said anxiously, Your Highness the first prince, the 14th prince is weak now, he really can't be disturbed. How dare you block my way, you're courting death. The first prince's face became extremely gloomy and he shouted, Drag them to feed the dogs. The 4 guards immediately stepped forward, grabbed Jianghu and Qin and prepared to drag them away. Let's see who dares to touch them. At this time, a cold voice sounded in the palace. Following closely, Qin Feiyang was draped in a golden cloak and he slowly walked out. Greetings to your highness the 14th prince. The eunuch and the 4 guards brought by the first prince immediately knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. At the same time, the first prince also looked at Qin Feiyang, as if he was observing something. Qin Feiyang ignored him, walked to the door, looked at Jianghu and Qin and said, Get up. Yes. The 2 women looked at the first prince in fear, then stood up and respectfully stood behind Qin Feiyang. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, they suddenly had an illusion that the 14th prince now seemed to be a little different from before. It seemed that there was a kind of calmness and sharpness. Qin Feiyang looked at the first prince and said lightly, What's the matter? The first prince smiled and said, 14th brother, the wind is strong outside, you just woke up, if you catch a cold, father will definitely blame me, let's go inside and talk. Qin Feiyang said, My place is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. If you have something to say it here. The first prince's face stiffened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, Actually it's nothing. I'm just here to check on your injuries. Qin Feiyang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said, Would you be so kind-hearted? 14th brother, whether you believe it or not, 3 days ago I really made a mistake. I sincerely apologize to you, 14th brother. I hope you won't hold a grudge. The first prince cupped his hands, his face full of sincerity. Qin Feiyang said, Let bygones be bygones. Moreover, I was not as skilled as others. I can't blame you. Now that you say so, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, take care of your injuries. I still have something to do, so I won't disturb you. The first prince smiled. I won't see you out. Qin Feiyang said. The first prince smiled, flicked his sleeves and left with the eunuch and the 4 guards. Jianghu whispered, Your Highness, you have to be careful. The first prince will not give up so easily. Qin nodded and said, That's right. He said that he was concerned about you this time, but he actually wanted to see if you were dead. I know. Only if I'm dead will I not be a threat to his position. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Then he looked at the 2 girls and said, You 2 go ahead. I want to sit alone for a while. Yes. The 2 girls replied respectfully and turned to leave. Chapter 642. In the garden there were green grass, delicate flowers, a clear stream and exquisite rockery. Qin Feiyang walked down a winding path slowly. Looking at the familiar surroundings, his eyes were filled with confusion. He who had always been calm, was in a mess at that moment. He really did not know how to judge whether all of this was a dream or reality. Unknowingly, he walked onto a small bridge. Under the bridge there was a stream. The water was clear as a mirror and fish swam back and forth. Qin Feiyang stood by the bridge and looked at the reflection on the water. He felt helpless. In the past, he never asked for help easily. But now he really wanted someone to give him some pointers. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and looked at a pavilion beside the small bridge. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. When he was young, he often sat in the pavilion to read, practice calligraphy, and read all kinds of historical records. He remembered that once he found a very interesting book. At that time he was in the pavilion and read it for 3 days and 3 nights until he finished reading it. Because of this, the emperor and empress even scolded him severely. They said that he did not cherish his body and that he was too insensible. How could he read like that? Although they said that they scolded him, they were actually concerned. Since then, his mother had come here every day to accompany him in his studies and cultivation. His mother's doting eyes and kind face were still vivid in his mind. This place brought him a lot of joy. However, this was also the place he hated the most, because that was where the upheaval had occurred. He clearly remembered that the day of the accident was a cloudy and rainy day. He was sitting in the pavilion reading a book when someone suddenly came and forced him to take the calamity spirit pill without saying a word. At that time, he was in despair. He roared. He did not know what he had done wrong to deserve such a punishment. But no one gave him an explanation. Those familiar faces seemed so unfamiliar and cold in his eyes. At that time he had just turned 10 years old. He was just an innocent child. Why did they treat him so cruelly? For more than 10 years he had been thinking about revenge every moment. But now he was told that all of this was just a dream. How could he accept it? Was the dream so realistic? Every detail, every character was clearly imprinted in his mind? Seriously. He would rather believe that everything he saw was a dream. However, Qin Yu and Qin Shi said that he had been in a coma for 3 days. The first prince had also said that he had been unconscious for 3 days and had even come over to show concern for him. These were also very realistic. Suddenly, he shuddered and thought of a few things that could prove that this was not a dream. One of them was the Cosmos sack. The ancient castle could disappear, but the Qinghuan bag had always been on his waist, so it was impossible for it to disappear. The things inside could not be changed. He hurriedly took out his Qinghuan bag and immersed his consciousness into it. However, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Chang shui ribs and various medicinal herbs and pills had all disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by large amounts of gold coins, martial skills, and historical records. These were the things he had before he left the imperial capital. I don't believe it. He muttered to himself as he pulled open his shirt and looked down. Immediately, his arms drooped powerlessly as he stared blankly at the stream. His entire being was in a daze. The concentric knot and potential imprint on his chest were also gone. Could it be that what happened in the past 10 years was really a dream? Qin Feiyang murmured. Because only when he woke up from the dream would everything disappear. Your Highness. At this time, Qin Yu trotted over. When she ran to Qin Feiyang's side, she did not see Qin Feiyang respond to her. She could not help but ask with concern, Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned his head to look at Qin Yu. Looking at Qin Yu's concerned eyes, he slightly adjusted his mood and smiled. Sister Yu, are you looking for me for something? Sure. Qin Yu's face changed as she hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet. She whispered, The Empress is here. Don't call me that anymore. If she hears it, even if I don't die, I will lose a layer of skin. Mother. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. For more than 10 years he had been missing his mother all the time. But at this moment, when he really wanted to see his mother, he was a little hesitant. In the 3 days when you were unconscious, the Empress came more than 10 times. Every time she came, she washed her face with tears. Your Highness, when you see her later, you must not be naughty again. Qin Yu whispered. Naughty? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was an adult now. How could he still be naughty? But then he was stunned again. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had completely forgotten that he was only a 10-year-old boy. 10 years old was originally a naughty age. What's more, he was indeed quite naughty in the past. It was only because of that incident that he became mature and steady. Qin Yu looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and asked, Your Highness, did you hear what I said? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, Where is mother now? Qin Yu said, Your Highness, in your bedroom. Qin Feiyang looked up at the palace located in front of the garden. After a long silence, he retracted his gaze and then looked at Qin Yu with a faint smile. Sister Yu, you go ahead. I will go there myself. Okay. Qin Yu responded respectfully and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang did not immediately go there. Although he was eager to see his mother, he was not prepared at all. He did not know what to say when they met. Standing by the bridge, he was silent for a long time. Phew. In the end, he let out a long breath and turned to walk toward the palace. He must see his mother. Because there were many mysteries that he could find the answers to from his mother. A moment later, he came to the gate of the palace. In front of the palace there were 2 more guards. Both of them were middle-aged, tall and burly, wearing purple gold armor. Their eyes were incomparably sharp, and the aura they exuded was as unfathomable as the ocean. Qin Feiyang was very familiar with the 2 of them. They were the guards by his mother's side. However, he was not very clear about their cultivation, but according to his mother, the 2 of them were existences that surpassed the War Master. Greetings, Your Highness. Seeing Qin Feiyang walk over, the 2 of them immediately bowed. Uncles, there's no need to be so polite. Qin Feiyang laughed. As the guards by his mother's side, they were naturally very good to him, the prince. Sometimes they would even help him suppress the first prince and the others. Therefore, Qin Feiyang had always respected these 2 people. Your Highness, you're awake. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Empress has been waiting for you in the side hall for a long time. Quickly go in. The 2 of them laughed, and there was a trace of doting between their brows. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to walk towards the door. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, The man on the left had a trace of suspicion in his eyes as he sent a sound transmission. Old friend, did you notice that His Highness seems a little different now? Different? The man on the right carefully sized up Qin Feiyang and thought to himself, now that you mention it, he really is a little different. Especially his temperament now, it's like he's a completely different person from before. He gives me the feeling that he's a scheming old fox. The man on the left narrowed his eyes and said angrily, how dare you call His Highness an old fox? The man on the right was startled and hurriedly said, sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. What I meant was that His Highness is more mature than before. The man on the left rolled his eyes and said, you must pay attention to what you say in the future. Even though we have a good relationship with His Highness, we can't act without propriety. Yes, I'll pay attention. The man on the right nodded repeatedly. Back to Qin Feiyang. When he reached the threshold of the door, he sensed a familiar aura. He would never forget this aura for the rest of his life. It was his mother, the Empress. The Emperor intended to make him the crown prince. His talent was only one of the reasons, and the other was because of his mother. This was because the Empress had supreme authority in the Great Qin Empire. It was even to the extent that because of certain reasons, even the Emperor had to be courteous to his mother. Even the Emperor was like this, let alone the various dukes in the imperial capital. In front of his mother, these dukes who held great authority didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and slightly eased the nervousness in his heart. He walked into the main hall and went straight to the door of the side hall. Immediately, a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman entered his line of sight. The beautiful woman wore a crimson gold phoenix crown on her head and a golden dress with a lifelike phoenix pattern embroidered on it. A light golden cloud belt was tied around her waist, and she emitted a sacred aura that couldn't be profaned. Her appearance and skin were like that of a young girl, sparkling and translucent without the slightest flaw. No matter where she was a dazzling star and extremely eye-catching. However, at this moment, the beautiful woman was walking back and forth in the side hall, seeming to be rather anxious. Qin Feiyang's eyes couldn't help but moisten. This was the mother that he had been longing for so much. He finally saw her. His mother was still the same as before. There was no change at all. Mother. Qin Feiyang opened his mouth and shouted, somewhat choked with sobs. Tian. Hearing Qin Feiyang's voice, the beautiful woman's body trembled and hurriedly turned to look at the door. Seeing Qin Feiyang standing outside the door, the beautiful woman hurriedly stepped forward and said angrily, running around as soon as you wake up, can't you make me less worried? At the same time, Qin Feiyang's eyes also trembled. Tian? He hadn't heard this name for a long time, and he had almost forgotten it. Because his original name had the word Tian in it. So his mother had always called him Tian. I'm sorry to make mother worry. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. Tears uncontrollably flowed out of his eyes and dripped to the ground, splashing water. What's wrong? I only said a few words and you feel wronged? The beautiful woman glared at Qin Feiyang angrily, then squatted on the ground and hugged Qin Feiyang in her arms, saying, Mother is not blaming you, mother is afraid, you know? Seeing you in a coma these days, mother is afraid of losing you. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's tears flowed even more fiercely. Okay, you're already so old and still crying. If others see you, they will definitely laugh at you behind your back. The beautiful woman rubbed Qin Feiyang's head and smiled dotingly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Mother, let me hold you a little longer, okay? Okay. The beautiful woman nodded, looking a little helpless. Entering his mother's arms again and smelling her familiar scent again, Qin Feiyang was obsessed and his heart melted. He didn't want to get up again. If this was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. He would rather stay in the dream forever than leave his mother. However, the beautiful woman didn't think so much. She only thought that Qin Feiyang was still a little scared after surviving a disaster, so she softly comforted Qin Feiyang. After a long time, Qin Feiyang got up, wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, and looked at the beautiful woman with a silly smile. Mother, it's so good to see you. Silly child. Mother is here every day. If you want to see mother in the future, you can come and find me at any time. The beautiful woman said with a smile, while holding Qin Feiyang's hand and walking to the seat next to them. When the beautiful woman sat down, she smiled and said, come and sit on mother's lap. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded happily. A 10-year-old child sitting on his mother's lap was a very normal thing. The beautiful woman hugged Qin Feiyang and said, Tian, although your talent is good, you're still young. Try not to provoke your big brother in the future. Qin Feiyang nodded, I know. With my strength, I'm still not his opponent. It's good that you know. Although Mother is the Empress, I can't punish your big brother because of this. However, I've already mentioned this to your father. He must be strictly disciplined. The beautiful woman said. Thank you, Mother. Let's not talk about big brother. Mother, I have a question to ask you. Qin Feiyang said. What question? The beautiful woman smiled and asked. Qin Feiyang said, do you have a dagger called Changshui? The beautiful woman was stunned, her face full of suspicion. You don't? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. After pondering for a while, he said, then I'll ask you about another person, Qin Yuan. Although he had been with Uncle Yuan for so many years, Qin Feiyang still didn't know Uncle Yuan's true identity. He only remembered that when he was expelled from the imperial capital, he was in a coma. When he woke up, Uncle Yuan was already by his side, saying that he was ordered by his mother to take care of him. He also asked, but Uncle Yuan always used some unimportant things to brush him off. Qin Yuan? Is there such a person in our Qin clan? Where did you hear about it? The beautiful woman was puzzled. In a dream. Qin Feiyang blurted out without hesitation. Subconsciously, he had already regarded those more than 10 years of experience as a dream. The beautiful woman was stunned. In the end, she burst out laughing and scolded, silly child, how can you take the things in a dream seriously? Yes. Things in a dream can't be taken seriously. Qin Feiyang nodded. There was no Uncle Yuan, no Changshui, and no castle. There was nothing here. If it wasn't a dream, what was it? Qin Feiyang completely believed that everything in front of him was real. He smiled and said, Mother, where is father now? The beautiful woman said, he's dealing with business. Don't disturb him. When he's done, he'll naturally come to see you. Qin Feiyang said, I know. The beautiful woman stood up, rubbed Qin Feiyang's head and said with a smile, do you want to eat anything? Tell Mother, Mother will personally cook for you today. Anything is fine. Qin Feiyang showed a silly smile. The beautiful woman was stunned and nodded, okay, then you rest here first. When the food is ready, Mother will send someone to call you. No. I want to go with Mother. I also want to personally cook a few dishes to show filial piety to Mother. Qin Feiyang said very seriously. The beautiful woman looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. This child had never done this kind of thing before. Why was he so strange today? Mother, why are you in a daze? Let's go. Qin Feiyang dragged the beautiful woman and ran outside. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Why are you walking so fast? Walk slowly. Mother, your son's body is very strong. It's okay. In this way, Qin Feiyang and the beautiful woman walked outside, talking and laughing. But not long after they left the hall, a soft sigh sounded in the hall. Following that, a vague black shadow appeared out of thin air. He's trapped in the illusion but doesn't realize it. This child has been completely addicted. But it's good. Let him enjoy the long-lost motherly love in this illusion. It can also satisfy his wish. Chapter 643. The appearance of the black shadow was like a flash in the pan, and it soon disappeared without a trace. The imperial kitchen. At this moment, all the imperial chefs and palace maids were standing outside the door, looking at the mother and son who were busy inside in surprise. What was going on today? The empress, who had always been high above the masses, and the emperor's favorite prince, actually came to cook in person? Besides, the two masters had always stretched out their hands for clothes and opened their mouths for food. How could they make delicious food? But the result shocked them. Not long after, a mouth-watering aroma of rice wafted out from the imperial kitchen. This is impossible. All the imperial chefs were dumbfounded. When did the empress and the prince learn how to cook? Why didn't they hear about it? Actually, the person who cooked was Qin Feiyang. In the past, he did not know how to cook in the imperial capital. But since he was stranded in Iron Ox Town, he had to learn these basic life skills in order to survive. However, the celestial empress was completely clueless about the kitchen. At first, she thought that cooking was very simple, so she said that she would cook for Qin Feiyang. But as soon as she entered the kitchen, she immediately realized that she was too naive. Because, looking at the pots and pans in front of her, she did not know where to start and where to start. Seeing his mother's embarrassed expression, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. In the end, the empress had no choice but to compromise and help Qin Feiyang. Although the kitchen was filled with oil and smoke, Qin Feiyang enjoyed this feeling very much. When there was sweat on his mother's forehead, he would help her wipe it off immediately. Gradually, the empress also realized that this child seemed to be a little different from before. He was more considerate and mature than before. She even felt that in front of Qin Feiyang she was more like a child who was taken care of. But she also liked the current Qin Feiyang very much. He was very serious and made people feel very grounded. The Empress asked curiously, Tian, did you also learn this in your dream? At this moment Qin Feiyang was holding a big wok, and as he stir-fried he laughed. Yes, in my dream I learned a lot of things, and when I woke up from my dream, I had already broken through to 1-star War Master. The Empress smiled. It seems that these 3 days you had a very long dream. Yes. In the dream more than 10 years have passed. I remember every detail clearly. So when I woke up I couldn't tell which one was a dream, which was the real world. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Celestial Empress came to a realization and said, no wonder you would ask so many strange questions in the side hall. Qin Feiyang smiled and stretched out his hand. Mother, give your child a plate. Celestial Empress grabbed a prepared jade plate and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the jade plate and quickly put the vegetables in the pot into the jade plate. Then he turned off the fire and walked to the dining table and put it on the table. There were 5 dishes, 1 soup and 2 bowls of rice on the table. Although it wasn't perfect in terms of appearance, fragrance and taste, it could still arouse one's appetite. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and turned to look at his mother. He smiled and said, it's all healed, my gentle and kind mother. Please enjoy. All right. Empress nodded and walked to the table with a smile. She picked up the jade chopsticks and put a piece of vegetable into her mouth. She nodded and praised, not bad Tianer. Being praised like this, Qin Feiyang scratched his head in embarrassment and said, if mother likes it, this child will make it for you every day. Celestial Empress smiled and said, looks like mother will be in for a treat in the future. Is it really that delicious? Let me have a taste. But at this moment, a voice full of energy rang out. Following closely, a golden figure appeared in front of the table out of thin air. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a golden dragon crown on his head and a golden dragon robe on his body. His eyebrows were sharp like swords and his entire body emitted a shocking aura of an emperor. Without a doubt, this person was the current supreme emperor of the Great Qin Empire. Greetings, Your Majesty. As soon as the emperor arrived, the palace maids, guards and imperial chefs outside knelt down and kowtowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Celestial Empress also stood up and bowed. The emperor smiled and said, we're all family here, there's no need to be so polite. With that, the emperor looked at the crowd outside and said, all of you stand up too. Yes. Everyone stood up and stood respectfully in front of the door, not daring to even breathe loudly. Celestial Empress was puzzled. Aren't you dealing with matters? Why are you suddenly here? My precious son is awake, of course I have to come and see him. The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang dotingly, but found that Qin Feiyang was looking at him with a trace of fear in his eyes. Tian, what's wrong? Could it be that after being unconscious for a few days, you can't even recognize your father? The emperor scolded with a smile. Celestial Empress also looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. Qin Feiyang quivered and came back to his senses. He bowed and said, greetings, father. That disaster was just a dream. The father in front of him was still the father who doted on him. Everything was in the past. There was no need to think so much. The emperor was stunned and patted Qin Feiyang's head in annoyance. He scolded, brat, why are you so reserved all of a sudden? This is not like you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, people will grow up. The emperor was stunned and asked with a strange expression, so, you've grown up? Just a little more mature than before. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Come on, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Stop putting on an act in front of your father. The emperor rolled his eyes and looked at the dishes on the table. He said in surprise, you made all these? Yes. Father, have a taste too. Qin Feiyang was like a child who was asking for praise. He quickly took a pair of chopsticks and handed it to the emperor. The emperor smiled and said, of course I have to try the food made by my precious son. But there is a condition. If it doesn't taste good, I will punish you. Qin Feiyang asked, if it's delicious, then shouldn't I be rewarded? The emperor's face twitched. He turned to look at Celestial Empress and said, see, just now he said he was mature, and now he is taking the opportunity to blackmail his father. Alas, how did I give birth to such a white-eyed wolf? The emperor shook his head with a sad face. White-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang's body trembled. The emperor's unintentional words awakened his memory. Wolf King. Going through life and death with the white-eyed wolf, fighting side by side for more than 10 years, He had long been an inseparable family member. But he didn't expect that it was just a dream. But when the emperor saw this, he thought that Qin Feiyang was angry. He smiled apologetically and said, Tian, father was just joking. Be good, don't be angry. Father will apologize to you, okay? As the emperor of the empire, he could actually put down his attitude and apologize to his child. Could be seen how much the emperor doted on Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Am I such a petty person? I just thought of a wolf in my dream. Dream? The emperor was stunned. Celestial Empress smiled and said, These 3 days Tiana had a very long dream. He even said that in his dream he had already broken through to War Master. The emperor was stunned, then shook his head and said, What a silly boy, but with your talent, not to mention War Master, even surpassing father is not impossible, as long as you are willing to work hard. I will work hard. Qin Feiyang nodded solemnly. If it was in the past he wouldn't have thought so much, but it was different now. No matter what identity or background one had, without strength, everything was in vain. The emperor looked at Qin Feiyang seriously and nodded. Yes, you are indeed much more mature than before. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's have a good meal as a family. The family of 3 sat around the dining table, chatting and laughing. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Qin Feiyang looked at his mother and then at his father, a happy smile on his face. This was the life he wanted. Happy times always passed quickly. After the meal, the emperor went to deal with business again. Celestial Empress accompanied Qin Feiyang back to his bedroom, gave him a few words of advice and then turned to leave. Qin Feiyang seemed to have suddenly made a decision and shouted, Mother, wait. Celestial Empress stopped, turned around and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Qin Feiyang said, Mother, I want to go to the spiritual state to take a look. Spiritual state? Celestial Empress frowned. Qin Feiyang said in disappointment and frustration, Although it was only a dream, I still wanted to take a look because there were too many people in the dream that I was worried about. Celestial Empress pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile, All right, but I will only be reassured if your 2 uncles go with you. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Celestial Empress said, Qin Zhong, Qin Yi, come in. The 2 burly men in purple and gold armor immediately walked into the hall. Celestial Empress said, Accompany Tian to the spiritual state. Remember to protect Tian. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences. Yes. We swear to protect His Highness with our lives. The 2 knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Celestial Empress nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. You decide when to go. I have other things to do. Qin Feiyang bowed and said, Mother, take care. Farewell, Celestial Empress. After seeing off Celestial Empress respectfully, Qin Zhong and Qin Yi stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang with a sly smile on their faces. Qin Yi moved closer to Qin Feiyang and chuckled, Your Highness, what's so fun about the spiritual state? Uncle will take you to a more fun place. Where? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Qin Yi glanced at the door and saw no one, so he whispered, Fragrant Moon Brothel. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Uncle Qin Yi, I'm still a child. Fragrant Moon Brothel was the most famous restaurant in the imperial capital. More importantly, it was a brothel. You're 10 years old. You're still young? Go and see those nobles and marquises. They fool around there every day. Even your brothers, including the eldest prince, sneak there every now and then to have fun. Your Highness, it's not that I want to criticize you, but all you do is cultivate and read books. It's too boring. It's life. You should live it splendidly and learn to enjoy it. The 2 instigated. Qin Feiyang was amused. It seems that you 2 are regulars there too. Qin Zhong's expression changed as he hurriedly said, Your Highness, you can't say that. If your mother finds out, we'll both be finished. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay, I won't tell Mother. Let's go to the spiritual state first. As for Fragrant Moon Brothel, we'll talk about it when we come back. That's more like it. Let's go. I'll take you to the pagoda. Qin Yi said. Pagoda? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why hadn't he heard of this place? Qin Yi explained, There are teleportation altars to the 9 states in the pagoda. However, no one knows about this except for the Emperor, Empress, and us guards. Qin Zhong added, Especially you princes. Once you know, you'll definitely run around. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. In the dream, when he was expelled from the imperial capital, he was in a coma. When he woke up, he was already in the spiritual state. He didn't know how he got to the spiritual state at that time. However, he had been guessing that it was Uncle Yuan who brought him there. Swoosh. Qin Zhong waved his hand and swept Qin Feiyang out of the hall. Soon they left the halls and entered a deep mountain. Where is this? Qin Feiyang scanned his surroundings, his eyes full of suspicion. In this place, the mountains were undulating, ancient trees towered into the sky, and powerful ferocious birds spread their wings and soared between heaven and earth. There were also all kinds of ferocious beasts lurking in the forest, and their auras were extremely terrifying. Back mountain. Qin said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Speaking of the back mountain, one had to talk about the Imperial Palace first. The Imperial Palace covered an extremely large area. It was no exaggeration to say that even battle faction had to fly for a few days to cross the north and south. There were many places that Qin Feiyang had never been to. Among them was the back mountain. Of course. It wasn't that he didn't want to come, but that he couldn't. In the Imperial Palace, the back mountain was considered a forbidden area. Without the permission of the Emperor and Empress, no one could set foot in it. The princes were no exception. Therefore, all along this place had been a mystery in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Chapter 644. On the peak of the mountain sat a huge ancient pagoda. The ancient pagoda was dark and exuded an ancient aura. On the front of the ancient pagoda, two bold words were engraved. Pagoda. In front of the pagoda, an old man sat cross-legged. This person was dressed in white, had white hair and a white beard, and exuded an otherworldly aura. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and realized that he had never seen him before. Qin Yi bowed to the old man and said, Elder Qin, we are under the orders of the Empress to bring His Highness the 14th Prince to the spiritual state. Please open the pagoda door. The old man opened his eyes. They were not cloudy at all and were shining brightly. Glancing at Qin Yi, the old man looked at Qin Feiyang, stood up and cupped his hands. Greetings, Your Highness. Qin Feiyang smiled. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Even Qin Yi were so respectful. This old man was obviously not an ordinary person. I've long heard that Your Highness is talented and outstanding. Now that I've seen you, you are indeed extraordinary. The old man smiled. Qin Feiyang was a little embarrassed and shook his head. Senior, you flatter me. I really don't deserve it. Talented but not arrogant. Successful but not arrogant. You have a good temperament. The old man nodded with a smile, seemingly praising Qin Feiyang. Then he turned around and stretched out his old arm. Battle chi gushed out of his index finger and merged into the pagoda door. Clang. Immediately, the pagoda door slowly opened, and a magnificent aura rushed out. The old man said, The teleportation altar to the spiritual state is on the first level. Go in yourselves. Remember, don't run around. Understood. Qin Yi and Qin Feiyang bowed and replied, then led Qin Feiyang into the pagoda. The pagoda door also closed. Qin Feiyang looked at everything in front of him curiously. The space here was about 100 meters wide. 9 blood-red altars were neatly arranged on the ground, all emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Beside the 9 altars, there was a stone tablet with different words engraved on it. Spiritual state, cloud state, crane state, Yuzhou, Fengzhou, etc. Qin Feiyang followed Qin Yi and Qin Yu to the stone tablet with the spiritual state engraved on it. Qin Zhong said, This altar leads to the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang asked doubtfully, Is there an altar on the second floor as well? This? Qin Zhong hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Your Highness, I really can't say that. All right. Qin Feiyang shrugged helplessly. Qin Zhong smiled apologetically. Battle chi surged out and flowed into the altar. Boom. All of a sudden, the blood-colored altar shone brightly. Qin Yi grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm and stepped onto the altar, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the spiritual state, in the air above a mountain range outside the city, whoosh, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Qin Feiyang and Qin Zhong. As soon as he appeared, Qin Yi used a trace of battle chi to support Qin Feiyang. Because Qin Feiyang couldn't fly yet. Qin Zhong glanced around and looked at the city not far away. He smiled and said, That should be the city. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to take a look, and his expression froze. The appearance of the city was completely different from the city in his dream. It was extremely unfamiliar. After a long time, Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and said, Uncle Qin Zhong, go and find out if there are these people in the city. Oh. Qin Zhong asked. Ren Wushuang, Lu Xingchen, Dong Xingyang, Dongfang Wuhan, Murong Xiong, Shenmei, Shenlong, Jiangwei, Wanghong, and a few big families, Lu family, Dong family, Xiao family, Shen family, Qin Feiyang said. Okay, I'll go now. Qin Zhong nodded and disappeared in a flash. Your Highness, have you been to the spiritual state? Qin Yi looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Seeing Qin Feiyang say the names without hesitation, he felt as if he lived here. Qin Feiyang said, "In my dream." "In your dream?" Qin Yi was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything else. Swish. Qin Zhong returned. "How was it?" Qin Feiyang looked at him anxiously. Qin Zhong shook his head and said, "Your Highness, those people and those families you mentioned, none of them exist." "What?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. He couldn't accept it. Qin Yi couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, allow me to say something. You can't take the things in your dreams seriously." Qin Feiyang said, "Next place, Butterfly Valley." "Where is Butterfly Valley?" The two were suspicious. Although they knew about the spiritual state, they had never been here, so they weren't familiar with the various places in the spiritual state. Qin Feiyang said, "Just fly in the direction I point." Under Qin Feiyang's guidance, they soon arrived above Butterfly Valley. However, looking around, there was no valley, no butterflies, no ugly old woman, and no teleportation altar to the Forgotten Land. Qin Feiyang was in a daze. Could it be that none of the things in the dream were real? Qin Zhong and Qin Yi looked at each other, not knowing how to persuade him. A moment later, Qin Yi smiled and said, "Your Highness, where are we going next?" Since they couldn't persuade him, they would follow His Highness' wishes. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and asked, "Do you know who the spiritual state's mansion master is?" "We don't know." The two shook their heads. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "That's not right. The mansion masters of the 9 states go to the imperial capital every 10 years. How can you not know?" "There is indeed such a thing. But every time, the emperor goes to the back mountain to meet them." "Why don't I ask the emperor?" Qin Zhong said. "Forget it. Father is busy every day. Don't disturb him for such trivial matters." Qin Feiyang shook his head, pondered for a moment and said, "Next, let's go to Yen City." Above Yen City. Swish. Qin Feiyang and the other two appeared out of thin air. Qin Zhong asked, "Who are you going to ask about this time?" Qin Feiyang said, "Ask about a person called Yen." However, his words came to an abrupt halt. Qin Zhong asked suspiciously, "Yen what?" "Yen what?" Qin Feiyang also asked himself in his heart. He clearly thought of a name before, why did he suddenly forget it? What happened? Suddenly, he remembered again. He wanted to ask about Yen Nanshan. Go and ask if there is a person called Yen Nanshan and someone called Jiang. Speaking of this, Qin Feiyang's memory blurred again. He tried hard to recall for a moment and said, "Right, Jiang Jingyi." "Okay." Qin Zhong nodded and quickly rushed down. Qin Feiyang looked down at Yen City, his eyes full of confusion. Yen Nanshan and Jiang Jingyi were such familiar names. Why did it take him so long to remember? Alas, at this moment, a soft sigh came into Qin Feiyang's mind. "Who is it?" Qin Feiyang was shocked and looked around. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Qin Yi also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "Why is there no one?" Qin Feiyang frowned and shook his head. "Nothing, maybe I'm hallucinating." But before his voice died away, a black shadow appeared out of thin air in front of him. Qin Feiyang looked at the black shadow with bewilderment. The black shadow's voice came into Qin Feiyang's mind again. "How long are you going to stay here?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Your Highness, who are you talking to?" When Qin Yi heard Qin Feiyang speak again, the bewilderment in his eyes grew even stronger. He followed Qin Feiyang's gaze but saw nothing. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Qin Yi and asked, "Didn't you see it? There's a black shadow there." "A black shadow?" Qin Yi looked again but there was still nothing. The black shadow glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, "Here only you can see me. No one else can see or hear what I say." "What?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The black shadow said, "Because this is an illusion. Everything in front of you is the manifestation of your obsession." Boom. As soon as he said this, Qin Feiyang's mind trembled. "Are you confused now? Why did you suddenly forget the names of Yen Nanshan and Jiang Jingyi?" The black shadow said again. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Let me tell you, if you don't recognize reality, not only will you forget Yen Nanshan and Jiang Jingyi, but you will also forget Wolf King and Fatso. Even what you have experienced in the past 10 years, the people and things you have met, will gradually fade in your mind. Until the end you will completely forget." The black shadow said. "Why is it like this?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Because the bridge of helplessness is a test of your willpower. If your willpower is not strong enough, you will be trapped in the illusion forever. When you've forgotten everyone and everything, that will be the time of your death. Child, I understand you. You yearn for family and a carefree pure land in your heart. You yearn for those painful things in the past to never happen. That's why I didn't remind you immediately. However, no matter how beautiful this place is, it is only fake. You can't continue like this. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave this illusion, return to the imperial capital, and see your real mother. Face it bravely. Don't lose your life because of your greed for a moment of beauty. That will only make you more regretful. The Black Shadow sighed. This is an illusion. Qin Feiyang scanned the sky, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. It was not easy for him to believe and accept all this, but now someone suddenly came out and told him that it was all fake. He could not accept such a change in his heart. The Black Shadow said, "You don't believe me?" Qin Feiyang roared, "I don't even know who you are. Why should I believe you? Is it important who I am?" The Black Shadow was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Of course it is important. Because only when I know your identity can I judge whether this place is real or not. It seems that your obsession is deeper than I thought. But I won't blame you. If it were any other child back then, they would have broken down long ago. It's not easy for you to be strong enough to get to where you are today." The Black Shadow sighed deeply. "Since you know about that, then you should know how much I want to live now. Why do you have to disrupt it? Do you want to hear my heartfelt words? I really want to live here forever, even if everything here is fake." When Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he lowered his head with an incomparably desolate expression. "I understand. But have you thought about it? If you die in the illusion, what will happen to your mother in the imperial capital? If she knows that her favorite child died outside, how sad will she be? And Qin Yuan, he has told you countless times that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must be strong and brave. If you give up here, can you live up to his expectations?" The Black Shadow roared. Qin Feiyang's body shook like a bolt from the blue. The Black Shadow sighed softly and said, "Child, wake up. For your mother, for your uncle, and for yourself." Qin Feiyang's face was full of pain. After a long time he said, "What do I have to do to break this illusion?" The Black Shadow said, "The fetters in your heart are your parents. Only by destroying them will the illusion disappear. And with a thought they will be turned into ashes." What? Qin Feiyang suddenly looked up at the Black Shadow. Even if it was fake, he couldn't do it. The Black Shadow said, "This is the only way." Qin Feiyang clenched his hands so hard that his nails had sunk into his palms and blood was flowing. After a while, he loosened his hands and said, "Give me some time." The Black Shadow nodded and said, "Okay, but I have to remind you that you have at most an hour." "So short?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. An hour would pass in the blink of an eye. What could he do? "There's one more thing to tell you. Wolf King and Ren Wushuang have also fallen into the illusion. You'd better save them quickly." The Black Shadow said again. "What?" Qin Feiyang's expression changed. The Black Shadow said, "But don't worry, their lives won't be in danger for the time being. Can't you say it all at once?" Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly and breathed a sigh of relief. "There's a question I want to ask you." "What question?" The Black Shadow asked. "Since this place is an illusion created by my desire, why didn't the imperial capital change while the spiritual state changed? The ancient castle disappeared, and people like Uncle Yuan and Ren Wushuang didn't even show up?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Black Shadow said, "Because the illusion wants you to believe that all of this is real." Qin Feiyang understood. All of this was to confuse his mind. Because if everything in the illusion was the same as everything in reality, he would definitely be suspicious. So, the illusion removed everything that had happened in the past 10 years, leaving only the people and things in the imperial capital, and made him return to the time when he was 10 years old. In this way he would believe that all of this was real, and then he would continue to fall into the illusion until he was doomed eternally. What a terrifying illusion. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He looked at the Black Shadow and said, "One last question. Who are you? Why can you appear in my illusion? When the time is right, you will naturally know who I am." The Black Shadow said with a smile and instantly disappeared without a trace. "The time is not right again." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked down at the ground below with a trace of disappointment in his eyes. "Your Highness, what's wrong with you? What illusion? What illusion? What Uncle Yuan? Who the hell are you talking to?" Qin Yi, on the other hand, was so anxious that he was about to explode. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Fine. Chapter 645. Soon after, Qin Zhong returned and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He shook his head and said, "Your Highness, the two people you want to inquire about don't exist." Qin Feiyang said, "Then forget it. Let's go back to the capital." In this short time he had completely forgotten Yan Nanshan and Jianghu. Even the memories of Luo Qingzhu and the others began to blur. He was worried that if he didn't return to the capital, everyone would forget him. Qin Zhong nodded and said, "Okay, let's go to the state capital to find the transmission altar." "No need." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Since everything here was transformed by his obsession, it was only a matter of thought to go where he wanted to go. Swish. His mind moved slightly. Sure enough, the scenery in front of him changed rapidly. The next moment, he and Qin Zhong appeared in the garden outside the bedroom. Qin Zhong were very surprised. What was going on? The two were about to ask Qin Feiyang how he did it. Qin Feiyang was the first to speak. "Uncles, please help me call Mother and Imperial Father over." The two were slightly stunned and didn't understand. "Go quickly." Qin Feiyang didn't explain, and there was a majesty in his tone that couldn't be disobeyed. Okay. The two nodded repeatedly, turned around and quickly flew away. Qin Feiyang stood alone in the garden, his eyes full of confusion. Although everything here was fake, he still wanted to do something for his parents before it ended. But what could he do in half an hour? Swish. But just as he was deep in thought, a black figure appeared in the sky above his head. This person's appearance was exactly the same as Qin Feiyang in the real world. Thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and a black robe set off his tall figure. Those dark eyes were like two bottomless pits, captivating the soul. But the difference was that this Qin Feiyang had a very strong hostility between his eyebrows. Moreover, as soon as this black-clothed Qin Feiyang appeared, time in this world seemed to stop. The stream stopped flowing. The flowers and plants no longer swayed. The palace maids and guards in the distance remained motionless. Everything stopped. He looked down at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "Everything here is what you wanted. Do you really want to destroy it?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. He raised his head and looked at the black-clothed Qin Feiyang. His pupils shrank as he asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The black-clothed Qin Feiyang said, "I am you and you are me. We are both Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and he said, "Impossible, there is only one Qin Feiyang and that is me." The black-clothed Qin Feiyang sneered, "Then tell me, why do I exist? How did he appear in your illusion?" "How would I know? Tell me, who are you? What's the purpose of impersonating me?" Qin Feiyang said angrily, "We are the same person. How can I impersonate you? And my appearance is to stop you from destroying this illusion." The black-clothed Qin Feiyang said. "What?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Because he is your obsession and your inner demons." At this moment, the black shadow appeared again. Inner demons. Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He actually had inner demons? When a person's obsession is too deep, he will gradually produce inner demons. Before, the inner demons did not appear because he was not formed yet. Now you have entered the illusion. Believe all this, the inner demons have finally met the opportunity and were successfully born. The black shadow explained. The black-clothed Qin Feiyang said angrily, "You old thing, aren't you annoying? If it weren't for you running out again and again, he wouldn't have found out that all this was fake." The black shadow ignored him and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "You need to defeat the inner demons by yourself. I can't help you. I can only give you a hint. Stick to your beliefs." The black-clothed Qin Feiyang roared, "This is between me and him. Why do you care? Get out. I will leave even if you don't tell me." The black shadow glanced at the black-clothed Qin Feiyang indifferently, looked at the original Qin Feiyang and said, "Remember my words." After that, the black shadow disappeared without a trace. Beliefs? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. He looked up at the black-clothed Qin Feiyang and said, "Since you are my obsession, you should understand that everything here must be destroyed. With me here you are delusional." The black-clothed Qin Feiyang sneered. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, "You are just my inner demons. What ability do you have to stop me?" Not only did the illusion have to be destroyed, but the inner demons also had to be eliminated. According to ancient records, the inner demons would not only affect a person's state of mind, but also affect their future cultivation. Even to a certain extent, they would kill the original consciousness and replace it. What it meant was, if the inner demons were allowed to grow, sooner or later Qin Feiyang's consciousness would be erased by the inner demons, and then this body would be controlled by the inner demons. However, hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the inner demons not only did not panic, but also looked up to the sky and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feiyang frowned, and a premonition of uneasiness rose in his heart. "Have you forgotten? You are only a 9-star martial master now. You don't even have battle chi or battle arts. Look at me again. I have the cultivation of the real world. If I want to kill you now, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. But you still want to get rid of me. Aren't you naive?" The inner demons sneered. Hearing these words, Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons in surprise. The cultivation of the inner demons was indeed a 1-star war master. The inner demons looked down at Qin Feiyang from above and said, "I'll give you a chance now. As long as you don't destroy this place, I won't kill you." Qin Feiyang said, "If we don't destroy the illusion, you and I will die in the end. So what if I die? Tell me, haven't you been tired of living all these years? In order to return to the imperial capital, in order to take revenge, you have put in so much effort, but where is the imperial capital now? Where is the enemy? Even if you see that enemy, what can you do? But it's different here. Look at how beautiful everything is in front of you. Those things that made you suffer didn't happen. So, I'd rather stay here and enjoy this last hour of good time than go out and continue to suffer." The inner demons said. Qin Feiyang was silent. He couldn't refute. Because the inner demons were born from his obsession, what he said was naturally his heart. A moment later, Qin Feiyang sighed, "I thought so too, but we have to face reality. I don't want my mother in the real world to be sad when she hears the news of my death." The inner demons frowned. "So, you insist on destroying this place?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite." The heart demon's viciousness surged, and a monstrous might surged towards Qin Feiyang with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Qin Feiyang immediately felt the aura of death enveloping him. In front of a 1-star war sect, a 9-star martial master had no power to resist. Was he going to die just like that? He asked himself, was dying like this considered relief? No. This wasn't relief, this was a sign of cowardice. But what could he do to break this killing trap? Before the Black Shadow left, he had specially instructed him to persevere in his beliefs. But what was this belief? The monstrous might had already pressed down, and Qin Feiyang's life was hanging by a thread. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly blossomed with a brilliant light, like 2 bright moons. He understood. Returning to the imperial capital, seeing his mother and taking revenge, this was his belief. As long as his belief was there, there was still hope. Boom. The next moment, a powerful aura rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. His cultivation was like a volcanic eruption, crazily soaring. Martial sect. War king. War emperor. War sect. Moreover, his thin and small body was also growing taller. "I will persevere in my beliefs and maintain my original heart. No one, no matter what, will be able to stop my footsteps." Finally, Qin Feiyang regained his true appearance. Carrying a monstrous aura, he broke through the pressure of the inner demons, rushed into the sky, and stood opposite the inner demons. His body was as tall and straight as a pine tree. His long hair danced in the wind. At this moment, he was like a war god that had returned, domineering and unparalleled. He actually recovered his cultivation. The inner demons' pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons coldly and said, "Do you want to dissipate on your own, or do you want me to personally erase you? Choose." The inner demons laughed out loud. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his black clothes fluttered in the wind, as if a demon god had descended to the world. Qin Feiyang said, "Looks like I have to personally erase you." "Erase me? Are you joking? Although you have recovered your cultivation now, I also know the battle arts that you know. What right do you have to kill me?" The inner demon's black eyes shone brightly, and he raised his hand and pointed in the air. Ultimate Void. A formless energy immediately surged toward Qin Feiyang like a tidal wave, covering the sky and covering the earth. "Is that so? Then I'll just have to experience how strong I, Qin Feiyang, am." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. He also raised his arm and performed the ultimate void. Boom. The 2 invisible forces collided with a loud bang, and the palace and garden below instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, the 2 people in the sky each retreated dozens of feet, and a trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. "Not bad. Guiyuan sword art." The inner demons grinned, and a red sword aura surged out. 30 sword shadows appeared out of nowhere, carrying a sharp edge that could destroy the world, and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. You're not bad either, Qin Feiyang said. With a wave of his hand, 30 sword shadows appeared in the air as well. Another internecine outcome. I've told you can't kill me. The inner demons laughed. The 9-leaf fire lotus, the red sword soul, and the purple gold dragon soul soared into the clouds at the same time. The terrifying aura, the destructive edge, and the majestic dragons might spread in all directions. At this moment, the world shook and the void distorted. The clouds in the sky were like angry waves in a vast ocean rolling crazily. Is this the extent of my strength? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He was the one who gave birth to the inner demons. Fighting the inner demons was the same as fighting himself. In the past he did not think he was this strong. Boom. Chapter 646. It's useless. Whether it's fighting souls, battle arts, or even the return in battle arts, I know them all. If we continue, we'll be tied at most. However, you don't have much time to waste, because you only have half an hour here. Although you've recovered your cultivation now, there won't be any other changes. In the end, you'll still forget everyone, everything, and even battle arts and fighting souls. The inner demons laughed wildly. Is that so? Then let me tell you, you'll be the one who disappears in the end, Qin Feiyang said. I really don't know where you got your confidence from. The inner demons mocked. My confidence comes from my belief. But you don't have belief, only desire in your heart. In fact, it's all my fault. I was too obsessed, otherwise you wouldn't have been born. Qin Feiyang sighed. What's the use of saying so much nonsense? Only by fighting to the end will we know who will be the one who survives in the end. Come on. The inner demons roared to the sky. You're right. Fighting is the best choice. Only one can survive today. This person must be me. Qin Feiyang's eyes shot out a fierce light. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the 6 fighting souls cut across the sky at the same time and collided with each other. Immediately, a destructive wave, with this place as the center, surged out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and the void shook. The towering halls collapsed one after another. The rumbling was deafening and dust covered the sky. Puff. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Qin Feiyang only retreated a few feet before he stabilized his body. However, the inner demons was sent flying on the spot. Even his physical body cracked and blood stained the sky. How is this possible? The inner demons' face was full of disbelief. They had the same cultivation and the same fighting soul, but why was there such a huge gap between them? Although you have everything that I have, you are still the inner demons. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons without any emotion in his eyes. Is that so? The inner demons muttered to themselves. Suddenly they shouted hysterically, I don't believe it. Boom. A blood-red light burst out of his body. His long hair and eyes quickly turned blood-red, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. It was the battle character formula. Qin Feiyang sighed, give up. No matter what, the inner demons were his obsession. He did not want to destroy them with his own hands. The word, give up, has never existed in your dictionary and neither do I. Today either you die or I die. The inner demons rushed toward Qin Feiyang. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Qin Feiyang nodded. He also activated the battle formula and rushed toward the inner demons. In an instant, the two of them converged. They raised their arms at the same time and activated the return formula. At the same time, a dazzling golden light appeared in their palms. Boom. The two big hands collided. It was as if a golden sun had exploded in the sky. Golden light shone in all directions and illuminated the sky for miles. Ah! The next moment, the inner demon screamed and was sent flying. Qin Feiyang also groaned and retreated. Blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. But the battle was over. The inner demons who were sent flying could be seen cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no way to repair them. Blood rained down and the sky was dyed red. When the inner demon stabilized his body, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I can't accept this. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. But you're right. The inner demons are inner demons after all. They don't have the will and belief of the original body. But I don't regret it. I also hope that you don't regret it and continue to walk on bravely, the inner demons said. At this moment he didn't have the slightest bit of hostility. There was even a smile on his bleeding face. No matter what setbacks I encounter in the future, I will face them with strength. I won't regret it. Qin Feiyang also smiled. I believe in you and I also wish you well. The inner demon smiled brightly. His body disintegrated and then quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. Thank you. Qin Feiyang whispered. He was very gratified to be able to say goodbye to the inner demons in such a way. At least it proved that his inner demons also had a kind side. As soon as the inner demons disappeared, the time in this world also began to move. Everything that was still also woke up. But Qin Feiyang's appearance didn't change anymore. He looked at the ruins below and the familiar imperial palace. There wasn't much nostalgia in his eyes. Whoosh. Two figures broke through the air and landed beside Qin Feiyang. Who are you? The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. These two people were the Empress and the Emperor. Qin Feiyang looked up at the two of them and said with a smile, I'm your child. Child? The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were full of suspicion. Did they have such a child? Mother, I'm really happy to be able to meet you here in advance. And today is also the most peaceful day I've had in more than 10 years. I really hope that time can slow down a little. However, what should go will go in the end. What should disappear will disappear in the end. But mother, please believe in me. I will definitely return to the imperial capital, and it won't be long. Qin Feiyang ignored the expressions of the two of them and said to himself. But when he said the last sentence, his dark eyes suddenly burst out with an incomparably firm light. As soon as he finished speaking, the Empress immediately collapsed and turned into specks of starlight, drifting between heaven and earth. What did you do? Seeing this, the Emperor immediately stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. What did I do? I want to ask you, why did you treat me like that more than 10 years ago? Qin Feiyang roared. More than 10 years ago? The Emperor frowned. He really didn't know what Qin Feiyang was talking about. Looking at the Emperor's expression, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh at himself. This was just an illusion. The benevolent father in front of him was only a figment of his imagination. How could he know about those things? Father, this may be the last time I call you this in my life. Take care. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. He looked at the Emperor for a moment and no longer hesitated. With a slight thought, the Emperor's figure also collapsed in an instant. Crack. Boom. As soon as the Emperor and Empress disappeared, the sky was suddenly filled with violent winds, lightning, and thunder. Dazzling lightning fell, the void collapsed, the sky shattered, and the earth sank. Boom. In less than 3 breaths, the world completely collapsed and fell into darkness. At the same time, on the bridge of helplessness, a long sigh sounded and spread slowly. Qin Feiyang, who was standing under the door frame, had a touch of sadness between his eyebrows. He looked up at the blood-red sun in the sky. The illusion was finally over. However, everything that happened in the illusion was clearly imprinted in his mind. His longing for his mother was unprecedentedly strong. He wished that he could see his mother in the real world right now, even if it was just a glance. Alas. After a long time he sighed deeply, collected his thoughts and lowered his head to look ahead. At that moment, his pupils shrank. In front of him was a flat grassland about a few hundred meters long, and at the end of the grassland was an endless sea of blood. In the sea of blood, the wind whistled and the blood waves surged to the sky, filled with a shocking evil spirit. And on the shore of the sea of blood, there were small boats floating. They were only 3 meters long and 1 meter wide and were dark all over. In fact, it was more appropriate to call them canoes. But these small boats not only did not have sails, but also did not have paddles. The boats were also empty. In Qin Feiyang's mind there were countless questions. Where was this? What were these small boats for? Suddenly, he found a stone tablet on the shore, on which 2 shocking words were engraved. Sea of Bitterness. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly. He did not expect that there was really a sea of bitterness. The meaning of these small boats was clear at a glance. According to folklore, the other side was on the other side of the Sea of Bitterness. In other words, they had to take these small boats and cross the Sea of Blood to reach the other side. But in Qin Feiyang's mind, another question crawled up. He remembered that before entering the illusion, behind the door frame was still the endless bridge of helplessness. But why did he wake up from the illusion and directly come to the Sea of Bitterness? He looked down and was surprised to find that he was still standing on the bridge of helplessness. He hurriedly turned around and the familiar door frame immediately entered his line of sight. And at this moment, there was not only Dongfang Wuhan and Murong Xiong beside him, but also Wolf King, Ren Wushuang and others. But now they were all standing on the bridge motionless. Obviously, as the Black Shadow said, they were all trapped in the illusion. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and looked over the door frame at the bridge of helplessness behind. At that moment, he was stunned. The bridge of helplessness was only a dozen meters long? He clearly remembered that before stepping on the bridge of helplessness, he saw that the bridge of helplessness was winding and endless. After walking for a long time, they came to the door frame. However, at this moment, the bridge of helplessness in front of him was only a dozen meters long? Wasn't this too ridiculous? And under the bridge of helplessness, it was no longer a black ocean but a black river. There was also a strange situation. The people of Feng State and Yu State, as well as Wanqiu and the others, were also on the bridge of helplessness. Moreover, at this moment their eyes were closed and they were actually walking in place? What was going on? Qin Feiyang racked his brains to think. Suddenly, he thought of the illusion. He looked at the door frame again and then looked at the sea of bitterness. After a moment of silence, a wry smile crept onto his face. In fact, the bridge of helplessness he saw now was the real bridge of helplessness. And the bridge of helplessness he saw at the beginning was just an illusion to confuse them. In other words, from the moment they stepped on the bridge of helplessness, they had already fallen into the illusion, but they didn't know it. And the current situation of Wanqiu and the others could also be explained. It was estimated that they were in the illusion and hadn't reached the door frame yet, so they kept walking. In fact, they were always in the same place. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a trace of fear in his eyes. This bridge of helplessness was really terrifying,